I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to sign the book.
Oh.
Hello, would you like to swear or to affirm?
To swear, please.
Take the book, I read the words.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to sign
I want to put my glasses on if I can find them.
We've got a large print version.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Not the one you get out very often.
Just occasions like this.
Okay. I swear by Almighty God that I shall be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, His Majesty, everybody does that, I'm sure, His Majesty the King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Sign the
Aye.
book. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
I'd like to take the oath, please,
Yes.
to His Majesty.
Yes.
On the Bible, yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right?
That's more than all right.
You just read the words when you're ready.
Okay. I swear by I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Thank you. You'd like to sign the book?
Oh, you can have a Catholic text, please.
Yes.
And I'll swear as well.
Yes.
Can I put my hand up?
You don't have to. Just hold the book.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Thank you very much. You'd like to sign the book? Thank you.
Okay. Let's do this at the front of the page.
Order! Order. The sitting is suspended until 10 a.m. The division's bells will be rung shortly before the sitting resumes. Please sit. Before I call the right honourable gentleman to answer the urgent question, I have to say how disappointed I am that the subject of UQ was extensively set out in the media yesterday before being presented to the House. As a former leader who was very supportive of me in criticising Secretary of State for not coming to the House, I hope the right honourable member will, and especially be aware of Minister's duties, which I know he is, to explain that important policies are first to be heard in this House. Constituents to have the information as soon as possible, and for that reason I would have been willing to allow a statement yesterday if I'd been asked. I'm deeply concerned that I have to make another statement like this only a few sitting days into this new administration's existence. I ask the right honourable gentleman and all of his colleagues to do their utmost to ensure that this is the last time I have to do so. All I would say is, I'm not angry, I am so disappointed. And I hope that we will treat the House with the respect that it's due. Right. Let's start with the urgent question. Jonathan Reynolds.
To ask the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy if he will make a statement on government support for businesses facing rising energy prices.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to make a statement, and as you know, I'm a great believer that this House should be informed first. I was unaware of any precedent of a statement being made on a day set aside for taking the oath, and therefore unaware that your generosity would have allowed such a statement to be made. I would point out to the House that in my membership of the House, a statement has not been made by the government during the taking of the oath days set aside, nor was any statement made in 1952 on the last occasion when the oath was taken. So I apologise to Mr. Speaker.
Well, in fairness, what I would say is conversations would help overcome any of these difficulties.
And that's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I am very grateful, because I always think it's important that this House gets to know, and that your generosity in setting a precedent where statements can be made on the days set aside for taking the oath is, I think, a good one. But it is vital that businesses have the support they need to pay their energy bills this winter. His Majesty's Government is determined to grow the economy. We cannot do that if business becomes insolvent thanks to what is tantamount to blackmail by a malevolent state actor. His Majesty's Government announced yesterday that it will be providing a discount on wholesale gas and electricity prices for all non-domestic customers whose current gas and electricity prices have been significantly inflated by global energy prices. This includes all UK businesses and covers the voluntary sector, such as charities, and the public sector, such as schools and hospitals. The scheme will apply to fixed contracts that have been agreed on or after the 1st of April 2022, as well as to deemed variable and flexible tariffs and contracts. It will be applied to energy usage for 6 months from the 1st of October until the 31st of March next year. As with the energy price guarantee for domestic customers, in order to benefit from the scheme, customers do not need to take action. The discount will automatically be applied to their energy bills from the 1st of October. In terms of real-world savings, non-domestic users will start to see the benefits of the scheme in their October energy bills, which are typically received in November. The level of price reduction for each business will vary depending on their contract type, the tariff and the volume used. We will publish a review into the operation of the scheme in 3 months to inform decisions on future support after March 2023. The review will focus in particular on identifying the most vulnerable non-domestic customers and how the government will continue assisting them with energy costs beyond the initial 6-month period. A parallel scheme based on the same criteria and offering comparable support but recognising the different market fundamentals will be established in Northern Ireland. Those who are not connected to either the gas or electricity grid, equivalent support will be provided for non-domestic consumers who use heating oil or alternative fuels instead of gas. Further detail on this will be announced shortly.
Jonathan Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the new ministerial team to their posts? The energy crisis poses a severe challenge to businesses of every size, many of whom have been desperate for clarity and reassurance, whilst the Conservative Party spent much of the summer distracted by their own internal drama. On this side of the House, we spent that time arguing that the crisis demands a response that is commensurate with the scale of the challenge, paid for by a windfall tax on the excess profits that have accrued due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And while I welcome the government's Damascene conversion to freeze energy prices, we must all acknowledge for too many companies this news will already have come too late to save them. Businesses cannot plan on speculation and briefings, and it is regrettable that a minister who respects the role of Parliament chose to avoid parliamentary scrutiny and instead opted for a sparse press release and a short media interview. That is why we have tabled this question, to get the much-needed clarity on these plans that businesses desperately need. So can I ask him, what specifically will the review after 3 months be looking at? And what will the criteria be to determine whether to extend this support or not? Secondly, how will the taxpayer be protected from energy traders inflating prices, knowing the government will be picking up a substantial slice of those costs, come what may? Thirdly, what support will he be offering businesses in the long term to protect themselves from rising energy costs through efficiency measures and the transition to renewable energy? Can I also ask him to address the elephant in the room? Who's paying for this? The government says it cannot cost this package, but it's clearly expensive. This government says it can cut taxes, increase spending, increase borrowing and magically pay for that through higher growth that after 12 years in office has completely eluded them. This, Mr. Speaker, is fantasy economics and is a threat to British businesses and the financial stability of this country. So what can the Secretary of State say to reassure the country these plans are robust, responsible and fair, as well as sufficient to get us through the crisis and better protect businesses in the long term?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although we have been away for a few months and had a leadership election, the socialist record doesn't change. Tax, tax, tax and tax again. It is always the answer to every problem. So let me come to the specifics of the honourable gentleman's question. The 3-month review is taking place to work out who will need support to ensure that support is properly targeted. What is being done at the moment is an immediate response to an extreme crisis to benefit everybody, but not everybody necessarily needs the same level of support. But what we will do in the review is work out who needs the support. And if I can give some early indications, it seems to me that places like care homes are likely to need longer-term support, but that will be covered by the review. He raises the important question about how taxpayers will be protected. I have asked the Public Sector Fraud Authority to look at all our plans to ensure that whatever we are doing and our mechanisms for paying are as robust as they can be against the speed with which we need to act. It is really important to safeguard taxpayers' money. We are doing a number of things to help in the futures market, so that the Bank of England and the Treasury are going to provide some underlying capital for the futures market, so that there is a more reliable futures price rather than one set on very low liquidity at the moment. And we will legislate on an expedited fashion to ensure that anybody who commits fraud against this is protected against. The honourable gentleman raises the issue of transition. Gas is a transition fuel. The government's commitment to net zero remains, but we will need gas to heat people's boilers for the immediate future, and we need to get that as cheaply as we possibly can, using all our domestic resources. Beyond that, there are exciting plans for carbon capture and storage and for hydrogen, which I think present a very attractive future for this country. The honourable gentleman asks that this scheme should be responsible, robust and fair. It is all. It is responsible to protect business, it is robust to ensure that it can be rolled out quickly, and it is fair to our economy as a whole.
Julian Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's package. It's already having an effect in North Yorkshire. Angus Fire in the small town of Bentham have emailed this morning to thank him for this rapid intervention. But could I ask him, for rural areas like North Yorkshire, on the issue of off-grid, how quickly will businesses hear of the government's intervention for those customers?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his support, and I'm glad that businesses in his constituency are being helped already. I recognise the importance of giving support to those who are off-grid, those who are on fuel oil. It's actually particularly an issue in Northern Ireland, of which he has particular experience as a former Secretary of State. What we are looking at is the comparables, because the heating oil price has not risen as much as the gas price, and we need to be fair to all users, and we are working on that currently.
MP spokesperson Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And isn't it great to see the Secretary of State in this House rather than standing in the street filming a statement to the public surrounded by boarded-up shops and rubbish? What an unedifying spectacle for a man who believes in the preeminence of this here Parliament. But I'm glad he's here, because he's got some questions to answer, and it's about time that he did so. So how much will ultimately cost, including on public sector borrowing? And perhaps most importantly, can he explain to energy users in Scotland, energy-rich Scotland, where we produce more oil and gas than we can possibly consume, and where our gas generation, our electricity generation is made up from just 14.4% gas, why Westminster has failed us so terribly badly?
Mr. Speaker, what was it PG Woodhouse said about it being not too difficult to discern the difference between a Scotsman with a grievance and a ray of sunshine? As so often the SNP comes here on Thursday mornings with a grievance, and it's rather like old times, isn't it, Mr. Speaker, when I would have an hour on Thursday mornings to discourse with the Scottish nationalists about their general grumpiness, and I see that is one of the constants of British politics. He refers to rubbish in the streets of Westminster, and I would point out to him that as soon as an administration turns from Conservative to Socialist, the rubbish piles up in the streets, as I think it's also been doing with the SNP in Edinburgh. But this scheme is fair to taxpayers, will give support across the country, and as I said, we are having a review in 3 months to ensure that the support goes to those people who need it most.
Member Croft.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the discussions he and I have already had on steel? He clearly understands the industry incredibly well, and I'm very grateful to him. Can he confirm that energy-intensive industries will be at the forefront of government's mind when we do reach that point of review?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed. We are having meetings with British Steel, who will be beneficiaries of this scheme. It is really important that we don't burden business in this country in a way that it is not burdened overseas. We must support great British businesses.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from the honourable member's question about steel, the energy-intensive industries require co-investment and partnership with government in order to make the transition to cleaner, greener ways of making steel. Can the Business Secretary confirm that he's committed to co-investing with Tata Steel and our other steel makers to make that transition? And will he agree to meet with the all-party parliamentary group on steel that I'm proud to chair in order to set out the government's plans for this vitally important foundation industry?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and I'm in agreement with what he says. We are in discussions, my officials are in discussions with Tata Steel. I would be happy to meet him at any time, and I will make this offer to all honourable and right honourable members. I think it is proper that Secretaries of State make themselves available to all reasonable requests for meetings from honourable and right honourable members across the House.
Mark Harper.
Mr. Speaker, can I press my right honourable friend on the position of off-grid consumers? Around 40% of constituents in my constituency are off the gas grid, as indeed a similar number are in the Prime Minister's constituency. So this is very important. In the fact sheet updated yesterday, it suggested only £100 was going to be provided to such consumers, which doesn't seem like it delivers a comparable level of support. Can you update us when we're going to have more information? Secondly, do the electricity companies have an accurate database of exactly which customers are on the gas grid and which ones are not, so they're able to make those payments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the second point, people either have a gas meter or they don't, so that's relatively straightforward. As regards the first point, the price of heating oil has not risen by as much as the price of gas, and therefore the aim of government policy is to ensure equivalence, and therefore inevitably the support given for those on heating oil will be a lower actual amount than those connected to the gas grid, but that will give them equivalence.
Mans. Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. An aspect of this which hasn't really been talked about is the gas and energy consultancy companies. And in my constituency of Gateshead, we've got a higher than average proportion of energy consultancy companies based in the constituency and in the wider North East region. And the impact of the energy crisis is being felt really hard there. Hundreds of energy consultants' jobs have been lost in the last month alone in Gateshead, leading to an exodus of expertise and innovation that will further harm business in the future. Now, the government's announcement to cap energy prices for the next 6 months does nothing to promote the market competition between suppliers and leaves brokerage and consultancy companies sidelined. So, however, businesses will ultimately need to return to the market to improve energy contracts if they are to survive throughout 2023, unless, of course, the government intends to change the market model. So what plans does the government have to repair the energy market in 2023, and importantly, in the meantime, to actually support those businesses in the North East, or is it going to be more devil take the hindmost?
Order. The honourable gentleman's got to learn to ask a question, not make his own statement.
I wonder if the honourable gentleman might want to apply to the Backbench Business Committee for a debate on this subject. But what I would say to him is that the reason we are going for a cap on the wholesale price is so that the market should remain as open as possible, and therefore there should be opportunities for discussions with companies as to what the right level of price is at the retail level and all that goes between the wholesale to the retail level for the non-domestic sector. So I hope that's actually helpful to the honourable gentleman. Right.
Can I ask a stake for a point of clarification on park home owners in Winchester who obviously live under one business owner, the park home owner, and also people who live in homes of multiple occupation under one business owner? They were left wondering for a long time about the £400 rebate previously announced by the government. Where do they stand in respect of this new energy price guarantee? Are they being treated as businesses? Because if so, they're being treated as business units, not domestic units, which of course they are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend. It's an important question and something constituents of all of ours will be concerned about. We will legislate to ensure that the cut in prices is fed through to residents. So therefore people running park homes or running mansion blocks will have to pass on the benefit. That will be a legal requirement. As we look to the review, I think it is very straightforward to assume that park homes and mansion blocks will be at the forefront of those who need continued support because they are residential rather than business users.
Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orkney and Shetland already have the highest levels of fuel poverty in the country. We have no access at all to mains gas grids, so many more of my constituents rely on heating oil. My constituents are being quoted this morning £1.22 per litre for heating oil. It is pretty clear that the market in heating oil has failed. Why is the government not acting now to bring heating oil within the price cap mechanism?
The right honourable gentleman says the government isn't acting now, which isn't entirely accurate. The government is acting now to include heating oil. As I said, heating oil hasn't risen as much as gas. Obviously, we are working on the basis of the evidence that is available, and we are looking at the heating oil price.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome this statement. Across my Colne Valley constituency, I have many small businesses like play gyms, gyms, cafes in former textile mills. How can we make sure that their landlords, because they pay one fee for everything all in, are passing on the benefit of the programme that he's announced today?
Mr. Speaker, we will legislate so that landlords are obliged to pass on the cut in wholesale prices.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is still a lot of clarity regarding the government's energy support package.
for non-domestic users. Businesses, faith and voluntary organisations are especially worried in my constituency about the potential cliff edge that will come next April. It is not viable for organisations to plan in 6-month timelines. So there needs to be more clarity and certainty about the scheme. So will the Secretary of State set out what criteria is going to be used for those organisations come April next year?
Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what the review will cover, and the review will be published in plenty of time for the 1st of April.
Mr. Speaker, obviously across the House we welcome this package, and we've seen many similar packages across Europe as a whole. There's been a much firmer debate there in Europe about how we also constrain demand, particularly on the part of industrial users. We cannot subsidise consumption without actually also on the same time trying to reduce demand. Otherwise we're causing immense risk of blackout come this winter.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. The price signal remains very strong. Even with this support, prices have risen significantly, and I think it is fair to assume that non-domestic users will be rational actors in the market.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
To prevent households from being locked into years of fuel poverty, Plaid Cymru are urging his government to bring forward a street-by-street insulation programme to be paid for by a higher windfall tax on oil and gas companies. Businesses also need support with energy efficiency measures so that they too can permanently reduce their energy bills. Will he meet with me to discuss the FSB's proposals for help to green vouchers, which will support small and medium-sized businesses to afford energy-saving products and services?
It would be a pleasure to meet the Honourable Lady and to discuss matters that she would like to raise. The Government is committed to helping people with insulation projects. That's an important part of the Government's strategy, and she is right to raise it.
Miriam Cates.
Mr. Speaker, this support will be very much welcomed by businesses in my constituency of Penistone and Stocksbridge, particularly high energy users like steel. But the steel industry has suffered from uncompetitive energy prices for years. So as welcome as this short-term help is, can my right honourable friend confirm that he is looking at a long-term strategy for steel to make sure that our UK manufacturers can compete in the long term?
Mr. Speaker, I'm in entire agreement with my honourable friend. It makes absolutely no sense to make British industry uncompetitive against global industry.
Very Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, it saddened me to remind the House that we now have a Secretary of State for Business and Industry who's never worked in industry or in business. He's an investment banker. And can I tell him that small firms and big firms in Huddersfield will go bust with the energy levels, cost of energy this winter. And has he seen the front page of the Financial Times? This is a crisis for our country, especially in manufacturing. When will he do something? Wake up to his responsibility. Get out there in the country and talk to manufacturers.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the honourable gentleman who needs to wake up and pay attention to what has been announced.
Tomlinson.
Speaker, for many businesses, including Jungle Kingdom in my constituency, solar panels are a way to make a significant tangible difference in the long term, but they cannot secure the permission of their landlord. What measures could be considered to make it work for both parties?
My honourable friend raises an important point, that landlords and tenants need to work together to try and ensure that efficient sources of energy are achieved. Normally it will be in the interests of landlords to have solar panels applied, particularly if the tenant is volunteering to pay for them. So I think this is something where the market can probably find an answer.
Cat Smith.
Speaker, many small businesses in the Lune Valley and over Wyresdale in my constituency use heating oil, and whilst the price of this has not increased as much or as fast as the gas price, it has still increased exponentially, and many small businesses are really struggling to know how they're going to make ends meet. So can I ask the Secretary of State, how soon will these businesses get any clarification whatsoever from this government about whether or not they're going to still be in business at Christmas?
Mr. Speaker, the heating oil issue is an important one for her constituents, for businesses, and as I mentioned earlier, for Northern Ireland. It is therefore important that we make sure there is a proper equivalent scheme, and that's what we're doing.
Brereton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses in my constituency welcome very much these measures, and as a number of members have already said, energy-intensive industries particularly have been at the brunt of many of the issues that we've faced with energy cost rises. So will my right honourable friend look at particularly industries like ceramics, look at that longer-term support, and particularly look at how we can support those industries to invest in more efficient and energy-saving technologies?
Yes, this is a very important point for the ceramics industry, for the steel industry, and for other high energy intensive industries, that they want to move to more efficient means of production, and this may require some investment, and it's important that the government helps work on schemes to ensure that we have vibrant, efficient, profitable, and most importantly of all, globally competitive industries.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's announcements may have finally put a temporary brake on further terrifying price hikes, but it leaves huge questions unanswered, including what is the government's exit strategy? We need a proper solution to get us out of this crisis by reducing dependence on gas and upgrading buildings for the long term. Just yesterday, over 100 top businesses wrote to the government begging them for support for energy efficiency and large-scale industrial decarbonisation. Can he explain why they were so conspicuous by their absence in his measures announced today, and will he remedy that now?
Mr. Speaker, the businesses that write can implement their own energy efficiency measures. That's what businesses do. It's a sensible investment for them, because if they become more energy efficient, they will save cash on their energy bills. But I would also say what we need is more secure and cheaper supplies of gas. That's why we're going to issue more licenses. It's why we're looking at shale gas. It is really important that people have confidence that gas will flow through the pipes and into their boilers so that they can heat their homes during this and succeeding winters.
Mark Palsy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when they're facing very substantial increases in a key cost of operating, businesses across the UK have welcomed the measures, and particularly the speed with which the government has responded. I wonder whether the Secretary of State saw the remarks of Kate Nichols of Hospitality UK, who praised the inclusiveness of the scheme by bringing in both small and large companies and drawing attention to how this is actually going to secure jobs in the long term.
Indeed. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question, that it is fundamentally important that we had a rapid scheme that protected as many businesses as possible, because the increase is so extreme that on an immediate view of it, it was hard to see any business that would find conditions easy with this level of increase. And therefore we had to act quickly and universally, and I'm very grateful for his support and for that of the hospitality industry.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Will small charities that are not registered with the Charity Commission be eligible for this assistance? I'm thinking of those with an income of less than £5,000 a year that cannot register voluntarily and are not required to do so. Will they get help as well?
This proposal will help all non-domestic users. The only exception is the gas-powered electricity generation operators who will not get the subsidy for their electricity generation. All other non-domestic outlets will be benefited.
So Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this package for support to businesses and safeguard jobs in Runnymede and Weybridge. Of course, the current situation is exacerbated by an energy market that doesn't work, and the need for further investment in terms of nuclear and renewables. And I'm glad the government's consulting on the former and investing in the latter. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's public and private investment that's needed, along with a functioning energy market, to ensure we never have to face this situation again? Yeah.
Yes, my honourable friend's absolutely right. We need a better functioning energy market. There are real difficulties with the liquidity in the futures market at the moment. He's also right that we need a further and faster rollout of nuclear energy, and that is being worked on, and that offshore wind, which is going at a rapid pace, continues to be a major source of energy and a growing source of energy within this country.
Carla Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State has mentioned Northern Ireland several times throughout the course of the statement, highlighting that he is aware that a large number of small businesses in Northern Ireland rely on oil for heating their premises. Can the Secretary of State go further than just a throwaway line and confirm that the inadequate and insignificant £100 being offered to households for oil will be reviewed, and that the same figure will not be offered to businesses reliant on oil?
Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of Northern Ireland households are not on gas, and therefore it is fundamental to ensure that Northern Ireland is treated fairly and as a full part as it is of the United Kingdom. That is an absolute priority of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland does not have the price cap that applies in Great Britain, and therefore we will need to bring forward legislation to deal with the issues in Northern Ireland, which we will do as a matter of absolute priority to ensure that a scheme is up and running rapidly, and we are very conscious, as other members have raised, about the fuel oil issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the heating oil issue, 2/3 of my constituency live off the gas grid. I note what the Secretary of State says about being fair to all bill payers, but I would urge him not to fall into the trap that rural areas are wealthy areas. Fuel poverty in my constituency is a serious problem, and so far the only support that's been announced is £100, which will provide heating oil for just 10 days. It will not touch the sides. Can I urge the government to rethink on rural areas and heating oil?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and representing a rural constituency, personally I am well aware that there are areas of our countryside that suffer from fuel poverty. I would say to my honourable friend that it is all a matter of proportionality. That is what we are striking to achieve, and to get that balance right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A businessman contacted my office recently, extremely distressed, concerned about the future of his business. He does engineering, and he was talking about closing his doors for good and laying off 50 people. So I hope the Minister accepts that not only has the delay in hearing something from government caused emotional distress, but also an impact on the local economy, because businesses are not making future decisions for investment in workforce or in their business when they're not sure that they have a future. So bearing that in mind, will the Minister offer that greater reassurance by giving businesses long-term support to improve their energy efficiency?
A very significant package of support has been announced, and it's been brought forward as early as was practicable. I've mentioned that a review will take place, and the point of the review is to work out who is going to be in most need of that support.
Tom Hunt. Speaker, I very much welcome this package of support for business, like I did for domestic users. I was contacted yesterday, however, by a resident of Orwell Quay, and they've said they've experienced a 300% increase in the service charge to heat the communal areas. My constituent Alan wanted to know whether the government has a plan to support leaseholders in places such as Orwell Quay and Ipswich.
Mr. Speaker, we will legislate to ensure that the reduction in the wholesale cost is fed through to people who are in mansion blocks or for whom the energy is being bought centrally and then charged on a service charge. It is going to be a fundamental part of these proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Calder Millerfield in my constituency have been quoted a 345% increase in their electricity costs alone. While I appreciate what his plans may be to help them in the next 6 months, what can he offer them after the end of that 6 months? Because 345% increase in just electricity costs could put this business under.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises the point that I think was concerning MPs across the House of these extraordinary large rises, and that's why we've brought forward this package. I'm trying to give as much reassurance as I can without preempting the review. As I said, we have done this on a completely broad brush basis because at the moment that is the right thing to do. It is needed urgently. However, we do need to examine exactly who ought to benefit in a review and then have that announced in plenty of time for the 1st of April to see what level of support is needed for the longer term.
Simon Jupp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses in East Devon have already welcomed the support outlined by my right honourable friend, but as he well knows, the hospitality industry in particular will need targeted support after that 6-month period. Will he commit to continue to work with the industry and the all-party parliamentary group of which I chair on a wider package that will help pubs and cafes survive after 6 months?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to consider representations to the review from my honourable friend and from others regarding specific industries.
Chris Bryant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The trouble with announcing a measure which only lasts for 6 months is that local authorities are quite responsibly putting together their budgets for next year now. My local authority has said to me that if this is not renewed for next year, because they run swimming pools and leisure centres and care homes and schools and so on, it will be the single biggest blow to their finances in 50 years, and they would have to start laying people off pretty sharp. So will the Secretary of State make sure that local authorities are given plenty of advance notice on how their budgets can be protected for the next financial year?
Mr. Speaker, I've laid out when the review will be and that we will give as much notice as we can prior to the 1st of April.
Aaron Bell. Mr. Speaker, could I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, which I know will be welcomed across Newcastle under Lyme, both in our hospitality industry but also the brickworks at Chesterton, which is energy intensive. Does he agree with me that we must not be in this position again in future? Indeed, Western Europe must not be in this position again, and that will require investment not only in diversifying our energy but also in storage? And what will his department do to work on energy storage?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right. We must not be in this position again. That is why we want to ensure that we maximise our own domestic sources of energy and we look at long-term contracts with friendly nations across the world who are fundamentally more reliable. But yes, there is a great deal more to do, and storage is something that we are looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish Licensed Trade Association have said of the government's plans, when you look beyond the headlines, it doesn't live up to the hype, as this new scheme caps the wholesale price and pubs and clubs could be paying 200% to 300% higher bills than normal. The newly and extensively restored Foundry pub in Inverness has had to close its doors a few weeks ago, citing energy costs as a key reason during the Tory leadership vacuum. Does the Secretary of State accept that what he is offering businesses is too little, too late, and doesn't last long enough?
No, I wouldn't characterise it that way at all. I'd simply say that if Scotland were independent, it wouldn't be able to afford to do any of this.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anglesey is known as Energy Island. We have wind, wave, solar, hydrogen, and hopefully new nuclear at Wilbur. And yet we have one of the lowest GVAs of any constituency across the UK. Can my right honourable friend reassure my constituents that this package will help protect their jobs, but help bring much-needed new employment and investment and skilled jobs to Anglesey?
Mr. Speaker, that is something I would be extremely keen to see happen. I would also add that Innismore has a very high-energy dynamo as a Member of Parliament.
Clive Betts.
I just want to follow up the question raised previously by my honourable friend about local authorities' position. Come December, the Secretary of State for DLUHC will make a spending announcement about local authorities for next year. Would the Secretary of State agree that his review of energy costs should be incorporated into that, so local authorities get one presentation of what the future is going to look like, rather than a myriad of different ones not joined up together?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman is rather looking a gift horse in the mouth, that this is providing a very significant reduction in energy prices for the next 6 months, and a review will take place to see what happens next. Local authorities would be in a very difficult financial situation if this were not being done, but the government cannot responsibly commit to unended expenditure. It has to be done in a sensible and prudent fashion.
Speaker, I warmly welcome the package of measures my right honourable friend has set out, but as the number of questions this morning has indicated, the one area that does need more detail and, dare I say it, polish is the off-grid question. So can I urge my right honourable friend, when he looks to the detail of off-grid support for businesses and households, he doesn't treat it just as one, but looks at the disparity in pricing between oil and LPG, which are very different cost bases and need to be treated separately?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right. LPG has not risen as much as natural gas. And heating oil has not risen as much as natural gas either, but it is important to make sure that there is fairness for everybody. And bear in mind, some houses and indeed some schools are still dependent on coal for their heating.
Manira Wilson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's announcement provided very little certainty for schools and other public services. It simply pushed the cliff edge back by 6 months. Schools in my constituency are already facing difficult decisions about cutting support staff, for instance, but they also need help cutting energy usage. And this government shut down the school's energy efficiency loan scheme, which helps them to buy insulation and solar panels and so on. So isn't it high time the Secretary of State looked at reopening that scheme?
Mr. Speaker, I'd say on the first point that we are providing considerably more certainty than would otherwise be provided in a fundamentally uncertain energy market price. We obviously encourage people to look at ways in which they can insulate themselves better and are in endless discussions to ensure that we can have the appropriate programmes.
Davies.
Businesses across Grantham and Stamford will welcome the support announced this week. Lincolnshire's farmers in particular are facing increasing pressure owing to the rise of costs of inputs like fertiliser and energy. So will he assure me that he will remain mindful of the particular circumstances farmers face in the design of any future support packages?
Mr. Speaker, as I also represent an agricultural constituency, I am very conscious of the needs of farmers, which should be at the forefront of the nation's care and concern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In times of crisis, we have turned to our civil society. The arts now. We are expecting museums, galleries and theatres to provide the public with warm banks. These critical community and cultural organisations tell me they are facing combined challenges: falling donations and incomes, rising costs and the continuing impact of COVID. So can the Business Secretary tell us, what can he tell us to reassure these essential organisations that support for energy costs will extend for them beyond 6 months?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've already answered the question in relation to what happens after 6 months. There will be a review, and what is going to happen will be announced well in advance of the 1st of April.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this statement from the Secretary of State on behalf of the thousands of businesses, charities, but also the 63 care homes and 30 schools in Southend West. But when he comes to his review, would the Secretary of State assure me that he will keep in mind the particular needs of special schools, of which we have brilliant ones in Southend, Kingsdown in particular? They look after the most seriously disabled children. Their energy needs are much higher due to the feeding pumps and the hoists. Would he agree to sit down with me and discuss their special needs when he comes to his review?
I would be delighted to discuss this with my honourable friend, and in my own constituency we have the Fossway School as a special school which provides a wonderful and caring service to children in very great need.
Kim Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has mentioned that there will be support for the voluntary and charitable status. In my Liverpool Riverside constituency, we have a number of food banks and food pantries, and they're struggling to keep their doors open, and they're providing essential services for people forced into poverty. So can the Secretary of State tell us what level of support beyond the 6 months will be available to this very important sector? Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I have already answered several times the question on what will happen after the 1st of April.
Businesses in Hinckley and Bosworth were hugely grateful for the protection the government's put in place. There is one problem, though, with world events. What is the government's assessment of the risk of energy blackouts, and should businesses prepare for energy blackouts?
Mr. Speaker, there is a requirement for a study of that to be provided, and I believe a study will be provided in early October in relation to our energy security through the winter.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parts of Blaenau Gwent are 1,200 feet above sea level, and our winters can be bitter. So, will there be any extra help for families facing higher bills in constituencies with much colder weather than most? And also, will the government look again at the cold weather payment criteria as part of its upcoming review?
Mr. Speaker, cold weather payments is not a responsibility of my department, but I will ensure that his comments are passed on to the relevant Secretary of State.
Mr.
Speaker, like many other MPs, I spent the summer visiting small businesses and charities in my constituency, and what they all say is that they need to be able to make forward plans. For example, Foursquare, a charity in my constituency, run a hostel for homeless young people, a women's refuge, and they also fundraise from a large retail premises. And these soaring energy bills may affect their ability to keep the homeless hostel and the women's refuge open. And the fact is, it's simply not practical for them to wait 3 months for a review. They need action and information on the government's long-term plans before 3 months are up. So will the Secretary of State please seriously reconsider the timing here and listen to voices across the House urging him to do that?
Mr. Speaker, we have acted extremely swiftly to provide support. It is proper that this should be reviewed to ensure it goes to the right people. The timeline is completely reasonable, and it really does seem to me, Mr. Speaker, that people are looking for things, for a package that they broadly welcome, to harp on about.
Speaker, many businesses are negotiating contracts now with their energy suppliers. So what has he got to say to those businesses? Should they just negotiate just for 6 months? What is he going to do in all urgency to prevent this next 6 months just being a period when businesses run down to closing in 6 months' time?
Mr. Speaker, as I've set out, there will be a review and there will be an announcement giving people plenty of time for the 1st of April.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many churches and charities are going to be expending more energy over the coming months because they're providing warm banks in the constituency. So what additional support will they be able to apply for to be able to provide the resilience our communities need?
Mr. Speaker, this support is comprehensive across the non-domestic sector.
Ian Paisley.
Speaker, the Secretary has indicated the clarity that many companies now require in Northern Ireland, that legislation will now be required to assist businesses. That thousands of businesses in Northern Ireland are small and medium-sized enterprises. They actually can't wait now for legislation. So I'm wondering if the Secretary can now commit to an emergency instrument or provision before December of this year.
Mr. Speaker, this House, when called upon, can act remarkably swiftly. The intention is that we should introduce legislation in October and pass it by the end of October, and that it should take effect from the 1st of October to ensure that businesses in the whole of the United Kingdom, or non-domestic users in the whole of the United Kingdom, are helped, but that everybody in Northern Ireland should be helped as well. That is the broad time frame, and I hope that the House will cooperate with that timetable, because obviously that is necessary for expedited legislation.
Shalome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen so many big energy companies post obscene profits, while constituents, businesses, charities, schools across my Vauxhall constituency continue to suffer. Since the government was so reluctant to introduce the windfall tax, can the Minister please confirm how the government will ensure that the energy companies will be compelled to pass on this subsidy to their businesses?
Mr. Speaker, it of course depends what you mean by the energy companies, because the domestic suppliers have not been making enormous amounts of money, and indeed many of the energy suppliers went out of business over the last few months. So they haven't been making vast amounts of money. Some businesses have been making a lot of money. They pay very significant amounts of tax already, and it is really important that we don't assume there is some honeypot of businesses that can be raided. There isn't. We need long-term investment in this country to maximise the exploration and production of oil and gas to ensure that we have lower prices and sustainable businesses. That is not aided by putting taxes on at every opportunity, which the socialists always want to do.
The domestic scheme is based on a loan to be repaid out of future bills. If the business scheme is to be repaid in the same way, why would businesses not regard this as a tax rise deferred? And if it's not, is the Business Secretary really expecting it to be repaid out of general taxation by the rest of the taxpayers? Tax, tax, tax is what he said.
Economic growth, economic growth, economic growth.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. Can I again raise the plight of the hospitality sector? The Secretary of State will know they've been through a tumultuous time. Hospitality outlets are facing extortionate increases in their bills. Howard's Neighbourhood Bar, a small 60-seat bar in Denton, is facing their bills increasing by £2,000 a month. Wow. That is just not sustainable for them. Whilst this support takes them 6 months down the road, they will be worried about what happens then. I know the Secretary of State says there will be a review, but can he offer a glimmer of hope to businesses like Howard's Neighbourhood Bar that they won't face that cliff edge in 6 months' time?
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable gentleman asks a very fair question. I cannot preempt the review, but I think I can offer a glimmer of hope, because what we have to do in the review is see those companies that need the greatest support and other non-domestic users. I've indicated some of them. It seems to me, without going too far, that the hospitality sector is one that is at particular risk in this area. If you would like to make representations to the review, I will listen to them very carefully.
Lyndon.
As well as businesses, a number of housing associations have concerns about energy prices. In my small Glasgow's constituency, I've got over 15 housing associations, many of which have the unique tenement-style properties which are very difficult when it comes to energy efficiency. Would the Secretary of State be willing to come to Glasgow East and take part in a round table with local housing associations and understand the challenges that tenement properties in particular face during the energy crisis?
The honourable gentleman, as so often, raises a serious point, that we are very conscious of the issues facing social housing landlords, particularly that those which have some rather older housing stock that are the least energy efficient. And there are important things to be done in helping them make their housing more efficient, and there have been schemes available to do that. I'm not sure I can promise a visit, but I'd be delighted to discuss this with him further.
Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Care homes in my constituency are facing soaring energy costs, I'm sure the Minister will be aware, and they look after frail and vulnerable people, and it's essential that they're kept warm. I note the Minister's comments thus far on care homes, but can he give us an assurance that there will be a real focus on ensuring their ongoing financial viability?
Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a fundamental concern to His Majesty's Government.
Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to try again on local authorities, because I'm not sure the Minister understands that the review is simply too late. Too many councils already are facing budget holds. Luton Council, £10 million budget hold this year because of increasing energy costs, inflationary pressures and increasing demands. So has the Minister had any conversations with the Secretary of State for Local Government, DLUC, about the budget planning process? Because local authorities are required to produce medium-term budgets before April next year.
Mr. Speaker, the degree of certainty that is being offered is greater than there is in a normal year. Announced after the 3-month review has taken place in plenty of time for the 1st of April. Normally, local authorities are dependent on the vicissitudes of the market.
Patrick Grady.
Bars and butchers and other small businesses that I've spoken to in Glasgow North are already operating on the tightest of margins, and if they go out of business, that has a knock-on effect across the local economy. So the poverty rate spirals up rather than wealth trickling down. So what assurances can he give to these businesses rather than simply pushing the cliff edge further down the road?
Mr. Speaker, I think we've given a very substantial assurance this morning.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recess, I met with residents at Winlayton at the Winton Court Sheltered Housing Scheme run by Housing 21. And they explained to me how angry they were that they were not benefiting from the domestic subsidy. So can the Secretary of State tell me how he proposes to make sure that those people, most of them pensioners, are not hit by increased energy costs, are in no worse position than other residents?
So I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, who is such an assiduous campaigner for her constituents. And she's absolutely right that we have to ensure that these wholesale price cuts do feed through to the people that they're meant to benefit, and that will be in our legislation.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the government's failure to act quickly on energy costs, Smithy's Fish and Chip Shop, which had been trading for 38 years on Beverley Road in Hull, had to close its doors. Not just because of energy cost increases, but the price of fish has gone up 120% and the price of beef dripping 150%. So I'd like to know from the Secretary of State what more he's going to do to reassure one of the institutions at the heart of our communities, fish and chip shops.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to reassure people about fish and chip shops, which the Honourable Lady indeed is right to say are at the heart of our community, because they will benefit from this universal scheme.
Girl Monaghan.
Speaker, businesses in Glasgow North West can literally see the turbines that are producing Scotland's renewable energy. They are not feeling supported at the moment. So can the Secretary of State confirm that the businesses that are being supported most through this crisis are the energy producers, gas and oil companies.
Hear, hear. No, that's a complete misunderstanding of what is happening. What we are happening is all non-domestic users in addition to domestic users. We're protecting businesses and individuals and charities across the country.
Smith.
Lots of SMEs in South Manchester are still really worried. And can I make a particular plea for small and medium-sized bakeries like Martin's and like Barbican in Chorlton, my constituency, have been in touch with me, really concerned. Can he assure us that he's in discussions with those kind of energy-intensive small businesses? And can I just make a plea that that doesn't have to be for 3 months? I hope those discussions are going on now.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, all businesses will be benefiting, but obviously the more energy intensive the business, the more it will benefit from this reduction in wholesale prices. And as I've said, I'm very open to receive from honourable and right honourable members representations to the review that is taking place.
And McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the voluntary board of the Scottish Pantry Network, and our shops are significantly impacted by the rising energy costs. The Pantry Network exists for environmental reasons to stop food waste, but primarily it exists to provide low-cost fresh food for people who can't afford supermarket prices. To keep the food fresh, our shops have walk-in fridges and walk-in freezers, and they cost a lot of money to run. Does he not see the situation whereby some of those supermarkets that my constituents can't shop in, making massive profits, will be helped by this, but some of my pantry shops won't be, simply because they signed up to a contract prior to the 1st of April? Review, will he at least consider including all of those non-domestics that signed up to contracts before the 1st of April in the review?
Mr. Speaker, the major price rises in contracts took place after the 1st of April, which is why the 1st of April date was set.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last 12 years, the government has had the chance to act on energy supply and infrastructure. Businesses around the country have been saying to me, manufacturing businesses, that they are facing a 59% premium against the EU average for electricity. So why has the government not acted sooner, certainly before this energy spike, and actually ensured the security of UK businesses?
Mr. Speaker, it is very important for our economy that we have competitive energy prices and that we don't go out of our way to burden British business. I agree that the honourable gentleman is right to be campaigning for lower energy prices.
Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, the energy package announced today is fine, as late as it is and as far as it goes, and the Secretary of State has heard widespread concerns about a cliff edge in this support in 3 or 6 months' time. In view of the concerns raised today, will he give further and urgent consideration to additional support for energy-intensive business sectors such as manufacturing and hospitality, as well as longer-term support for investing in energy-saving measures?
Mr. Speaker, I think we've covered most of that already, and the answer is broadly yes.
Speaker Grant.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State admitted a few minutes ago that we've all known for at least 6 months that urgent and major government intervention is going to be needed. Why has it taken so long? And calling back his experience and knowledge of the way things work from his previous post, who does he think this House should demand come start dispatch box to apologise to our constituents for 6 months unnecessary delay?
Mr. Speaker, most energy is used during the winter. We've got plans ready for the winter.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker, now the Secretary of State acknowledged the importance of farming in response to an earlier question, but we know in terms of food supply it's not just farmers, it's factories and those involved in food production, and that's certainly the case in North East Fife. Further food inflation will only impact struggling families more. So although this short-term energy support is welcome, there are other issues for the sector such as cost of fertiliser, labour supply, etc, etc, etc. Will the Government commit to a cross-government strategy involving DEFRA, the Home Office, the Treasury and BEIS to ensure that we ensure our food supply for the future?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise what is going on with the cost of living more generally. Energy is a very important part of that, and helping deal with the energy problem will have an effect on price rises throughout the economy. The Bank of England, I think, is going to be saying something later on today, which is another part of dealing with inflation. But I accept her analysis that inflation is a very difficult problem for an economy to face.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his commitment and his help for all the different sectors across the whole of my community. I met a business on Monday from my community, employs over 200 people. It's a very energy-intensive factory business. His figures for his energy in a year are a six-figure sum on the large side. He needs help right away to secure those jobs and ensure that the future is secure for him and his company. Can I ask again the Secretary of State to clarify, please, will he qualify for that 50% help towards energy costs, in particular for electric?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the circumstances of an individual company, but if the company is on mains gas, it will benefit, and it will benefit from the 1st of October, and electric. It will benefit in Northern Ireland. Both gas and electric will be almost identical, for technical reasons slightly different, but same in effect as what goes on in GB.
We now come to the next urgent question. Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to make a statement regarding the lifting of the moratorium on shale gas extraction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be continuing on this theme. And indeed, the honourable lady is right to be saying to me that I need to find the right page, because I am having some difficulty in finding the right page immediately. But don't worry. Don't worry.
Secretary of State. Is there another copy we can send through? Have you got it? Order, Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for bringing forward his urgent question. And I'm glad to be able to announce that the moratorium on extraction of shale gas is being lifted, and a statement has been laid before the House to do this. As I was setting out in the previous urgent question, it is important that we use all available sources of fuel within this country. It is more environmentally friendly to use our own sources of fuel rather than to extract them from other countries and transport them here at great cost, both financially and in terms of carbon. It is something, therefore, that we need to revisit, and we need to revisit the seismic limits to ensure that shale gas extraction can be done in an effective and efficient way.
Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a case of the dog ate my homework, and it's hardly surprising. Let's start by taking his excuse for lifting the fracking ban, Mr. Speaker, that it will make a difference to the energy bills crisis. It won't, because gas is sold on the international market. The current Chancellor said so in February of this year, and I quote, "No amount of shale gas would be enough to lower the European price of gas." Even, Mr. Speaker, the founder of Quadrilla said the Secretary of State is wrong in an article published yesterday. So first, why doesn't he admit the truth? That anyone who knows anything about this subject says his claim that fracking will cut bills is nonsense. Next, let's come to safety. The 2019 manifesto, on which he and every member of the party opposite stood, said this, Mr. Speaker, we safely. They are lifting the ban, but they can't supply the evidence. And the British Geological Survey published today certainly doesn't do it. So, in the absence of the evidence, his approach is to change the safety limits. He says in his written statement laid before this House, tolerating a higher degree of risk and disturbance appears to us to be in the national interest. I look forward to him and his colleagues explaining his charter for earthquakes to the people of Lancashire, Yorkshire, the Midlands, Sussex, Dorset, and indeed Somerset, who will be part of his dangerous experiment. Let me tell the party opposite, we will hang this broken promise round their necks in every part of the country between now and the next general election. The Conservative manifesto also said, having listened to local communities, we have ruled out changes to the planning system. Does he stand by that promise? And how will he abide by the Prime Minister's commitment to local consent? The truth is, he doesn't get this. that you can't escape a fossil fuels crisis by doubling down on fossil fuels. Renewables are today 9 times cheaper than gas. The only way to cut energy bills and have energy security is with zero-carbon homegrown power, including onshore wind and solar, which his wing of the Conservative Party hates and he continues to block. For communities in every part of our country, today shows they can never trust a word this government says again. And he has shown he is willing to break his promises to support dangerous fringe ideas that put the interests of fossil fuel companies above that of the British people.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, there was plenty of energy in that, but it was, I'm afraid, more sound and fury that signifieth nothing. We know that shale gas is safe. It's safe in the United States and has been one of the biggest contributors to the decline in carbon emissions in the United States of any activity that has gone on in that country. We know, even if members opposite wish to ignore it, that seismic activity of 2.5 and below on the Richter scale takes place millions of times a year across the world. That our standards for ground-level movements, for construction work, are double those that have ever been achieved by any shale gas exploration in this country. There is a huge margin over what we allow for building work against what has actually happened in terms of shale gas. And the honourable gentleman seeks to deny the ordinary rules of supply and demand. He ought to be aware that when you increase supply and demand remains steady, you have an effect on pricing, and that pricing is always set at the margin, that the price of any commodity is set by the final user who demands that commodity. And if supply exceeds demand, then prices fall, and any increase in supply helps reduce costs. But there's another point. We have, all of us, constituents with gas boilers, and we are going to have them for many years to come. Do we really want them to be dependent on strange dictatorships that wage war in this world? Or do we want to have our own security, our own supplies? Do we want to maximise what we receive from the North Sea and what we receive from underneath our feet? This seems to me, Mr. Speaker, to be just good common sense. It is safe. It is shown to be safe. The scare stories have been disproved time and again. The hysteria about seismic activity, I think, fails to understand that the Richter scale is a logarithmic scale. It seems to think it is a straight arithmetic scale, which of course it is not. And bringing on this supply will bring us cheaper energy, which we need. That will help our constituents. It secures our supply, which will ensure that our businesses can continue to operate whatever the weather. This is of such importance, and it is sheer Ludditry, Mr. Speaker, that opposes it.
Well, Benson.
There's nothing Luddite about the people of Lancashire or of Fylde. And I just want to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, how disappointed I am that Parliament was not informed about this before the media, that as a local Member of Parliament I was not given the courtesy, despite having requested for 2 weeks, contacting the honourable member to get information via his PPS. I've sent letters, I've sent WhatsApps, nothing back. So, Mr. Speaker, can we be crystal clear on one thing? The Prime Minister of Manchester Hustings, it's a matter for public record, you can find the clip, made it crystal clear, no ifs, no buts, no caveats, that fracking would only take place in the United Kingdom where there was local consent. Crystal clear. So if the Prime Minister is to remain a woman of her word, a woman that we can believe in, which I believe she is, can the Secretary of State outline how that local consent will be given and demonstrated in my constituency of Fylde?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman would have heard my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, in her speech on energy on the 8th of September, saying that we were lifting the moratorium on fracking. So I'm surprised that he feels he wasn't informed, because that has been announced. We obviously want to work with local communities, and it is really important that the companies who seek to extract shale gas come up with packages that make what they're proposing to do welcome to local communities. That is of fundamental importance and is what the Prime Minister has set out.
Stephen Flynn, SNP spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that this particular political earthquake is absolutely bonkers. The UK faces two problems when it comes to energy prices and energy security. Let's be clear, when it comes to energy prices, producing shale gas will make absolutely no difference whatsoever. And when it comes to energy security, what this government could and should be doing is turbocharging renewables and creating a CFD for the likes of hydrogen to ensure that we have hydrogen boilers in the future, not reliant upon gas boilers of the past. But luckily, Mr. Speaker, in Scotland there will be no change, there will be no fracking whatsoever. We, unlike the Tories, stick to our word. And isn't it great to know that that will not change? But the one thing that will change is we'll be long gone from the shackles of this place by the time shale gas is produced in England.
Mr. Speaker, it's amusing to think that the economics of independence were all dependent upon oil and gas, and now they're not going to have any. So that doesn't seem to me to be entirely consistent. Using our national resources is a sensible and wise policy, and that is what this government is looking to do.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
There's been no moratorium on fracking for thermal energy, and it's continued apace at many sites. But the science is the same, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, except thermal energy has no seismic limit on it, whereas there was a 0.5 limit on shale gas, which made it almost impossible. It was a policy that was designed to stop any shale gas being extracted.
In Lavery.
Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State confirm what recoverable reserves of shale gas we have here in the UK? What percentage of that shale gas would be likely to be the demand, the global demand, or even national demand? Then how will this impact upon the global price of natural gas?
Mr. Speaker, we need to get on with the exploration and the test drilling to see how realistic the forecasts made there's a report in 2012 that sets out the potential for shale gas, which is very large, but the question he raises is the right one. How much of that will be realistically extractable? And that requires drilling to take place to find out.
Richard Holden.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, in the long term, looking to these measures to increase security and increase supply is incredibly sensible, not only just in terms of getting prices down, but also in terms of delivering energy security. But for many of my constituents still struggling with energy prices now, particularly those off-grid, can the Secretary of State just outline a few of those and where he intends to go further in that short-term support as well?
Mr. Speaker, I think that was the last urgent question that we discussed that, so I will ask the honourable gentleman to look at Hansard.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say I'm fascinated that the Secretary of State thinks that he knows more about the geology of the UK than the geologist who founded Quadrilla, who said quite clearly that the UK is unsuited to widespread fracking. But my question comes back to this issue of consent. The Prime Minister did say that fracking will only go ahead in places where there is support from the local community, which begs the question about why on earth he's even pursuing this idea, since there isn't any support from local communities. But how is he going to measure that, particularly given that this terrible and deeply unpopular decision coincides with the government's draconian new anti-protest laws?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to Quadrilla, the gentleman in question, I believe, left the company 10 years ago, so he's somewhat out of date in terms of the company, that he purports to represent. The current management of Quadrilla are in favour of this. I think local support is important, and one of the things the companies who want to drill for shale gas will have to do will come up with packages that are attractive to local communities, and that, I think, ensures that people actually get some financial reward from shale gas being extracted near them.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to press my right honourable friend further on this issue of how community support is going to be defined and measured, because I have many concerned constituents who want to know that they have a genuine route to rejecting fracking applications that don't have local support, and I'm still not clear what that would be.
Mr. Speaker, there are parts of the country, particularly in relation to nuclear, where local consent and support is very enthusiastic for the development of additional energy sites. So it is perfectly possible to measure and see local
people living near to the Altcar Moss proposed fracking site shook as a result of the tests that he referred to earlier. The Secretary of State said shale gas was safe, but his government paid compensation to residents living near fracking sites in Lancashire. This government's own report says little progress has been made in reducing and predicting the risks. When is he finally going to admit that fracking is a non-starter in this country?
Well, in relation to seismic activity, there is no particular similarity with that from mining, and that mining is not subject to seismic limits.
Sir Greg Knight.
Mr. Speaker, despite what he said, is it not the case that forecasting the occurrence of seismic events as a result of fracking remains a challenge to the experts? Is it not therefore creating a risk of an unknown quantity to pursue shale gas exploration at the public is not a currency in which some of us choose to speculate?
Mr. Speaker, unusually I disagree with my right honourable friend that it is all a matter of proportionality, and that, as I pointed out, the movement on the ground level that we have from construction is more than double is about double that we have had from any instance with shale gas. So we know what has happened before. There are not limits on mining. There are not limits on ordinary oil extraction. It is only shale gas that has these limits, and there is no evidence that shale gas is worse than any of these other activities. So I think on a balance of risks, my right honourable friend is not coming to the right conclusion.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I take it a bit rich from the self-styled minister for the 19th century that he thinks the CEO of Quadrilla is out of date. His manifesto said that we will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely. Exactly. The science has not proved categorically that it can be done safely. So he is reneging on his solemn promise, which all of them stood on, to the British people in 2019. This is not a legitimate thing for this government to do, is it?
Mr. Speaker, we must reiterate, or I must reiterate, that the former Chief Executive of Quadrilla resigned 10 years ago. He does not represent the company, and that is important, and the House would be put under misapprehension if it were to think that he were currently involved. As regards the last manifesto, I happily stood on the last manifesto because I had read the 2012 report that went through most of the myths against shale gas and showed that they were wrong and that the extraction of shale gas is safe.
Scott Benton.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will be aware of the strong objections which many of my constituents have to fracking. The Prime Minister has been quite clear in saying it will only take place if there is strong local support for it. However, this poses many questions. What is a local community and how do you define that? How do you ascertain whether or not it can command local support? And what incentives, if any, are going to be provided to local communities to have fracking imposed upon them? My constituents are understandably anxious about fracking returning to the Fylde coast. And so when will they receive an answer to some of these questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend asks a very important question, because it is important for the national interest that we have secure supplies of gas. That is something important across the House to all constituents. But this will affect some residents much, much more than others, and therefore it is only right that they are compensated and that they receive some that they will have. Now, I would say to my honourable friend that the majority of the inconvenience does not actually come from the extraction of shale gas, but it comes from the building of the shale gas well in the first place and the lorry movements that are associated with that. And it is important that people benefit and are rewarded for doing something that is in the national interest.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, what studies has the Secretary of State taken of the effect on aquifers where fracking has taken place that are deeply polluted and run well beyond the local community that he's seeking the support for to introduce fracking back into this country? Surely he must understand the dangers of this are going to be here for decades and decades to come, long after whatever small amounts of gas have been extracted, and it's future generations that will suffer because of this policy.
Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that I disagree with the right honourable gentleman. I would refer him to the 2012 report that was done that went through this and went through what had happened in the United States for comparison purposes. First of all, it found that the evidence on pollution of aquifers was not actually any good, that most of the stories were invented or were scare stories. But in addition to that, the UK has a very good regulatory regime. So the combination of ignoring the scare stories and decent regulation means that one can be confident that aquifers will not be damaged.
Robert Sims.
Could I welcome this announcement? It's one of the few from the front bench which actually will make us a lot richer if we pursue this. It will also make us more resilient in a very difficult world. But the key seems to me what advantage those communities that may be affected can get in terms of financial support. And has the Secretary of State had any discussions with the Treasury? Because it seems to me that if local people do give their consent, it's in the national interest.
I'm very grateful. My honourable friend makes exactly the right point, both ways round, that this is in the national interest, will make the country richer, but it's absolutely right that those affected should be rewarded. And to my mind, that is direct financial reward, not a theoretical one. The last time we discussed fracking, the idea was that communities would be delighted if they got £10 for the village hall. I don't think that's the right way to do it. It needs to be direct to the individuals who are affected, and I've had preliminary discussions with my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, but I don't have a formal thing to announce.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents in the northern part of my constituency are rightly concerned about the impact of tremors on their often older buildings, and they're worried about the impact of the extraction of coal bed methane through fracking on their rural way of life. Can the Secretary of State explain in detail, which he hasn't done so far, exactly the mechanism that communities will be able to refuse to allow their consent for coal bed extraction and shale gas fracking? Because compensation is not consent.
Yeah. Well, compensation and consent become two sides of the same coin, that people will be able to negotiate the level of compensation, and it will be a matter for the companies to try and ensure widespread consent by offering a compensation package that is attractive. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the other side, they howl and wail about this, because actually we're trying to use market forces. It's amazing, a Conservative government using market forces.
Andrew Bridgen.
Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree with me that we should have been fracking our shale gas 2 years ago, but we are where we are, and now the best available time to start is immediately?
Rubbish. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend says only 2 years ago. Why such a short time frame?
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's own figures show only 70% of the public support fracking. 3,000 people in Barnsley signed a petition against it. There is no local consent where I represent, and given the last round of fracking licences were in Yorkshire, how will the Secretary of State ensure that northern communities are not disproportionately affected by this outdated and dangerous way to create energy?
Well, it's definitely not outdated. It's a very effective and modern way of extracting energy. And what I would say to people is, do they want cheaper and more secure energy or not? And if the answer is yes, then fracking is going to be part of the answer.
Jerome Mayhew.
Speaker, the Secretary of State has made repeated reference to a 2012 report which identified considerable potential reserves. How significant might these be in achieving energy security?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. It is an important and fundamental question. The answer is that we need to do the test drilling first to see whether these reserves can be achieved in the way that the 2012 report hoped. But I can't give a firm commitment on that because we haven't done enough test drilling yet.
Amy Callaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coming back to the 2019 Tory Party manifesto, which each member opposite stood on, it states a moratorium on fracking would only be lifted, and I quote from page 55, unless science says it shows it can be done safely. A change in Tory party leadership is not a change in scientific evidence. Can the Secretary of State enlighten the House as to why the government thinks they are both above logic and above science?
Because all the evidence is that it can be done safely, as it is in the United States, and as the 2012 report that I've referred to many times indicated.
Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, I've been quite shocked, actually, by the Luddites on the bench who have been quite open in saying that they're going to weaponise this in a general election. So for those who fear the unknown, may I tell my right honourable friend that the 0.5 limit on the Richter scale is nothing compared to the 1.5 limit on the Richter scale, which Lichfield is currently enduring from pile driving for HS2. If we can live with that, though we don't really like living with that, Mr. Speaker, we can certainly enjoy the benefits from fracking.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an absolutely right and wise point that the motto of honourable members opposite for the next election is let's be cold and poor. That's really the prospectus they're putting before the British people. And as regards seismic activity, there are millions of seismic events of 2.5 or lower in the world every year. We should not assume that every seismic event is the San Francisco earthquake.
John Warren.
Mr. Speaker, lifting the cap on bankers' bonuses, whilst at the same time making it harder for working people to access benefits. Now lifting the safety limits on seismic events or earthquakes to you and me, whilst at the same time protecting, indeed subsidising, oil companies' excessive profits, as well as accelerating climate change. Doesn't this decision really show whose side this Tory government is on?
His Majesty's government is on the side of people who need energy, and of business that needs energy, and of an economy that needs to grow. The party opposite are in favour of no growth, coldness and high prices.
Paul Maynard.
Visit to Costa Coffee on Tuesday morning rivaled the House of Commons chamber this morning for the robustness of debate. There's plenty of opinions expressed. I sought to reassure constituents that they would have the opportunity to have their say because local consent was required. Listening carefully to the Secretary of State this morning, I have yet to hear any explanation of how local consent will be determined, indeed an absence of any reference to local consent. But let me try once more. Will my constituents be asked whether they want fracking or not?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said and the Prime Minister said, we will be looking to have the support of local communities. That is important. And there will be a responsibility for the companies, when they bring forward proposals, to work out how they can get that local consent. And it seems to me pretty clear that that will involve giving money to people to encourage them because they will want to have the benefit locally whilst they are doing something that helps the country nationally.
Paul Williams.
Mr. Speaker, in Wales we know the cost of dangerous fossil fuel extraction so that others remotely can profit. It's particularly acute today, the date of the Gresford mining disaster, where 266 men and boys were killed, 200 women were widowed, 800 children were left fatherless. The coal mine, owned by the Westminster and the United Group, who subsequently destroyed the safety records. Mr. Speaker, Gresford was mooted as a fracking site, and there the men killed remain, by the way, 2,000 feet down. Only 11 bodies were recovered, but mooted as a fracking site. So, will the Secretary of State confirm that he understands that powers on fracking remain with our Senedd and that he has no intention of trying to return those powers to Westminster?
Mr. Speaker, I am not seeking to upset the devolution settlement.
Craig McKinnon.
Speaker, even before Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, fracking had advantages because of the benefit for jobs, investment, tax revenues and the balance of payments positivity, which I'd rather was accruing here in the UK rather than sending tens of billions to Qatar and other places. Now, is my right honourable friend aware of the CO2 savings of domestic energy supply? It has been calculated that there are 5 million tonnes of CO2 emitted just for the LNG process of cooling, decasification and also the transport. That has got to be a moral outrage.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right that he takes his argument through logically, unlike many people on the benches opposite. That if we wish to reduce carbon emissions, we are better off using gas as a transition fuel that comes from our own resources rather than importing it. That must be true. And we have those resources. We need the transition fuel. Therefore, we should try and extract it domestically.
John Trickett.
Mr. Speaker, and today's panicky Trumpian announcement is brought about because of the failure of successive Tory governments who squandered the opportunity which coal, oil and gas, our indigenous resources, offered to transform our economy into a carbon-free economy. Will the Secretary of State now confirm that on his target list for fracking, those areas in the north and Yorkshire, which are often described as red wall, and can I finally bring this point to him, there is no local consent in those areas at all for what he's proposing this morning?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it will be important for the companies that wish to extract gas to ensure that there is local support and to come up with packages that make sure that that is forthcoming. It is important that local communities welcome the extraction of shale gas, and I think it's very likely that they will.
Stephen Trapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Faced with a Russian leader who uses gas supply as a tool of warfare, it is entirely prudent to examine again the viability of all of our domestic energy resources. But can I really encourage my right honourable friend not to lose sight of some of the other big, exciting potential opportunities opening up, for example, floating offshore wind power in the Celtic Sea? And would he meet with myself and other colleagues with an interest in the Celtic Sea to discuss what further steps he and his department can take to further those projects?
Oh, I'd be absolutely delighted to meet my right honourable friend to discuss this. It is something that the department is looking at. We are really enthusiastic about examining all sources. I think floating offshore wind is potentially a very good one. We want to see if we can expedite offshore wind projects so that they happen faster and that we get the supplies coming in. We need to be looking, and we are looking, and we're in discussions with other countries about how we can expedite carbon capture and storage and moving towards hydrogen. That the long-term issues are ones we are focusing on and dealing with, but we have many years of needing gas, and it's why I welcome so much my right honourable friend's support for this announcement.
Russell Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was this government that has made onshore wind less economical. It is this government that has made solar power and panels less economical. It is this government that blocked wave and tidal power in the Swansea Bay. It is this government that has failed to invest, and now they are trying to cover it up with a fracking giveaway that there will never be any local consent for. Will the Minister, and he's been asked numerous times, confirm that the people in local areas will get a say through a local referendum and it will be binding?
Mr. Speaker, this government's only been in office for about a fortnight, and though I know it's been busy, it hasn't quite managed to do everything that the honourable gentleman suggests. As regards local consent, I refer the honourable gentleman to the answer I gave some moments ago.
No answer. Mark Fletcher.
Speaker. I've listened carefully to the Secretary of State, and I have to say the local consent plans don't seem to wash. It seems to come back to communities being bought off rather than having a vote. So can the Secretary of State confirm once and for all if local residents across Bolsover who are concerned about fracking will get a vote to object to these schemes locally?
Mr. Speaker, I think I made it very clear that the companies will have a deep responsibility to develop packages that make the... It is really important that they succeed in that.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Ellesmere Port have already signalled their opposition to fracking. The planning application was submitted a number of years ago. The local authority rejected it. There was an appeal. Many local residents gave evidence against the application. After 3 years, it was finally decided that it would not be accepted. Today, Chester Zoo, big employer in my constituency, has stated that they're opposed to fracking. Many constituents are repeating their objections. So there is no local consent in Ellesmere Port and Neston. So can the Secretary of State send a message back to the fracking companies that there's no point in coming to ask because they will not get our agreement?
Mr. Speaker, ask and it shall be given, seek and you shall find. It is absolutely important that we try and get local consent, and that will require the drilling companies to be innovative in the packages they come up with. And we shouldn't be ashamed of paying people who are going to be the ones who don't get the immediate benefit of the gas but have the disruption. That is a perfectly logical thing to do.
At the beginning. Yeah. Jason McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just also ask once again how the Secretary of State will measure local consent? Because I have absolutely no confidence in Labour-run Kirklees listening to local wishes. They don't even distribute the Section 106 payments from planning applications to local communities fairly. How would we ensure that those impacted by any fracking wells get any benefit from it?
My honourable friend hits the nail on the head. It is fundamentally important that the cash benefits do not go to some faceless bureaucracy, but they go to the individuals who are affected. Actually, in the United States, this has made the extraction of shale gas enormously popular because people quite like improving their standard of living, and I think the same is true in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain exactly how the UK government deciding to get rid of the fracking ban aligns with their COP26 commitments?
Mr. Speaker, using our domestic resources, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, reduces our carbon emissions. It's really straightforward.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fracking is an outdated, dangerous and expensive way to produce energy that will not provide the clean, secure energy our country needs. In my constituency, an exploratory fracking site at Barton Moss needed a police operation which cost Greater Manchester Police £1.7 million in 2014, involved 150 police officers across 5 months. Fracking did not have community support, and Greater Manchester Police had to pay the heavy price of policing the demonstrations against it. Why is the government forcing this back on the community in my constituency?
Mr. Speaker, there's a war in Ukraine. We need security of supply.
Martin Docherty Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Secretary of State can advise the House what discussions will take place between his department and the Scotland office in enabling fracking in Scotland.
Mr. Speaker, I regularly have conversations with the Secretary of State for Scotland.
Murray Gardner.
This cannot be justified on environmental grounds, and it cannot be justified on economic grounds. The investment allowance will give gas producers 91 pence in every pound invested in new frack pads. Now, Warwick Business School calculates that fracking could produce 330 billion cubic metres at a maximum, about 100 billion therms. At today's spot price, about 20 minutes ago, that would be £289 billion. Given that the taxpayers are covering 9/10 of the investment, why should they not get 9/10 of the profit?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is making the argument for fracking. If there is that amount that we can get out, we should get it out as quickly as possible, and then we should ensure that it is distributed properly so that the people who are affected benefit, so that the companies who have invested benefit, and yes, so that the taxpayer benefits, because the oil and gas we get out of the North Sea has been an enormous benefit to the taxpayer and has helped us have energy security. So it is a beneficial thing to do. And as regards the economics is straightforward. Private companies will not invest if it's not a good deal. That's the basis of economics, and it's the right basis of economics.
Simon Lowe.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I'm sensing some tremors of dissent on the benches opposite. Fracking is expensive and dangerous, but it's also a disaster for our climate. Does the Secretary of State recognise that if every country matched his plans to extract every ounce of gas, the planet would warm by 3 degrees, spelling climate disaster? Does he not understand that this is a plan born of climate denial and economic illiteracy?
Mr. Speaker, this is an alternative replacement source for gas that we are going to use anyway. It is not increasing our demand for gas, and the honourable gentleman misses the ABC of economics.
Mick Whitley.
Yesterday, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Business Secretary confirmed that his departments will be reviewing the level of seismic activity that's permitted to take place at new fracking installations. Meanwhile, the government's energy security strategy pointed rules out lifting the draconian planning restrictions that were imposed on onshore wind by the Cameron government. Onshore wind is one of the cheapest, most popular and fastest to roll out forms of energy production available to us. Meanwhile, fracking, as the Chancellor himself has said, is hugely costly, with little to reduce domestic energy costs and risks inflicting immense damage on local communities and our precious natural environment. Will the Secretary of State concede that the government has got its priorities wrong?
Mr. Speaker, the thing we are lacking at the moment, most acutely, is affordable gas. And gas is the fuel that provides electricity at the margin. So when the wind isn't blowing and when demand is high, it is gas that provides the marginal unit of electricity. It is therefore fundamentally important to our energy security.
Mr. Speaker, the now Chancellor said only a few months ago that no amount of shale gas explored across rural England would lower energy prices, and indeed that private companies would not sell their shale gas to UK customers at a lower than the market price. So, Mr. Speaker, ruining why has he, in his first week of office, ended the moratorium on fracking, but not lifted the de facto moratorium on onshore wind?
Mr. Speaker, we need to get as much energy as possible, and fracking does not ruin the countryside. Fracking sites are actually surprisingly small for what they actually do. We have been expanding offshore wind very dramatically. That has been a very big component, and we are continuing with increasing renewables, but we still need that base supply that can be brought on when there is a surge in demand, and that is dependent on gas.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public will see this as a deceit because there's no economic or price advantage, as we've heard, to this, whilst also damaging the environment. The claim that the public will actually have some say in the consent of this will ring hollow to my community, where the District Council opposed a 5G mast, but it was overridden. So can he explain why he thinks that there is any advantage in this when we can't even put in onshore wind in Warwickshire? It's the only county, I believe, in this country where there is no onshore wind.
Energy security and price.
Currents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Secretary of State's constituency, North East Somerset, borders mine in Bristol South. It would be helpful if you could confirm that we're not expecting any fracking in the local community or any seismic events. Equally, in Bristol South, small and medium-sized businesses were innovative about green and future energy. They had the legs cut from underneath them in 2015 when his government cut the green crap. What assurance can he give businesses in Bristol South for future energy development?
Mr. Speaker, the subsidies that are paid, when they are paid, have to be reasonable and proportionate, and that we're finding that with some of the old contracts that we have based on the gas price for renewable energy, which has led to very high prices. That North East Somerset was the site of the old Somerset coalfields, which were a very successful part of the economy historically, and I think everyone in this country will have to do their bit to help with energy security.
Rivers. I wonder if the Secretary of State could placate the Luddites and publish the up-to-date evidence that enabled the government to U-turn both on the manifesto commitments and the previous Prime Minister's policy.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this is completely consistent with the manifesto commitment on the safety of shale gas. The reason why it has come to the fore now is because of the very high price increase in gas and the issue of energy security caused by Putin's invasion of Russia. And that is something that has fundamentally changed. And so, on the balance of arguments and practicalities, with a safe and well-proved technology, it is right now to extract shale gas as far as we can.
Thank you
very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the government security strategy in 2022 acknowledges, onshore wind is one of the cheapest and easiest renewables to bring on stream. But that same strategy is wishy-washy and lacks any drive for fast tracking of new wind generation. So will the Secretary of State now recognise the urgency of the current situation, revise the strategy, give onshore wind in England the boost it needs to complement the investment in wind that Welsh Labour has continued to promote in Wales, and therefore be able to reduce our reliance, the proportion being some 47% currently, of electricity that is produced from gas?
Mr. Speaker, what we do with renewables is still going to leave us dependent when the wind is not blowing and when there is a surge in demand on gas. And that is an important part of the strategy. So we are building up our wind supplies, we are building up our nuclear supplies, we have plans for more nuclear to come on. This is an important part of it. But for the transition, we still need gas, which is what this announcement is about.
Catherine West.
It's more fundamental that when a party stands on a manifesto promise, regardless of what it is, that it sticks by that. And that can he rule out today that this announcement, that this proposal is not linked to any donations which were made during the leadership election?
Balderdash.
Sir Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fracking takes huge amounts of water. We have just seen record levels of drought across the entire country, with drier summers predicted for the future. So in periods of drought, will Tory ministers be prioritising precious water supplies to people in their homes or to big fracking companies?
The water for fracking is primarily recycled.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State talks about fracking being in the national interest. The truth is that fracking is in the corporate interest, and that's why this government's pursuing it. This is going to do nothing to lower people's energy bills. Renewables are 9 times cheaper than gas. So at the time that we should be moving away from and ending reliance upon gas, isn't this push really about serving the interests of those energy giants, many of which have close links to his party? About time they act.
Speaker, what is the honourable gentleman going to say to his constituents when there is no gas going to their boilers to heat their hot water and to heat their homes? This ridiculous hostility to gas as a transition fuel is absurd.
Gabriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Onshore wind power it was effectively stopped by the Secretary of State's government, yet it's proven in the UK, it's cheap, it's ready to go now and provides zero carbon power, everything that fracking doesn't. So will the threshold for community support for fracking be as tough as that for onshore wind development, where one objector can stop it?
Mr. Speaker, regardless of the benefits of renewables, we still need gas, which is what today's statement is about.
Clive Betts.
The Secretary of State's admitted the environmental impact of fracking, the drilling platforms, the wells, and the lorry movements which are significant and substantial. The planning system is best placed to deal with these. So in 2018, the Select Committee did a report on planning guidance on fracking, where we concluded that fracking decisions were best made by elected local planning authorities. We don't know what the government's view is, because 4 years later, after that report, we still haven't had a response from ministers to the recommendations we made. Can I say to the Secretary of State, will he give an assurance that by the end of October, when we come back, the government will have responded 4 years late to the report we did?
Mr. Speaker, the Lord President of the Council and Leader of the House is present, and I think that's very much a business question. I would say I'll make sure it's passed on to her, but I hope that she will feel it has been passed on anyway.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to members on both sides of the House very gradually teasing out what the Secretary of State really meant when he said that compensation and consent policy of His Majesty's government.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is a wise and good man, but that point is completely fatuous. That paying people for inconvenience is a perfectly reasonable and commercial thing to do.
Steve Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is this won't provide any immediate relief for consumers. And when in Wales we've taken measures to try and support our energy security, it was the UK government that pulled the rug out under tidal power and tidal lagoons and has failed to make progress on Wilfa Newydd. Now, will you be absolutely clear? The Welsh Government has issued a moratorium on fracking. It's very clear, 1,900 submissions to consultation. Will he absolutely rule out attempting to undermine that position and that consent, that view from the Welsh Government?
Mr. Speaker, there's no plan to change the devolved situation, and I've said that already before, and it's not a matter for my department anyway, so I can give him that assurance. As regards tidal power, the costings simply weren't economic, and that has been a problem with tidal proposals.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State has talked a lot about common sense and about using our natural resources. So can you just explain to me why it is the government are not dropping the moratorium on onshore wind?
Mr. Speaker, we have had an enormous amount of offshore wind come on, and that is a very important part of renewables and has been a very effective way of getting very large quantities of power, and that has been the major concentration of government policy in recent years.
Jeff Smith.
Mr. Speaker, who specifically will be responsible for measuring and determining local consent for fracking?
Mr. Speaker, it will be a matter that will be dealt with in a governmental way, as is normally done when you are seeking to work out what consents are. There are perfectly proper processes for establishing the views of local communities.
Drew Hendry.
Speaker, fracking is the most unpopular and least effective way of producing energy and risks substantial geological impacts, and yet there is no evidence that it will reduce the price of gas. According to the government's own advisers, onshore wind, solar and hydro, including pumped storage, new cutting-edge technologies are all much, much cheaper and much, much safer and popular. Why does he dislike these technologies so much, and whose interests are being furthered by fracking?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is wrong to say I dislike those technologies. I actually think pumped hydro is a particularly interesting technology because it can be used with wind power to act effectively as a battery. So there is support for these, and we are discussing under this urgent question today, Mr. Speaker, shale gas. That doesn't mean that my department is not looking at all forms of energy. We need a wide range of supply, and we need security of supply, and we need to have cheap supply, or as cheap as we can get it.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents across the south of England are deeply concerned about the risks of fracking and indeed oil drilling. Why is the Secretary of State not listening to those concerns? And why is he also not listening to the concerns of the government's former chief scientific advisor and indeed those of the British Geological Survey?
Mr. Speaker, quite properly, the concerns of this House are being represented by members of Parliament, so they are being listened to by Her Majesty's government.
Cat Smith.
It appears that the only person
who believes that fracking will lower our gas prices is the Secretary of State. It's certainly not backed up by anyone in industry, and there's no question over the environmentally damaging nature of fracking. But one thing I think the Secretary of State is perhaps not aware of is the strength of opposition to fracking in communities like mine in Lancashire, where sites at Preston New Road and Rosica have seen a huge police presence just to manage the protesting. There is no public support for fracking. So I'd like to ask the Secretary of State if he can be very clear to my constituents in Lancaster and Fleetwood whether or not they will be given decision on whether or not fracking happens in Lancashire.
Mr. Speaker, a number of people have said that fracking is environmentally unfriendly. It is more friendly than importing LNG from abroad. It is a lower carbon footprint, and this is fundamentally important. And I'm well aware that there have been objections to fracking, but I would also note that there have been stories widely reported that some of the opposition to fracking has been funded by Mr. Putin's regime.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State recognise that he has now put his government in the absurd position of wanting to impose fracking on communities that don't want it, whilst not allowing onshore wind turbines where communities do want it? Onshore wind turbines are cheap, they are quick to erect, and they normally bring about cheaper energy bills for local communities. So will he please, at last, without reference to offshore wind and everything else that he's doing, will he please answer the question directly? Will he lift the ban on onshore wind?
Community consent is important, and the Honourable Lady is right to point that out.
Clive Efford.
Speaker, but only a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister quoted the Conservative manifesto when she said she was going to reverse national insurance because they had pledged not to increase it. So apparently that was a solemn pledge. But the manifesto also said there would be no fracking where there was no local consent. Apparently not a pledge. So can the Secretary of State tell us, will local communities be consulted before testing takes place? And who's going to pay the bribes? Will it be the taxpayer, or, as he says, the market forces?
Mr. Speaker, the Socialists don't like people being paid for things. It seems to me it's perfectly reasonable to pay people, and if you inconvenience them, you compensate them, and that will be part of the overall package if shale gas can be extracted.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the government aware that fracking is not only a broken promise to the public by the Conservative Party's 2019 manifesto, but it will not cut bills? It is a grossly unpopular method, and a method that will warm our planet. It is indeed wrapped up in climate denial.
It's actually none of those things.
Boris Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to the Minister that I've been listening very carefully to his plea for good common sense. I've always believed good public policy is made on good research and evidence of what works where. Nothing he said today, and indeed on our front bench, has mentioned energy from waste. Energy from waste works successfully up and down our country, in Sheffield, in Leeds, in Southampton, in London. And it not only produces good energy from waste, it also heats many, many homes in the community at low cost. When is the government going to actually look at that and stop diverting attention to fracking?
Mr. Speaker, I'm generally grateful to the honourable gentleman that that's a very important point. We do actually export waste, I think, to Denmark. For the Danes to turn it into energy. It seems to me it might be better to do it domestically. I think he's made a very helpful suggestion. I have already talked about it in the fortnight I've been in office, and if he wanted to make further representations to me on it, I'd be very open to hearing them.
Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State reassure me and my constituents in North Ayrshire and Arran that the pernicious and insidious internal market bill or any other sinister mechanism will not, under any circumstances, be used to impose fracking in Scotland against the express wishes of the people of Scotland and Scotland's democratically elected government?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, the UK Internal Markets Act is like the Koh-i-Noor diamond. It is one of the jewels of our constitutional settlement.
Margaret Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents will be extremely alarmed to hear the Minister's remarks about the exploitation of dangerous fossil fuels. They have made it abundantly clear to me that they care about the environment, they care about the next generation, they take climate change seriously. So I ask him, on behalf of my constituents, will he think again and ban fracking?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady refers to dangerous fossil fuels that people depend on for heating their water and heating their homes every day, that businesses depend on for being in business, that people put in their cars to get around the countryside. We need to ensure that we have a sensible transition. Gas is fundamental to that. Simply wishing the world to be a different world will not be a successful policy.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr. Speaker, Yorkshire is currently under a hosepipe ban because we simply do not have the infrastructure in place to provide the resilience for our water. And of course, at the same time, when fracking uses an exorbitant amount of water, this proposal does not make sense. So will he publish an impact assessment about our water infrastructure to ensure that there is resilience in the system before he even considers fracking?
The Honourable Lady raises a very fair point, and it does depend on the water company. In my area, Wessex Water have done a phenomenal job of ensuring that they didn't need hosepipe bans or get close to hosepipe bans because they run their system effectively. And I think the Honourable Lady is right to call upon the water companies to run their systems effectively, because it's hard to believe that the United Kingdom is actually short of water.
Andrew Gwynn.
The Secretary of State is well aware of the strength of feeling against fracking in those communities that are likely to have the applications made by the companies. He's also aware of how the planning system works. He talks about having common consent of the community. If the local authority listens to the community and refuses planning permission, the fracking companies have the option of appealing to the planning inspectorate. It is not within the remit of the planning inspectors to take into consideration common consent as a material planning consideration. Will he change the planning rules to ensure that's not the case?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman will know that decisions on planning by a Secretary of State acting in a quasi-judicial capacity.
David Linden.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister believes that fracking is so safe and should go ahead with the permission of local residents, can I ask by which date we can expect to see fracking take place in the sprawling country retreat of Chequers for the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that, geologically speaking, Chequers is a suitable place for shale gas. I think the question from the Honourable Lady, the member for Bristol South, was actually more apposite, because it may be more likely in my part of the world than in my right honourable friends.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few minutes ago, the Secretary of State mentioned hydrogen. And hydrogen, of course, is the perfect answer, because when you burn it, you get water. It's totally green and totally clean. Mr. Speaker, there are well-developed plans for the production and storage of hydrogen based on the Cromarty Firth. Can I cordially invite either the Secretary of State or one of his ministerial team to come north to my constituency to see what we're going to do?
Mr. Speaker, I could not agree with the Honourable Gentleman more. I think hydrogen is ultimately the silver bullet. I can see how you create it from renewable sources, because you have the wind power when people are not drawing on the electricity system. You use it as an effective battery, and it then can be, with some adjustments, piped through to people's houses to heat them during the winter. There are real opportunities with hydrogen, and we get some heckling from the Socialist front bench, and I would point out to them that everyone accepts that gas is a transition fuel. So to get to where the Honourable Gentleman wisely wishes us to go, we need more natural gas as the transition fuel. But the Honourable Gentleman is right, and I don't know that I can promise a visit in the short term, but I'd love to come in principle, and my ministers are like the greyhounds in the slips, waiting to get up to his constituency.
Patrick Railey.
Glasgow North don't want to see fracking anywhere on these islands, so ending what was in effect a UK-wide moratorium on fracking doesn't exactly speak to strengthening the union. But what my constituents would like to know is whether the Business Secretary actually believes that we face an anthropogenic climate emergency, and if so, how on earth a rush to fracking source fossil fuels helps to meet the climate and emission reduction targets we've committed to.
As my honourable friend, the member for Thanet, pointed out, using our own resources emits less carbon than importing gas. So therefore, if the honourable gentleman actually believes what he has just said, he should be supporting this policy.
Jim Shallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The shale gas extraction question today has shone the spotlight upon energy crisis, upon the Ukraine's war that Putin is carrying out against them. The others have referred to it, and I want to ask the Secretary of State this question. In relation to those who live close by, who will have their houses devalued, will have an impact upon their lifestyle, the Secretary of State has referred to compensation. No quantifying of the compensation has been made. Can I ask the Secretary of State this question? Will the compensation be a one-off payment for the value of their house? Will it be no energy costs? Will it be no rates? What does the Secretary of State understand that the compensation will be?
As always, the honourable gentleman waits patiently to ask a fundamentally important question, and I'm very grateful to him, and as always for his assiduous attendance in the House. How the compensation packages will be worked up seems to me to be something that will be really important to gaining communities' consent, and there will be different approaches that work in different areas and different settings, but they need to be the right approach to obtain the consent. So this is something that must be developed, and the honourable gentleman's views on how it could best be developed will be extremely welcome.
Thank the Secretary of State. Business questions, Shadow Leader of the House, Thangham and Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Leader of the House if she will give us the forthcoming business.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before I give the business, I hope you will permit me to place on record my admiration and thanks for all those who enabled the mourning of Her late Majesty to be so exquisite, including the actions of the general public. It was done so well, it was done with much love. We did her proud. Subject to the House's agreement of the motion on today's order paper, the business for Friday, the 23rd of September will be: the Chancellor of the Exchequer will make a statement on the government's plans for growth. Subject to the House's agreement, the House will then rise for the conference recess and return on Tuesday, the 11th of October. The business for the week commencing the 10th of October will include Tuesday, the 11th of October, consideration of an allocation of time motion, followed by all stages of the Health and Social Care Levy Repeal Bill. Wednesday, the 12th of October, second reading of the Identity and Language Northern Ireland Bill Lords, followed by a motion relating to the Procedure Committee's recommendations relating to proxy voting. Thursday, the 13th of October, second reading of the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill. Friday, the 14th of October, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 17th of October includes Monday the 17th of October, remaining stages of the Public Order Bill.
Leader of the House, Thangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business, and I would also like to join her in commending the House and member staff, as well as members across this place, who worked so hard, both with the lying in state and the tributes to the late Queen. I also agree, I think we did Her Majesty proud, and it was an honour to close the debates, the tributes, with the Right Honourable Lady. May I also commend her for the impeccable way in which she took up her role as Lord President so swiftly, becoming the first woman to proclaim a new monarch and do so with great poise. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Leader's response to my question 2 weeks ago about the appointment of a new government ethics advisor, and the Leader said then the Prime Minister would get round to it swiftly. Well, at least they're planning to appoint one. The government has been missing one for months now, so where's the urgency? Could the leader tell us exactly where this ranks on the Prime Minister's to-do list? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, an ethics advisor could have offered guidance to the Cabinet Office, who seem to think it's appropriate to assist the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip by commissioning legal advice on his behalf. Does the leader think that this, what looks like interference with the House Privileges Committee inquiry, was appropriate? Does she expect the member in question to repay any money that was spent by taxpayers? On legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't see any listing in the statement for legislation on the energy bills crisis, and there doesn't seem to be an actual bill yet. So can I ask if there's going to be legislation, when we will see it, and when we will actually debate and vote on it? On legislation that the government seems to be planning to bin in their bonfire of bills, the Prime Minister indicated the Bill of Rights and the Animal Welfare Bill will be scrapped. And the Business Secretary has apparently also told officials to stop work on the energy bill. Is there some clarity we could have here? Could the leader confirm if the government is planning to drop these bills? And while we're on broken manifesto promises, we are now told that there is no chance of a trade deal with the US anytime soon, despite it being a #1 priority in 2019, then a deadline of mid-21, and apparent significant progress last summer. And I do wonder who it was who was the Trade Secretary and then the Foreign Secretary who seemed to have messed this up so badly. I do also wish to ask about the swerving of scrutiny. The government yesterday, the Business Secretary yesterday, announced the fuel bill relief scheme before coming to this House, which, Mr Speaker, had specifically asked the new Prime Minister to not do as previous Prime Ministers had, and ministers. Now, instead of voluntarily providing a ministerial statement today, he's had to be dragged to Parliament to face questions. Could the leader have a word with him, please? The leader also announced that the Chancellor will make a statement tomorrow, a so-called mini-budget, yet members will only have what looks like a few hours to scrutinise it, and there is no accompanying briefings from the Office of Budget Responsibility. Just changing the name doesn't really change what it is or the need for those economic briefings. I have to ask, what is it the government is seeking to hide? Can she answer why we're only getting half a day? And why will there actually, in fact, be any economic forecasts made tomorrow? Madam Deputy Speaker, at the end of the day, politics is about choices. This Prime Minister is choosing to lift the cap on investment bankers' bonuses over putting money back into working people's pockets. She is choosing to back the fossil fuel lobby by lifting the ban on fracking over investing in renewable energy. She's choosing to make the British people pay for her energy policy with debt piling up into the future. Labour's plan to make sure people don't have to pay a penny more this winter would have been funded by a windfall tax on oil and gas companies' windfall profits. When it comes to choices, the Tories are choosing to side with bankers and oil and gas giants, while Labour is choosing to side with everybody else. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, can I start by thanking the Honourable Lady for her very kind remarks. It was a privilege to do the Accession Council. The government has set out very clearly what its immediate priorities are. The Prime Minister will get to the matter of an ethics advisor, but her priorities, as she has stated, have been ensuring that people in this country can see a doctor and a dentist. It has been, and you won't have to wait very long to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Health on that matter. It is about getting growth back into our economy and building a modern economy through supply-side reform. Again, the House will not have long to wait to hear about that plan directly from the Chancellor and can question him on the legislative programme that will follow. And clearly dealing with the cost of living issues, which are of major concern to both household and businesses. And we have had clearly the Secretary of State for Bayes' time this morning in talking through his proposals. Those are the government's priorities. We are acting on those. It was clearly right that we observed a period of mourning for Her late Majesty, but this week is the first opportunity we've had to bring these measures forward and present them to the House, and we are doing so. Those are the Prime Minister and her government's priorities. She raises the issue of the a trade deal with the United States. There is good news and there is bad news. Clearly, we would have wanted a tariff arrangement faster than the US is prepared to move, but we will continue to press them on that. The opposition can help us in that by outlining why this is a good idea for both the UK and the United States to their friends in the Democratic Party. But we have not been idle in the meantime. She will know that we have been pursuing state-level arrangements on non-tariff barriers to trade, removing those. We've signed 2. We have a further 25 states interested, and the first 8 we sign will be equivalent to 20% of the US economy. So that is the bad news. The good news is, at long last, the Labour Party are supportive of a trade deal with the United States, and I'm delighted to hear that. As with regard to handling of business, it is incredibly important that the House hears things first. We want to ensure that the House has the time it needs, both to question ministers in statements, but also time to scrutinise legislation. A wise man once said, "It is a fundamental constitutional right that this House should be told things first." That is the former leader of the House and the Secretary of State for Bays, and I will hold him to it. We have some major challenges facing this country because of the war in Ukraine, an incredibly volatile economy, and I do hope that we can take the mood of unity and cooperation that has been the flavour of this House in recent days and apply them to these problems together for the benefit of all the people we serve.
Sir John Redwood.
Will the government allow us an early debate on its growth strategy, which will be most welcome, so that Parliament can have an opportunity to put forward good ideas on obstacles and barriers to better paid jobs and more investment which still exist under our current panoply of law?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising these issues. Clearly, the Chancellor will be making a statement tomorrow, but he will know how to apply for a debate on all these issues. And it is very important that we are consulting and listening to businesses and our constituents. The best ideas governments have come from people who are doing those jobs, who are taking those risks and wanting to put growth back into our economy.
SNP spokesperson Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader for her statement. I, too, want to pay tribute on behalf of my SNP colleagues and myself to the staff of these Houses of Parliament for their exceptional work in preparing and carrying out the various ceremonies and duties required after the sad passing of Queen Elizabeth. They were outstanding. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome very much the content of the statutory instruments being debated this afternoon, tightening the sanctions against Putin and his supporters, particularly after his recent threats. I see recently, though, that US intelligence estimates over $300 million of Russian money has been ploughed into influencing politicians in more than 24 countries. Now, it's suggested this is just the tip of the iceberg. So can we have a debate in government time about thwarting possible Russian influence on UK politics to reassure the public? Isn't it extraordinary, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that despite only sitting a handful of times since the end of July and our constituents facing the biggest cost of living crisis in decades, members are about to trot off for conference recess rather than debating these problems fully here and now? And we can at least expect a short fiscal statement before then, elements of which have been trailed in the media. This government displaying its customary, almost casual disrespect for this place. So we've seen some of the rabbits the Chancellor likely intends pulling out of his hat on Friday, but so far they look awfully like leftovers from the discredited trickle-down economics theory, so beloved of the right wing, but which, as President Biden himself pointed out recently, has never worked. I hear, too, the government is lodging its Revocation and Reform Bill, or as it was formerly known, the comically named Brexit Freedoms Bill today. Now, I say comical, but the prospect of this House and the devolved parliaments being bogged down again for many months in secondary legislation as the zealots on government benches try to extinguish every trace of the EU from UK legislation, threatening protections for workers' rights and food standards, amongst so many others, is far from funny. Can she indicate when we'll have that come to the House for debate. And finally, it is no wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that data from the latest British Social Attitude Survey out today shows support in Scotland for the Union is continuing to drop like a stone, as more and more folk recognise that only independence offers them hope and a progressive future.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I thank her for her kind remarks to all those who contributed to the mourning of our late Queen. I know that the House authorities are considering how members can express their gratitude towards staff for what they've done, perhaps using the intranet to do that, so all staff can read how we feel and how proud we are of what they have done. Our Prime Minister has recommitted us at UNGA and sent a message to the world that our resolve towards Ukraine will not waver, that we will continue to lead the charge on combating Russian aggression, and that includes the financial measures that we have been pioneering and leading others on. That will continue, and clearly there will be time for members to raise this in the general debate today. I can reassure her that myself, the Chief and others have ensured that the time we have rightly taken to mourn Her late Majesty does not slow down our legislative programme. We are confident that whether it is on cost of living measures or on sanctions or any other matter, there will be no real-world delay to those measures being brought forward. She asks specifically about the EU retained law bill. We will bring that forward for first reading on the 11th of October, and we will continue to push and speed up the legislation, whether it is on growth or these other measures that we are bringing to the floor of the House. I would end by saying that I think all of the four nations of our United Kingdom have shown the strength there is in unity over the last few weeks. I think it has been the most tremendous event, a tremendous coming together and a tremendous welcoming of our new King, King Charles III. And I am absolutely confident that public opinion, and the strength of the United Kingdom will remain strong in all four nations of this United Kingdom.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend to her new role and join her in the tributes that she paid to the staff and others in this place who made the lying in state such a special occasion. She was new to the job and, I must say, acted with incredible dignity and grace throughout. As Chair of the Procedure Committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to her to come in front of the committee on many occasions during her tenure as Lord President of the Council, and also thank her for announcing that the Procedure Committee's report on proxy voting will be subject to a vote when we return from the conference recess. Can I ask her, could she confirm that there will be time for a debate on that motion, and also will we revert to the traditional way of voting on these matters, that this is a free vote and a matter for the House to decide?
Well, yes, I thank my right honourable friend for her kind remarks and can confirm that we will. We undertook to allow a debate on this. That is our plan on the 12th of October. Clearly, these are matters for the House, and they should be a free vote.
Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, Ian Mearns.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for the business statement, but and I know that obviously circumstances are completely beyond her control in terms of what's been happening over the last few weeks, but a significant amount of parliamentary time and backbench time has been lost. And obviously, so there's some disappointment that there isn't any backbench time in the first week back after the conference recess. So, notwithstanding and understanding that the government want to get on with their own agenda, could I just gently remind the Leader of the House that we do have enshrined in standing orders a requirement for a certain number of days of backbench time that we have to have. And can I also remind members across the House, we would still very much welcome applications for Westminster Hall debates, which we can allocate time for as the backbench business.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this. I know it is incredibly important to give good notice for not just allocating time, but also when that will be in order for his committee to plan. And I'm pushing to be able to give him some information in very short order.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend to her new responsibilities, and I welcome too that at the last Prime Minister's question, our right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirmed the government will be bringing back the online safety bill. Can I ask my right honourable friend two things? First of all, can she make sure that that happens urgently? This bill has been carried over once already, and there is a considerable need to get on with it. And secondly, and without wishing to cut across the first, can she make sure that if the tweaks that my right honourable friend the Prime Minister referred to that bill are to be more than cosmetic, that those of us in this House are able to see them before the bill goes to the other place?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising those two important points. I know that the new Secretary of State at DCMS is looking at the legislation she wants to bring forward with great urgency. She will have heard his remarks today, but I shall also write and raise these issues and ask her to get in touch with the honourable gentleman, who is very knowledgeable about these issues.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many households in my constituency have seen their energy bills going up by upwards of 500% as they're on heat networks which are not regulated by Ofgem. Now, the Energy Security Bill would make Ofgem the regulator and introduce a price cap, but there have been reports that the Prime Minister is set to either pause or scrap the bill entirely. So can the Leader of the House reassure this House and my constituents that that bill will not be scrapped and that a price cap will be introduced?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for raising those important points. Business will be announced in the normal way, but I'd be very happy to raise those points with the Secretary of State and ask that he contact her office.
Villiers.
We have an urgent debate on Hindu-phobic hate crime. Recent days have seen a number of appalling acts of intimidation and harassment directed against the Hindu community, including a violent mob targeting a temple and tearing down a flag with spiritual significance. And I think it is important that these disgraceful episodes are discussed by this Parliament.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising this, and we have all seen some very sad sights reported in the news of the tensions, and particularly in Leicester, which does not have, as a city, a history of that nature. It has a reputation for being a very harmonious place indeed. She will be able to apply for debates in the normal way. The policing issues are local issues, but I know that the Home Secretary is being kept informed, and all this, of course, has played out against that backdrop of national unity, which makes those events even more sad.
Vera Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker, may I join colleagues across the House in congratulating everybody who contributed to the outstanding arrangements of events in this House following her late Majesty's death. Madam Deputy Speaker, parents on universal credit who are full-time carers for children with life-limiting or life-threatening conditions rely on a series of additional benefits, but these stop immediately if a child sadly dies. It places a heavy financial burden and hardship on parents who are already suffering from extreme stress and grief, as has happened to one of my constituents. Will the government make time for a debate to discuss bereavement support for parents who have been full-time carers for children with life-limiting or life-threatening conditions?
Well, I thank the honourable lady both for her kind remarks about staff and others who enabled those amazing events to occur over the last few weeks, and also for raising this incredibly important issue. She will know that the new Secretary of State at DWP has held this particular aspect of that department's portfolio and has been very concerned with all aspects of bereavement and ensuring the welfare system supports people at the right time and is considerate to the grief that they are experiencing. The Secretary of State will have heard her remarks today. I shall make sure she does and raise them with her, and she can, of course, raise this issue at the next questions that arises.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week at the United Nations General Assembly, President Biden hosted the 7th replenishment conference of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB and malaria. Unfortunately, the United Kingdom government was not able to make a pledge. As a former International Development Secretary, my right honourable friend will know the impact that the Global Fund has had in relation to the eradication of HIV, TB and malaria, and therefore will she ensure that the United Kingdom government comes forward as soon as possible with a statement on its intention to contribute to that replenishment fund?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising the profile of the Global Fund, which does do tremendous work, and the UK has been a leader in ensuring that it does have the funds to carry out this work, which benefits particularly focused on. The Minister for Development restated during that replenishment conference the UK's strong commitment to that fund. We continue to be committed to it, and we'll be making an announcement on our pledge in the coming weeks.
John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House will be aware that there have been a number of hospital rebuilds in the pipeline for quite a long time, but the money doesn't seem to be forthcoming from the Treasury, and the hold-up's been going on for years. Now, there may be some reference to this in the statement tomorrow, but I don't think it's very likely. If there isn't, could we have a statement from either a Health Minister or a Treasury Minister?
You can have a statement from a Health Minister in nanoseconds. The Secretary of State will be at the dispatch box. The Honourable Gentleman should feel free to raise those issues with her. But if he has any difficulty in obtaining clarity around, he no doubt be interested in local schemes. I will, of course, assist him in getting those answers.
Maggie Throop.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Next Tuesday, the 27th of September, I'm holding the Erewash Jobs and Community Fair 2022. For the first time since the start of the pandemic, it's an in-person event with local and regional businesses attending to promote the job vacancies and apprenticeship opportunities that they have. Does my honourable friend agree that we must use whatever levers we have possible, such as job fairs, to promote the importance of having a healthy and productive workforce, and can we have a debate in government time to explore other levers that we can use to ensure that we have that workforce that we really need for productivity?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. We have a great track record in this area, very low unemployment, 2 million women in work than there were in 2010. We've halved the disability employment gap. And in addition to the work that DWP and other government departments have been doing, it is very much down to local engagement, things like job fairs. And I know, and I would thank the Honourable Lady for all the work she has done in her constituency to support her constituents, finding jobs, getting into work, sometimes for the first time.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, and can I also welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her new role. In light of the leaks to the media over the last few days, could we have a debate to find out why this government believes that to make the poor work harder or try harder, we should cut their benefits, but actually to get wealthy bankers to work harder, we should increase their bonuses?
Well, the Chancellor will be in this place tomorrow, and members will be able to question him on what his policies are, rather than speculating about what it has or has not been in the media. And I hope that Madam Deputy Speaker and Mr. Speaker would approve of that.
Sir John Hayes.
Deputy Speaker, since the death of Queen Elizabeth II, we have witnessed an extraordinary nation-wide, indeed kingdom-wide, response, a moving mix of sorrow at our loss, and celebration of a life of remarkable service, so that that mood is marked forever and remembrance can last for generations to come. A fitting national memorial needs to be established. Will the Leader of the House therefore agree that a statement be brought to this House on what form that memorial might take? For me, a statue on the final plinth in Trafalgar Square would be ideal.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his suggestion. Clearly, these will be matters that will concern many members, but they will involve other bodies outside of this House. But I shall certainly raise this with the Secretary of State for DCMS and ensure that she properly consults members on their wishes as plans are taken forward.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The evidence of the physical and mental health benefits of greater access to the countryside is overwhelming. Yet we only have a legal right to roam on 8% of English land and 3% of rivers. So could we have a debate in government time on the need to expand the Countryside and Rights of Way Act to cover rivers, woods and greenbelt? And will the government support my private member's bill published today that would succeed in doing exactly that?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for raising these issues. I hope, subject to the motions on the order paper today agreeing recess dates, to very swiftly be able to publish the next schedule of departmental questions to enable honourable members to raise these issues directly with the departments. But I thank the lady for making us aware of her private bill.
Caulfield.
Speaker, on page 33 of the Conservative Party manifesto, the government pledged to protect greenfield sites and prioritise brownfield sites for development. Yet in practice, planning inspectors are overturning local democratic planning authorities' decisions to refuse building on greenfield sites. Most recent is South Rose in Wivelsfield in my constituency, and we have Nolan's Farm in Plumpton and Mornings Mill in Polegate also facing a similar fate. Can we have a debate in government time about the commitment to the government's pledge in its manifesto and the promise made by the Prime Minister to the Father of the House most recently, and the role of the planning inspector in overturning these democratic decisions?
I call the Leader of the House. I do want to try to get everybody in, so it's quite important that the questions are brief. Leader of the House.
During the recent leadership contest, the Prime Minister restated her commitment both to empowering local people, but also keeping our promises in our manifesto. I hope that will give the Honourable Lady some comfort, but she will obviously be able to question the Prime Minister in the usual way, and her voice will have been heard today.
Barry Sherman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, welcome to the new Leader of the House. I look forward to meeting every week. Could she very quickly make a statement to the House about the welfare of the people who work here? Increasingly, the members of Parliament who are wearing air quality detectors are picking up that this is not a safe environment to work in. Something should be done about it.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this issue and look forward to our weekly meetings that he promises. I shall certainly take up the issue he raises with House authorities.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I warmly congratulate my right honourable friend not only in becoming Leader of the House, but Lord President of the Council, and in that latter capacity, will she urge the Privy Council not to agree to the proposed change in name of Linacre College, Oxford, to that of a Vietnamese billionaire who is proposing to give £155 million to the college? If we want to clean up this country from dirty money and dodgy donations, this would be a good place to start.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising this matter. I will ensure that the Department for Education will have heard what he says. I suspect that is the more appropriate and swiftest way of resolving the issues that are of concern to him.
Speaker, can we have a debate on the treatment of British citizens in Spanish prisons? Because my Livingston constituent, Jamie Lee Fielding, is nearly 7 months pregnant, has gestational diabetes, and despite having paid the fine the Spanish authorities in Tenerife are holding her, removing vital food and medication and breaching her human rights, she has a very short window to get home to have her baby. Will the Leader of the House press the Foreign Secretary to help get Jamie Lee home and meet with me so that I can do everything I can to make sure that she's safe, healthy and home as soon as possible?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for raising the plight of her constituent, and I will certainly do that. I will raise this with the Foreign Office and urge them to be in touch with the honourable lady.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join with my right honourable friend, the member for Chipping Barnet, in condemning
the violent attacks made on Hindu temples in Leicester and Smethwick only just last night. But next week, the Hindu festival of Navratri begins, and on the 24th of October, we will celebrate Diwali, and the following day, Hindu New Year. The Hindu community in this country are seriously concerned about their safety in going about their celebrations. So could my right honourable friend arrange for an urgent statement to be made by the new Home Secretary on what arrangements are going to be made to make sure that our Hindu friends and neighbours are able to celebrate their religion in peace and harmony as they've always done?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point, and as he stresses, this is also a very timely issue as well. I will certainly take that up with the Home Secretary.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, the government's £150 cost of living payments to disabled people started to go out. But unpaid carers like Katie Stiles have said that that amount won't scratch the surface of what is needed. Katie's husband, Mark Stiles, has a rare form of motor neuron disease and, like many disabled people, relies on equipment which uses electricity and on his home being kept warmer so he doesn't get chest infections. This is a widespread issue for disabled people and their unpaid family carers. So can we have a debate in government time so that we can raise these issues with ministers?
Thank the honourable lady for raising this important issue. It is a matter for the Department for Work and Pensions, but also for the Department for Health and Social Care. The Secretary of State for that latter department will be in the House shortly. She should raise that with her or in the usual way, but I shall certainly make sure both departments are aware of the honourable lady's concerns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with right honourable and honourable friends who have spoken in praise over the scenes that we've seen in the last extraordinary scenes that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, nowhere more so, of course, than in my constituency of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, when the world saw the community of Royal Deeside pay tribute to Her late Majesty as she was taken from Balmoral on her final journey. A lot of the ceremonial of those 2 weeks were organised by Lord Lieutenants across the country who remain unpaid. So I wondered if my right honourable friend would agree to a debate in government time on the Scottish National Party government's austerity agenda, which not only is slashing millions of pounds from education in Scotland and from local government in Scotland, but also tens of thousands of pounds from the budgets of the Lord Lieutenants who play such a crucial role in our national life, as has only just been proven over the last 2 weeks.
Well, if the Scottish Nationalist Party is clearly obsessed with issues that are of little concern to the people of Scotland in terms of their public services, their ability to access healthcare or get their bins emptied, or any of the other things that the party is dropping the ball on. But I do think that these services that are provided, that focal point for communities, and also the link to our royal family are incredibly important and should be preserved and cherished.
Ian Paisley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the House must be alarmed at what happened in Hong Kong on Monday evening when a citizen there paid respects to Our late Majesty the Queen and has been arrested under the sedition laws. I'm wondering if any representations have been made by this government to to the Chinese embassy here about that. It seems to be a terrible way to treat a citizen in Hong Kong.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising that appalling event that I'm sure will have dismayed every member of this House. I shall certainly ask the Foreign Office to contact the honourable gentleman to confirm what has been done in the wake of that.
Anna Firth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to also add my thanks to everyone in this House for the brilliant national commemorative events. May I take a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank those locally who worked so hard as well to make our local events in Southend West so dignified. The Mayor, the Council officers, community groups, church leaders, the police and the Scouts. Would I agree with my honourable friend who's asked for a national debate on permanent tributes to Her late Majesty? Would my honourable friend agree with Chalkwell lifeguards who are already suggesting a Queen Elizabeth II life-saving award in honour of their late patron?
Well, I will join with my honourable friend in thanking everyone across the country who did so much to enable all our communities to properly pay tribute and mourn the loss of our great Queen. She is gone, but her values still remain with us, and I think there will be a huge interest, not just in a permanent memorial to her, but also in many schemes that are strengthening our communities and bringing people together as she did in life.
Janet Davey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents in Lewisham East live in buildings with district heating networks. They are not covered by the energy price cap, with some paying 13 times the energy cap. Similar to my honourable friend from Battersea, I was alarmed to see reports that the energy bill, which could put in place regulation for heating networks, may be halted or dropped. Could the Leader of the House ask the Business Secretary to come to the floor to clarify the future of this legislation, specifically on this issue?
Well, I know many honourable members have put questions to the Business Secretary earlier today. I will certainly raise the specific issues that she does with him, but business will be announced in the usual way.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend share my deep concern about the decision of PayPal, the online payments company, to cancel the accounts of certain organisations, including Us For Them, who campaigned against the COVID lockdowns, and perhaps most ironically the Free Speech Union, who appear to have been targeted because of their views on sex and gender? As we move towards a cashless economy, these companies form part of the essential infrastructure of ordinary life. And will the government take steps to ensure that they cannot discriminate against individuals or organisations on the basis of perfectly legal political views?
So the honourable gentleman may have further information than I do about why the PayPal had cancelled the account and that facility from the organisations that he mentions. But from what I understand, the Free Speech Union and other organisations are also still in the dark about exactly why they have had those services removed from them, despite making great efforts to find out. And I think this is a common theme amongst our casework for many members in this House. It is trying to get an error resolved with firms. It is very difficult for people to speak directly to someone to try and get a situation resolved or make a decision about reorganising how they're going to, in the case that he raises, make those payments. I think that is a very good topic for a debate, and I would encourage honourable members who are concerned about customer services in some of these organisations to bring it forward and ask for a debate in the usual way.
Trish Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 6.7 million households across the UK already live in fuel poverty, with a current cap price of £1,971. Will the Leader of the House make a statement setting out if she believes an energy cap rising by another £600 helps householders such as those in my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran who already cannot afford to pay their energy bills, as well as householders who will shortly find themselves added to these soaring numbers in fuel poverty as a direct result of this new increase in the price cap?
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that we have acted swiftly to bring forward measures to help both households and businesses with the rising cost of energy. But this government is also going to address the underlying issues which are exacerbating the problem. One has been announced today, and the Business Secretary has answered an urgent question on it. And I would urge all members of this House to also concentrate on the issues which will help us increase supply of energy, as well as controlling the costs.
Williams.
Air ambulance is a vital service for many areas in the United Kingdom, but no more so in the rural areas of Mid Wales. The Welsh Air Ambulance is a great charity and very dear to my constituents' hearts, and something we support all year round. They're, however, reconfiguring the bases, and the air ambulance at Welshpool Airport that we're very, very proud of looks to be moved more north. Could I ask for a debate in government time around the funding and coverage of air ambulances, because this important service is incredibly important to rural Wales and we must keep it.
Hear, hear.
Just a quick reminder that must be brief. I want to get everybody in. Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this important issue. We often forget that this incredible service that is provided across the country by many organisations, there are in fact charities. It's right that local people have input onto how these services are running in that area, and he will know that as a government we have changed our treatment of air ambulances to ensure that they are able to financially thrive. But I thank him for raising these important points today.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the government still intend to bring forward legislation in this Parliament to amend, repeal or replace the Human Rights Act, or to constrain the independence of the judiciary by further restricting judicial review?
Well, all future business will be announced in the normal way.
Leila Moran.
Historic Boars Hill in my Oxford constituency is facing the prospect of a grossly inappropriate development. Peking University HSBC Business School, which is owned by the Chinese Communist Party, have submitted a planning application to vastly expand the campus at Foxcombe Hall. Now, the Planning Committee has narrowly approved the application, weighing economic benefit against the loss of the Greenbelt, but as far as I can see, the main beneficiary of any economic activity is the Chinese state and not the local area. Our hope now sits with the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, who has the right to call it in, but with recesses and no questions, many letters written, I'm desperate for a meeting with him and his officials to explain why this is the wrong choice both locally and nationally.
Well, I'm aware that the Honourable Lady has made a formal request for this planning application to be called in by for the Secretary of State's consideration. That may limit some of the conversations she might be able to have with him, but I will write to him seeking guidance from his department about what is the most appropriate way for the Honourable Lady to be engaged on this. And further to the comments I made earlier to my Honourable friend for the New Forest, she should also raise this with the Department for Education.
Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff has been interviewed by the FBI in connection with electoral bribery in Puerto Rico. So could we please have a government statement on this to consider if any UK laws may have been broken? The FBI interview has affected the Chief of Staff's security status, and whether the Prime Minister was informed of the FBI interview before her Chief of Staff's appointment was confirmed.
Well, I will refer the honourable gentleman to statements that have been issued on this matter. I don't think it is an issue that should be debated at length on the floor of this House. And I can assure him that everything that you would expect him to do is being done, but I don't think it is a matter for debate here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Council Trust figures this summer showed that 4 in 10 of those on universal credits were already skipping meals. Yep. Given that there is going to be another price hike in the next few days, does the Leader of the House expect to be timetabling in yet another fiscal statement, or does she expect our constituents to simply starve?
Well, I would suggest that the Honourable Lady comes to the House tomorrow and raises issues directly with the Chancellor. I know it is his intention to set out the plan for growth and how this will assist her constituents, and she will have ample time to be able to question him then and in the future.
Graham Morris.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about the government's commitment to transparency in the protection of whistleblowers. Whistleblowers like my constituent Paul Calvers have been left in limbo, suffering great stress, and many bereaved families are questioning the decision to appoint NHS insider dame Marianne Griffiths to lead the review into systematic cover-ups by the North East Ambulance Service. Can we have a statement or a general debate in government time on the protection of whistleblowers and on ensuring transparency in the public service so that we can learn any lessons that need to be learned? Thank you.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important constituency matter, which I will be happy to raise with the Secretary of State for Health. But he is right, we owe people who whistleblow a huge debt, and they need to be protected.
Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There used to be 2 trains an hour from Penge West and Annerley stations in my constituency to London Bridge. Now there are none. And from Sydenham and Forest Hill stations, the number has halved. Go via Thameslink tell me that due to a reduction of government funding in the 2021 spending review, they've had to cut capacity. But it's having a huge impact on my constituents, their ability to access employment, education and healthcare. So can we please have a debate in government time about support for regional rail networks?
Well, this government has done a huge amount to support not build new schemes and helping our towns and cities connect in ways they have not before. But I would also just urge the Honourable Lady that she may wish to raise this at the next transport questions, which is on the 13th of October.
Hugh Hendry.
Deputy Speaker, a number of my constituents have contacted me to complain that the Financial Conduct Authority have failed to protect them from false investment scams, including so-called mini-bonds. This is despite flags being raised, and the FCA has accredited and listed companies despite directors not actually being real people. The FCA rules are clearly unfit for purpose. Can we have a debate in government time on how to reform the rules and provide some genuine protection for those who have been targeted?
The honourable gentleman raises a very important issue, which I'm sure will be of concern to many members in this House. I would urge him to raise this at the next Treasury questions, which is on the 11th of October, but I shall certainly make sure the Treasury have heard what he has said today.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thousands of constituents in Cardiff South and Penarth live in blocks of apartments that are affected by fire and building safety defects. As well as needing to get the defects fixed, many of them are unfortunately facing spiralling insurance costs and also a failure to see the government's guidance to lenders being implemented by lenders and the ability to get mortgages and so on. Could we have a statement from the new Minister for Housing urgently, or one of the Treasury Ministers, so we can debate these important issues?
Well, I would by all means encourage the honourable gentleman to raise that matter with both departments, but also some of the issues he touches on are devolved.
The death of Mahsa Amini in Iran for allegedly breaking hijab rules was shocking, as was the Iranian authorities' response to the subsequent protests. Can we have a statement from the government on the support they are providing to human rights activists in Iran, including those who have to seek asylum here in the UK?
Well, I'm sure that all members of this House would want to echo the comments that the Honourable Lady has made. It was the most barbaric and appalling act, and has caused a huge amount of disquiet. Clearly there are repercussions unfurling now in Iran. I shall certainly make sure that the FCDO respond to the Honourable Lady's concerns, and I would encourage all members who want to put a spotlight on what is going on and to send a message to people who are struggling against a very repressive regime that we can apply for a debate in the usual way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House may be aware that there have been almost 3,600 cases of monkeypox in the UK, one of the highest in Europe. Experts, including British Association for HIV and Sexual Health, Terence Higgins Trust, National AIDS Trust and Prepster, have said without urgent action, monkeypox could be endemic in the UK. The public health response has been far too slow from this government. Can we have an urgent statement from the government so that we can get a grip on this situation and ensure that no one is left behind?
Well, I shall certainly make sure that the Secretary of State for Health hears what the Honourable Lady has said. The government clearly has done some things to try and, in particular, raise awareness and give health advice on this matter. But I shall raise it with that relevant department and ask her the new Secretary of State to get in touch with the Honourable Lady.
Chris Stevens.
Deputy Speaker, another couple of weeks have elapsed, so can I ask the Leader of the House when the government intends to lay down a second remedial order on bereavement support payments for cohabiting couples, given the courts decided 4 years ago these payments should happen, and will that remedial order be placed before recess tomorrow?
So I have raised this matter from memory with the relevant department, and I will follow that up and make sure that they're in touch with the Honourable Gentleman's office.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. Can I welcome the Leader of the House to her new position and urge her to use that position to secure a debate in government time on levelling up. It was the mantra of the previous administration, and those of us with local authorities that have bid for the latest round of the Levelling Up Fund, we're keen to be able to promote our schemes. I, in particular, want to promote Tameside Council's scheme for Denton. So can we get that chance?
Yeah. Well, I congratulate the honourable gentleman for doing precisely that this morning. He will know that the Prime Minister is still committed to this agenda, and he will have an opportunity tomorrow to raise any issues he wishes with the Chancellor, because clearly this is also about growth.
Alison Thewlis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a survey by Child Poverty Action Group has found that scrapping the benefit cap is twice as popular as scrapping the cap on bankers' bonuses. Axing the benefit cap, which has been frozen since 2016, would put an average of £65 per week in the pocket of families. Can we have a debate in government time on the importance of supporting struggling families in Glasgow Central, rather than the Tories helping their wealthy banker pals in the City of London?
Well, again, I would encourage the honourable lady to show up tomorrow and put questions directly to the Chancellor, but I would urge all honourable members not to get too excited about things they read in the press and wait till they hear what the Chancellor has to say.
Ergen.
A 1993 rule introduced by the then government said inheritance tax does not have to be paid on the transfer of assets from one sovereign to another. At the time, the then leader of the opposition, the late John Smith, asked, although it is accepted that assets held by the Queen as sovereign should not be liable to inheritance tax, will the Prime Minister explain why all private assets passing from one sovereign to the next should also be exempt? I think that this remains a legitimate question, so would the Leader of the House allow time for discussion on this matter?
Well, I think if the honourable gentleman would like to write to me with the specifics of what he is concerned about, I would be very happy to find the best way that we could raise this as an issue and give him some certainty so that he could apply for a debate.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's manifesto promoted levelling up, but now seems, without a mandate, to be pivoting their focus to trickle-down economics. Given the IMF has said that making the rich richer does not drive growth, and President Biden tweeted he was sick and tired of failure.
First of all, point to the fact that our support package, 37 billion, to enable people to cope with the cost of living, could not be described as a trickle in any respect. But I think that rather than a lot of commentary about economic plans, what the people of this country want to see is some action, and that is what they are going to get tomorrow, and I would encourage him to come to the House and listen to the Chancellor.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The sharp rise in short-term holiday lets over the last few years, and particularly the last few months, is fuelling the housing crisis in York, but also the cost of living crisis too. So could we have a debate in order to discuss the licensing which needs to be introduced to curb the industry and ensure that our constituents have the preference and access to housing?
I thank the honourable lady. I will certainly raise this with the relevant department, and when the next schedule of questions are published, I'd encourage her to come to the House and ask the Secretary of State.
Patrick Grady.
Speaker, I welcome our confirmation that a statement on the UK's contribution to the Global Fund is going to be forthcoming. But I wonder if we could have a wider debate on UK aid spending, particularly the pressures on the budget, given the decision to go from 0.7 to 0.5%, and particularly how we can make sure that support for Ukraine is additional and not instead of existing aid plans.
Yeah. Again, he has an opportunity tomorrow to raise these issues directly with the Chancellor. We have had fairly recent debates around the aid budget, but I'm sure that when the announcement, which is imminent, for the Global Fund is made, there will be further opportunities to question ministers about that.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Edenfield Centre Mental Health Unit in Prestwich, in my constituency, is due to be subject to a police investigation following a panorama investigation due to mistreatment of patients. Following these devastating announcements, would the Leader of the House be able to arrange for either a statement from the Health Secretary or to be able to arrange for a meeting with me so I can discuss these concerns moving forward?
He raises a very important point. I know that the Department for Health and Social Care has done a lot of work in recent weeks with regard to making sure that care settings for individuals are appropriate for them. And clearly this is an immediate case for the Honourable Gentleman, and I would urge him to raise this directly with the Secretary of State, and I shall make sure she is aware of his concerns.
President Oswald.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm grateful to members across the House who've signed my early day motion noting that. And it's unsurprising they've done so because this issue sadly affects every constituency in Scotland and across the UK. And while there have been improvements in outcomes for children with cancer, these have not been significant enough, and some treatments have not advanced in 40 years. Can I ask the Leader of the House, therefore, if we can have a debate in government time on how the UK government can support the improvement in and increase in levels of research, and whether members across the House will support Wear It Gold Day tomorrow to support Childhood Cancer Awareness Month?
Thank the Honourable Lady for raising awareness of that important day, and I'm sure all members of this House would want to support the aims which she sets out. The government clearly has done a huge amount in terms of advancing partnerships in life science between academic institutes, but also the charitable sector as well, reforms on shared intellectual property, for example, and we will continue to do that as part of our growth plan.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her new position and hope that the last few months of inertia will finally be behind us. Among the many important issues committed to in the Government's 2019 manifesto, but which we have seen scant sign of any progress on, is the long-promised employment bill. Can the Leader of the House therefore outline when we can expect to see this important legislation timetabled so we can end the race to the bottom in employment rights in this country, exacerbated by our current economic crisis?
Well, I would first of all challenge what she says about this country's record on employment rights. We have tended to lead the world and certainly lead Europe with regard to that. I'd also challenge her description of a summer of inertia. The very fact that on the first occasion possible we have brought forward measures on cost of living and tackling the cost of energy. She's shortly going to get a statement from the new Secretary of State for Health on our plans to assist health and social care, and also the plan for growth, which is being unveiled by the new Chancellor tomorrow. That has not just been pulled out of a hat. A huge amount of work has been done across the summer, including by the former Chancellor, the now Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and it will be announced in the normal way.
Well, I'd like to thank the Leader of the House for making time today to debate the situation in Ukraine. But in the last few weeks, we've seen escalation of military violence between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and also on the border between Kosovo and Serbia. We know that there has been some Russian involvement, although not directly, in these conflicts. Will the Leader of the House make time to debate wider conflict zones through Europe and Central Asia?
Well, I'm sure all honourable members will have been very disturbed by some of the reports of violence, but also violation of dead bodies, very, very horrific things. I shall certainly make sure that the FCDO are aware of members' concerns, and I would encourage him to put these questions directly to the new Foreign Secretary.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Verified videos by Human Rights Watch graphically illustrate the brutality and barbarism of Azerbaijan's recent attack on Armenia, showing an elderly Armenian civilian decapitated with a knife and his head mounted on the carcass of a pig, and the mutilated corpse of a female Armenian soldier with her eyes gouged out and replaced by stones. It should be noted, Azerbaijan is also backed heavily by NATO member Turkey, with one Turkish political leader stating last week, and I quote, "I remind you once again the Turkish nation has the power to erase Armenia from history and geography." So can we have an urgent debate in government time on illegal attacks by Azerbaijan on the democracy of Armenia, and a statement from the UK government condemning all those supporting these horrific actions and hate speech?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising, being the second member to raise these issues. I will certainly take this up with the new Foreign Secretary.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the National Education Union and the Mirror have relaunched their No Child Left Behind campaign, which calls on urgent action for child poverty. So can the Leader of the House call on the Secretary of State for Education to roll out free universal school meals to at least all children in primary school to prevent children from going hungry?
Yeah. I will certainly raise what the honourable lady says with the new Secretary of State, and I would also encourage her to put those questions directly to him at the next round of questions.
Catherine West.
Deputy Speaker, in light of the Bank of England's statement this morning that interest rates are to go up again, and in light of food inflation going through the roof and the burgeoning government debt which is dragging us all down, will the Leader of the House make it a priority for us to debate in government time how we're going to pay this debt back? Will it be our grandchildren, or will it be the grandchildren of our grandchildren who will be able to pay back the enormous debts which this government is accruing this week in its decisions?
Well, the honourable lady will know that the Chancellor will be here tomorrow to take questions from all members in this House. But in addition to the very considerable support packages that have been put in place for both households and businesses, the answer to the problems she raises is about getting growth back into our economy. And that is what this government is going to be focused on, and what she will hear from the Chancellor tomorrow.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that the Leader of the House shares my appreciation and gratitude for the life of service given by Her late Majesty the Queen Elizabeth. She was a lady of great faith and who greatly respected other people of other faiths. Will the Leader of the House enable a statement on what our government plans to do for advances in the rights of freedom of religion or belief and the interconnectedness of freedom of religion or belief to all human rights and its relevance to foreign policy and trade?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this important matter. Yes, she was not just a beacon for that within the United Kingdom, but also throughout the Commonwealth and the wider world. And I shall certainly encourage the Foreign Secretary to get in touch with the honourable gentleman about how we can continue the work of our envoy that we have appointed on religious freedom and the other programmes that the FCDO is doing.
Barbara Ferrier. Mr. Speaker, back in June, the Leader's predecessor joined me in congratulating a teen boxer from Blantyre in my constituency. Will the new Leader join me in congratulating young Jacob Naismith again after his historic win of the 46-kilo EUBC Schools Crown in Turkey this summer, making him the youngest competitor to ever do so? And can we have a debate in government time on the importance of local youth sporting groups in our communities across the UK?
Well, I'm delighted to be able to join the honourable lady in congratulating Jacob in his achievements in one of the toughest sports going. And I know that the new Secretary of State at DCMS is very passionate about the sporting agenda for particularly young people and children, and will want to ensure that we are building and bringing forward schemes to encourage physical activity and excellence in sport.
I thank the Leader of the House for answering the business questions. Statement, Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Therese Coffey.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased today to set out to Parliament our plan for patients. As the Prime Minister said on the doorsteps of Downing Street, she has three clear priorities: growing the economy, tackling energy security and support for households and businesses, and the NHS, with patients being able to get a GP appointment. Patients are my top priority, and I will be their champion, focusing on the issues that most affect them or their loved ones. Most of the time, patients have a great experience, but we must not paper over the problems that we face. We expect backlogs to rise before they fall, as more patients come forward for diagnosis and treatment after the pandemic. And the data shows, sadly, that there is too much variation in the access and care people receive across the country. The scale of the challenge necessitates a national endeavour. As we work together to tackle these immense challenges, I will be proactive, not prescriptive in our approach, as we apply a relentless focus on measures that affect most people's experience of the NHS and social care. Today, we are taking the first step in this important journey by publishing our plan for patients, which I will lay in the libraries of both houses. It sets out a range of measures to help the NHS and social care perform at their best for patients. The plan will empower and inform patients to live healthier lives, place an intensive focus on primary care, the gateway to the NHS for most people, use prevention to strengthen resilience in the health of the nation, and improve performance and productivity. To succeed, we will need a true national endeavour, supported by making it easier for clinical professionals to return to help the NHS, as well as drawing on the energy and enthusiasm of the 1 million people who volunteered to help during the pandemic by opening opportunities for them to help in different ways. That could be by becoming a community first responder, or by, for example, strengthening good neighbour schemes across the country. And we will also be exploring the creation of an ambulance auxiliary service. Madam Deputy Speaker, the plan sets out our work on the ABCD of priorities that affect most people's experience of the NHS and social care. First, ambulances. I want to reduce waiting times for patients and apply a laser-like focus on handover delays, so ambulances get back on the road and to patients where they are needed most. Our analysis shows that 45% of the delays are occurring in just 15 hospital trusts. That is why the local NHS will be doing intensive work with those trusts to create more capacity in hospitals, the equivalent of 7,000 more beds by this winter, through a combination of freeing up beds with a focus on discharge and people also staying at home and being monitored remotely through the sort of technology that played such an important role during the pandemic. In addition, when patients call 999, speed of answering is critical, so we will be increasing the number of call handlers for both 999 and 111 calls. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, the backlog, where the waiting list for planned care currently stands at about 7 million, exacerbated by the pandemic. This summer, we announced that we have virtually eliminated waits of over 2 years, and we remain on track to reach the next milestones in our plan. To boost capacity, we are accelerating our plans to roll out community diagnostic centres as well as new hospitals, and we will maximise the use of the independent sector to provide even more treatment for patients. As well as capacity, we are also getting more people on the front line, making it easier for people to work in and help the NHS. We know that people are leaving the workforce for a variety of reasons. We have listened and we are responding, addressing a number of these reasons. For instance, currently pension rules can be a disincentive for clinicians who want to stay in the profession or to return from retirement and help our national endeavour. Well, we will correct those pension rules relating to inflation. We will expect NHS trusts to offer pension recycling, and we will extend until 2024 measures that will allow people to stay or return to the NHS. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can announce that we will be extending the operation of the emergency registers for health professionals for 2 more years. This is, of course, on top of commitments to boost the health and care workforce, like our manifesto pledge to recruit 50,000 more nurses by 2024, and that will sit alongside the design and delivery of our forthcoming workforce plan. C is for social care. At the moment, one of the key challenges is discharging patients from hospital into more appropriate care settings to free up beds and help improve ambulance response times. To tackle this, I can announce today we are launching a £500 million adult social care discharge fund for this winter. The local NHS will be working with councils with targeted plans on specific care packages to support people being either in their own home or in the wider community. This £500 million acts as the down payment in the rebalancing of funding across health and social care as we develop our longer-term plans. I know also there is a shortage of carers across the country, We will continue to work with. And in addition, since last winter, we have opened up international recruitment routes for carers. We will support the sector with £15 million this year to help employ more care workers from abroad. We're also accelerating the rollout of technologies like digitised social care records, which can save care workers about 20 minutes per shift, freeing up time for carers to care. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, D for doctors and dentists. I'm determined to address one of the most frustrating problems faced by many patients: getting an appointment to see their doctor or getting to see a dentist at all. Starting with doctors, there are 5 steps that we are taking to help make that happen. First, setting the expectation that everyone who needs a GP appointment can get one within 2 weeks. Second, opening up time for more than 1 million extra appointments so patients with urgent needs can be seen on the same day. Third, making it easier to book an appointment. Fourth, publishing performance by practice to help inform patients. And fifth, requiring the local NHS to hold practices to account, providing support to those practices with the most acute access challenges and to improve performance. Clearly, clinicians are best placed to prioritise according to clinical need of their patients. In July, 44% of appointments were same-day appointments, but too few practices were consistently offering appointments within a fortnight. Now, to help free up appointments, we will ease pressures on GP practices by expanding the role of community pharmacies. And I'm pleased to announce that today we have agreed a deal for an expanded offer over the next 18 months. Pharmacists will be able to prescribe certain medications rather than requiring a GP prescription. As well as other measures involving community pharmacists, we estimate that this will free up 2 million appointments. We are also changing funding rules to give freedoms to GPs to boost the number of staff to support their practice. We estimate that this measure could free up 1 million GP appointments. For patients, we will make it easier for them to contact their practice, both on the phone, where we are making an extra 31,000 phone lines available this winter, followed by further deployment of cloud-based telephony, and online, particularly via the NHS app. And as I set out the House earlier, we will also correct pension rules so our most experienced GPs can stay in practice. And by extending the emergency register, we are creating opportunities for people other than GPs to undertake tasks like vaccinations. Now, in dentists, there are too many dental deserts. That is why we are setting out an ambition that everyone seeking NHS dental care can receive it when they need it. We've already started changing the dental contract to incentivise dentists to do more NHS work and take on more difficult cases. And I would like to pay tribute to my predecessors in this role for their success in beginning to tackle this long-standing issue. We will also be streamlining routes into NHS dentistry for those trained overseas so they can start treating patients more quickly. And we will make it a contractual requirement for dentists to publish online whether they are taking on new NHS patients. Madam Deputy Speaker, these measures across a number of important areas are the start, not the end, of our ambitions for health and care. They will help us to manage the pressure that health and care will face this winter and next, and improve these vital services for the long term. My priorities are patients' priorities, and I will endeavour, through a powerful partnership with the NHS and local authorities, to level up care and match the expectations that the public rightly have. Whether you live in a city or a town, in the countryside or on the coast, this government will be on your side when you need care the most. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State and her team to their new posts and thank her for advance sight of her statement. But if there were any evidence needed that this is a government and a party that is out of ideas, out of times and out of a clue as to the scale of the challenge facing our country, it is this statement. The NHS is facing the worst crisis it has ever seen. Patients waiting longer than ever before in A&E. Stroke and heart attack victims waiting an hour for an ambulance. 378,000 patients waiting more than a year for an operation, and that was the summer. We've gone from an NHS that treated patients well and on time when Labour were in office 12 years ago, to an annual winter crisis and now a year-round crisis under the Conservatives. But don't worry, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Health Secretary's got her grip on the key issues. She's not got an answer on the workforce, but she's sorted out the Oxford comma. I'm sure the whole country is breathing a sigh of relief about that. She promised a digital revolution in the NHS. Well, Conservative health secretaries have promised the digital revolution 17 times since 2010. Apparently, she didn't say that. She's not promising a digital revolution. Well, that's good news, because I don't think the staff slogging their guts out in the most difficult conditions in history will be particularly impressed by the introduction of new cutting-edge modern technology, the telephone. The NHS can finally axe the carrier pigeon and step into the 20th century. I'm sure they are absolutely delighted. Madam Deputy Speaker, these measures will not come close to ensuring patients who need to be seen minimal impact on fixing the current problems that general practice is facing over the winter. Not my words, but the verdict from the NHS Confederation on the Secretary of State's plans. Isn't that the truth? She says that patients will be able to get a GP appointment within 2 weeks. Her party scrapped the guarantee of an appointment within 2 days that Labour introduced when we were in government. And she made it clear this morning this isn't a guarantee at all, merely an expectation. And what is the consequence if GPs don't meet her expectation? Well, as we heard on the radio this morning, her message to patients is get on your bike and find a new GP. Are patients supposed to be grateful for this? And who will deliver these appointments she's promising? The 6,000 GPs her party promised at the last election but won't deliver, or the 4,700 GPs her party has cut over the last decade? And where will these GP appointments take place? Well, it certainly won't be in the 330 practices that have closed since the last general election alone. The Conservatives promising to fix the crisis in the NHS is like the arsonist promising to put out the fire they started. And if that weren't bad enough, the supermassive black hole at the heart of her plan is the lack of a workforce strategy. She has no plan to provide the doctors that our NHS so desperately needs. And despite her Sesame Street approach to politics with her ABCD plan, by the way, last time I checked, S was for social care, she's missed the N for nurses. Well, without a plan to tackle the staffing crisis, I say to the Secretary of State, you don't have a plan for the NHS. So what is she going to do about the 132,000 staff shortages in the NHS today? She talks about £500 million to speed up delayed discharges. Is that new investment or a re-announcement? She's right to say that if patients can't get out the back door of the hospitals because the care isn't there in the community, we get more patients at the front door and more ambulances queuing out the front. That's exactly where we are under the Conservatives today. But she misses the crucial point. Unless the government acts on the pay and conditions of care workers, employers will not be able to recruit and retain the staff they need. So what is her plan to address this? And Madam Deputy Speaker, patients will be concerned to read reports that after the Conservatives failed to hit the 4-hour A&E waiting time targets for 7 years, the Health Secretary is planning to scrap it together. I noticed she wasn't brave enough to say that today, but I hope she's not going to do that. Can she reassure the House and patients around the country that her response to the crisis in the NHS won't be to lower standards for patients, but to raise performance instead? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State is the third Health Secretary in less than 3 months. The faces change, but the story remains the same. There is still no plan that comes close to meeting the scale of the challenge. No plan for staffing, no real plan for the NHS. So it is clear, the longer the Conservatives are in power, the longer patients will wait. As Dr. Dre might say, time for the next episode.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank him for his warm welcome to me and my ministerial team. Just 2 weeks. It's just been 2 weeks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and forgive me. Well, in that 12 years, there are more doctors and nurses working in the NHS working in the NHS than ever before. We have record funding going into the NHS. The money that the government spends through the Department of Health and Social Care is around 40% of our day-to-day spending. And that is the reality of the Conservative Party investing in the long-term health of our nation. Variety of things. I can absolutely say there will be no changes to the target for 4-hour wait in A&E. I believe it matters. I believe it matters, and I'll give you a personal experience recently. Just in July, I went to A&E. I waited nearly 9 hours myself to see a doctor, and I still didn't get any treatment. I was asked to go back the next day, so I went to a different hospital just 3 miles away, and I was seen and treated appropriately. That's the sort of variation that we are seeing across the NHS, and it's why my approach, as we've only just last week, for example, from NHS Digital, started getting some data about what is happening practice by practice, so we can start to understand, start to use the experts in the local NHS to really prioritise how it is that we're going to help those patients who are not getting the service they rightly should expect, while at the same time giving the freedom to those other GPs who are doing a fantastic job in supporting patients in their practice. And that is why I'm not intending to be prescriptive, but I'm determined on behalf of patients to drive up the performance of those that need that help to do things better. Now, again, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of ambulances, I'm very conscious of that as well. And the Honourable Gentleman is right to say we have been in power for 12 years. And I'm conscious I've been working for a decade about improving these sorts of things for my constituents as well. Now, particularly focusing on ambulances, I thought it was particularly helpful to the House to learn the analysis that we've just done very recently, which does show that 45% of the handover delays are in a concentrated part of the country. But even then, I appreciate that's not good enough. And that I'm also of the understanding, while there's a similar number of ambulance calls being made, actually what we are seeing is many more Category 1 and 2 calls happening, and indeed our fantastic paramedics are treating more people at home without needing to take them into hospital. But nevertheless, that brings me the challenge on how we can do more to particularly help ambulances get back on the road so they can treat patients, but also to consider, just like many of the other emergency services, the extension of using volunteers potentially through an auxiliary service or indeed community first responders. In London alone, there are about 120 community first responders. I think I have more than that in my constituency in Suffolk Coastal. So it is about recognising that that million people who volunteer to help, we can find a way for them to help us during some of these particularly challenging times, as well as how the government will work with the NHS to try and tackle some of the fundamental issues as well. In terms of access to GPs at all, I'm conscious that when Labour was in power, they introduced that 48 hours. We were actually told by the NHS and by doctors, of course they met it, because I expect that was a part of their contract, but indeed what it meant was not necessarily better outcomes for patients in their practice. And indeed, they got into a practice of not booking appointments on a more regular basis, and it's important that we do that as well. So one of the things, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very conscious the plan for patients has only just been published, and I've deliberately tried to make sure that we've held important aspects today, like the £500 million adult discharge fund, for the interest of the House, rather than saying that before I came here today. But I can assure the Honourable Gentleman I'm very happy to continue to work in partnership with the NHS, and keeping that focus on patients, I think, is absolutely critical, as well as building on the existing NHS winter plan, developing that workforce, considering all the different plans and strategies that we need to be considered carefully as we set about the long-term improvements, which I think he will enjoy and want me to champion on behalf of patients too.
Chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the Health Secretary to her role, as I know it is the hardest job in government, but she has a zen-like calmness, which means that she is very well suited to the pressures that lie ahead. And there's much to welcome today, particularly including the pension rule changes, the additional funding for social care, the new powers for pharmacists. But could I ask her to rethink this new 2-week access target for general practice. If targets were the answer, we would have the best access in the world in the NHS because we have more targets than any other healthcare system in the world. GPs alone have 72 targets. Adding a 73rd won't help them or their patients because it's not more targets the NHS needs, it's more doctors. So when it comes to the workforce plan that she recommitted to, and I welcome her commitment to publishing it, could you tell the House, will it have hard numbers so that we know how many doctors we're going to need in 10, 15, 20 years' time and whether we're actually training them? And will she publish it before Christmas so that staff can at least go into winter knowing there's a plan for the future?
So I thank my right honourable friend, and I remember when I was a backbencher supporting him from the backbenchers in his passion for the NHS, and I'm absolutely committed to continuing that. In terms of workforce, I think my predecessors may have committed to publishing aspects or conclusions from the plan, but I want to assure him, now I have spent time focusing on the plan for priorities, there is already work ongoing about the workforce plan, and I will be hoping to make further elements today, working alongside my new ministerial team so that we can maximise that. But to give you, my right honourable friend, an example, one of the key things I want to do is to make it more straightforward for people, wherever they are in the world, as long as they have sufficient quality, to be able to come and practice in England. It's frankly, I was astonished to learn we can't even have people who are accredited in Scotland to come straight away and be dentists in England. And it's those sorts of things where we will be laying regulations the first day we are back after the recess, and that will enable the General Dental Council, as an example, to accelerate this sort of aspect of streamlining so we can make sure that high-quality doctors and dentists, where they were accredited in the world, we can take that into account and get them helping patients in this country more rapidly.
SNP spokesperson Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by extending my welcome to her new role for the Secretary of State and also to thank her for advance sight of the statement today. The NHS in all four nations, there is absolutely no doubt, is facing an incredibly different winter, with possible rises in COVID infections alongside winter illnesses and increases in slips and falls, all the while recovering from the dire effects of the pandemic and now an energy crisis. An inflation-busting uplift is vital to getting our health systems back into good shape, enabling them to get through this winter and to support those in need. It's been estimated that the cost of living crisis will add £3.7 billion a year to the cost of social care alone, with far higher rises across the NHS generally. So how does the Minister justify her government's prioritisation of bankers and tax cuts for the rich when investing in public services is more essential than ever? And will the Health Secretary support the SNP's call for an NHS uplift greater than inflation?
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman again for his welcome here, and as an example, I think one of the benefits of the United Kingdom is that we can learn from each other even when we have devolved NHS. So, for example, I think we are borrowing or copying the element about farming enacting in this country too. He will be aware that, of course, due to the Barnett formula, the amount per head of population is considerably higher for the Scottish NHS than or health money passed over. But, of course, it's at the discretion of the Scottish Government on how they choose to use that money in order to help patients. In terms of, I think, other aspects, he will be aware of our ongoing challenge that we want to work together as the United Kingdom in tackling global pandemics, and I look forward to working in preparation of that. He will also be aware that we accepted the reviews of the independent pay body in making our pay recommendations. But as an example that he's just highlighted, when the Prime Minister was on the doorstep of Downing Street, she did want to talk about growing the economy, because it's absolutely vital that we aren't just having managed decline, because that will be challenging for the United Kingdom as a whole. Secondly, and one of the things that was brought to me and which I worked on to make sure Obviously, the Prime Minister was already minded to make sure we had a generous package regarding energy bills, but to make sure that was extended to businesses and the NHS as well. And we have made that happen. So one of the biggest concerns that I was presented when we arrived is that people not being able to afford energy bills would worsen the situation. I'd like to think we've already addressed that. And as today, I've set out why it is important that we focus on the ABCD to make sure that patients get the service they deserve as well.
Jane Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I really deeply thank my right honourable friend for such an excellent statement today. These are the issues that are concerning my constituents, and particularly around primary care. And I very much welcome her approach of not providing a prescriptive solution to some of these problems, but in making sure that there is more access to data on waiting times, particularly for primary care appointments. Will she also look more carefully at whether patients are allowed to move surgeries if they find that they are not able to access those appointments on a timely basis, because otherwise the data she's producing will not actually have any actions for patients themselves?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend, and I agree with her that access to the GP is important. Right now, we're only, the only people obliged to, or we only publish data when it comes to the local NHS levels at the ICB level. That's why I want to go further with the practices. I know that my honourable friend, the Minister for Primary Care, the honourable member from Colchester, wants to try and make it easier for people to move practice. Of course, where people already have choice, that may be possible. But understandably, I want to just make sure right across the country that we get that fairly basic standard of provision for patients to be a very high priority.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The new Secretary of State had 3 paragraphs on care and not a word about care workers' pay. Yeah. And I'm absolutely gobsmacked, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to ask the Secretary of State if she's read the report by the government's own Migration Advisory Committee that says persistent underfunding of the care sector underlies almost all of the workforce problems in social care, and that higher pay is a prerequisite to attract and retain social care workers. So will she come back to this House with a workforce plan for care workers that finally, at last, gives them a decent pay packet?
Yeah. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady will be aware that, of course, people access care or work in care industry in different ways. That's why I'm very keen to continue to have a national recruitment programme working with DWP. Now, in terms of the £500 million I've announced today, clearly the local NHS working with local trusts will be in a position, and local councils will be in a position better to decide in a more differentiated way the best way to spend that money. Clearly in terms of buying packages, but also support for the sector. At the same time, I'll remind the Honourable Lady that since last year, we have changed the taper rate in universal credit, so people keep a lot more of the benefits that they may receive. But I'm also conscious that we want to continue to try and encourage people to come into the care sector, and that is a joint endeavour.
Damien Green.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend both to her new post and for her statement. I particularly welcome the Social Care Discharge Fund, but as she knows, the problems of undercapacity in the care sector, which filter through to the whole NHS, are not just a winter crisis, they are a chronic problem. And to that end, can I urge her to take seriously a suggestion from the leaders of the care sector, which I know is on her desk at the moment, that something equivalent to the Teach First system should be introduced in social care so that we can get some of the brightest and best young people to take up social care as a career in their early years of work. This won't solve the whole problem by any means, but it will be a significant step forward to raise the status of the social care profession.
Well, my right honourable friend is correct to raise this as a strategic challenge, which I'm confident my honourable friend, the Minister for Care, the honourable member for Harborough, will be looking at carefully. The Prime Minister has set out quite clearly she wants to see a rebalancing of funding within the health and social care system, recognising this challenge, and I'm sure that we will be making progress on how we achieve that, informed actually by how the £500 million fund is going to be spent and also the outcomes it produces.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I too welcome the Secretary of State to her place and for the ABC 4-page statement we got. But there were 2 letters really obviously missing, and that's the M and the H, mental health. She's the 5th Secretary of State in my 5 years in the House. In those 5 years, I've seen hundreds of desperate families trying to access mental health services for young people in Kent. Even an initial assessment can now take between 2 and 4 years to secure. Wow. Many young people are sent out of Kent to Leeds, Hertfordshire, Manchester, putting an additional strain on families already at breaking point. Please, 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 will the new Secretary of State help me and other Kent MPs get at least beds or assessments for our desperate constituents?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, in a statement, and indeed the plan that's published today, builds on many of the other activities already underway. For me, it was setting out priorities on how I think we can best help the majority of people in this country. I'm very conscious of the challenges. About mental health and provision. I've seen that myself locally as a constituency MP. What I will say is that my honourable friend who will be the Minister for Mental Health and Public Health will be focusing on this as an important aspect of that. Indeed, in her local situation, I think it's a case of trying to sort a meeting with the ICB to address how this will be delivered locally.
Maggie True.
I know my radical friend is committed to reducing the NHS backlog could be in her plan. Does she agree with me that it's far better for patients and productivity to prevent ill health, and that robust policies to tackle obesity, a condition which is proven to increase the chance of suffering from diabetes, cardiovascular disease and cancer, have an important role to play in addressing the B of her A, B, C and D? And will she commit to focusing on prevention as a key part of her strategy as we move forward?
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend who was successful in being a health minister. I'm conscious that, of course, ABCD is probably caught the attention of many people because I think that's aspects of real focus. But of course prevention is at the heart of what we do so that people don't need to turn to the health service at all for treatment. And that's why we will continue with aspects of the strategy in order to try and make sure that people have better care and have a strength and resilience in that, whether that be physical health or indeed mental health as well.
Sir George Howarth.
Could I, Madam Deputy Speaker, welcome the Secretary of State to her new responsibilities, which, as she's pointed out, are very challenging. Could I agree with her also that there are too many dental deserts? She'll be aware, perhaps, of recent BBC research which revealed one of those dental deserts is the whole of the Liverpool City region, where there is not one dental practice taking on new NHS patients. Can she give me some indication of what measures she will be taking, both short, medium and long term, to address this disgraceful situation?
I set out in the plan today about what we are seeking to do with dentists, and first of all, I think it's the role of the local NHS, the ICB, to be taking on responsibility, and I expect them to do so about that sort of provision. I think it's also a case of making sure that the contract, which I was alluding to earlier, we've started to make some changes, admittedly, only very recently, where instead of it being basically more profitable for a dentist to do NHS care on things like extraction or cleaning of teeth, rather than perhaps some of the more complicated elements, we need to make sure that more dentists are offering that NHS provision. I think there are some further features that in a dental practice, making sure that people who are qualified to use them to the full extent of their qualification in order to undertake particular sorts of procedures. So, for example, you will have people who aren't, if you like, full dentists, and they are trained to be able to undertake care of children. So there's different levels that we need to continue to go into detail, but I think practice by practice I'm going to have to work with the NHS locally a lot more in order to unveil that opportunity.
Obviously, we have many colleagues who want to contribute to this statement, and if we're to get everybody in, it requires brevity, please. Steve Brown.
Speaker, and I warmly welcome her to her role and wish all the best with it. Can I just touch on cancer with her? Her predecessor talked about a new cancer agenda. Is that in the offing? Can she give us any indication about that? And will it be accompanied by a genuine cancer workforce plan? And will it involve what the former Public Health Minister rightly mentioned around prevention in respect to obesity, our second biggest cause of cancer in this country, and obviously smoking, our biggest preventable cause of death in this country?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and the Prime Minister said at the dispatch box that we will be proceeding with the cancer plan. The other plans, of course, I will be looking at carefully with my colleagues, and indeed my honourable friend has agreed to meet my honourable friend in order to talk this through further.
Sir Stephen Timms.
Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the Secretary of State. We'll miss her visits to the Work and Pension Select Committee. I welcome her recommitment. To the 4-hour A&E waiting time target. I think she's right about the importance of that. She mentioned in her statement the forthcoming NHS workforce plan. When does she expect to be able to publish that plan?
Well, as I said to my honourable friend, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for his warm welcome, of course I will miss our interaction in DWP. I think as my predecessors have committed to conclusions of the plan to be published, I am still looking into this particular matter, and we need to still finalise it and develop it.
Heather Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend to her 2 new jobs, absolutely excellent. On behalf of the South Derbyshire residents, she may not know, but a 7th of all of the new houses that were built in England were built in South Derbyshire last year. Can she please use South Derbyshire as a pilot for rolling out more GP services and more dental services?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I appreciate her warm welcome to me. In terms of, the House will be aware that, in effect, GPs and indeed dentists are private, they're independent practitioners. But it is important. We've already seen reasonably good success with the NHS on getting primary care in terms of doctors into many of our wider, right across the country. I think there's a lot more to be done on dental care.
Daisy Cooper.
Deputy Speaker, this isn't a plan, this is an ABC of Conservative failures. GPs are now seeing almost 12% more patients than they were just 5 years ago. The GP sector is facing a retirement time bomb, and 1 in 5 patients can only see a GP for less than 5 minutes. Patients need to have more fully qualified GPs. The government set itself a target of 6,000 by 2024. Has it now just given up?
Yeah.
No.
Sir Edward Lee.
It's not the fault of successive Conservative Secretaries of State that every time they come forward with a plan, the queues just get longer. The NHS asks for more and more resources, and more people have to be imported from abroad. The fault is with the system. The last example of collective planning and socialist central control and ever more targets like today. It simply doesn't work. Will the Secretary of State, the Conservative Secretary of State, have an open mind to looking at the social insurance systems of France, Germany and Italy? Well, they can mock, but frankly, the health outcomes in these countries are far superior than ours. People are fed up with paying all their life and being at the end of the queue. It shouldn't just be the rich who can access private health care.
I understand why my right honourable friend makes the point, recognising that many other countries in Europe have that approach. However, that is not the approach we are going to take under this government.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents face intolerable delays in A&E or for an appointment or for referral for mental health treatment for an ambulance. Those who work in the NHS face plummeting morale, effective pay cuts and staff shortages. And her response is to aspire to a GP waiting time which is 7 times longer than Labour actually achieved. Isn't it the case that the NHS is not, has not been and never can be safe in Tory hands?
I don't agree with the Honourable Lady at all.
James Morris.
Madam Speaker, can I welcome the Secretary of State to her place? And as she considers her priorities, would she agree with me that we still need to focus on early intervention, particularly commending the programme, the Start to Life programme, which is designed to help young mothers in family hubs, that we shouldn't lose sight of that priority. We shouldn't lose sight of that priority as she tackles the other issues in the NHS.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend and indeed for the, what he undertook as Minister in the Health and Social Care Department. I'm conscious that the important care, and I'd be very happy to welcome him indeed with my right honourable friend who has contacted me today to undertake such a care in order to make sure that we do have important provisions, not just in the emergency services that we have, but also, as he rightly points out, some of the clinical care which needs an extended intervention to make sure that we get proper care overall.
Karen Buck.
For some years now, and at any given time, my local hospital has the equivalent of around 1 ward of patients who cannot be discharged because of the lack of social care for them. London has the largest shortfall of care workers of any region in the pay and conditions expectations in order to fill that shortfall of care workers and get our hospitals able to concentrate on new patients as they should.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the reasons I've decided to diagnose, in effect, what is happening care by care is really important. But nevertheless, more generally, of course, I'll be inviting the £500 million care fund in order to make sure this matter happens.
It may be helpful if I explain that I'm trying to call people in this statement who perhaps didn't get in the last statement first. Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. North Devon has a more elderly than average population with very low unemployment. Whilst warmly welcoming my right honourable friend's plan for patients, please can she detail how we can recruit the numerous vacancies we have in dentistry, pharmacy, nursing and social care, especially given the lack of affordable housing available, mostly driven by the surge in holiday lets and second homes?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can assure the Honourable Lady that she will be hearing from the local NHS in order to make these functions happen.
Diane Abbott.
I'd like to welcome the Secretary of State to her new role. I heard the Secretary of State say earlier that she wants to encourage people to go into social care. Does she appreciate that the main thing discouraging people from going into social care is the very low wages? And this is a particular issue at a time of a cost of living crisis.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this will vary according to the provision that's been there, and I'm sure that she will want to be careful and absolutely considerate in how she addresses the local NHS in order to tackling those patients who don't need to be in hospital today, in order to how we help them with some of the features that they enjoy.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Welcome the statement. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that though we're terribly grateful to people from overseas who are among the very best and kindest and most compassionate of carers, we must ensure that we grow our Indigenous workforce, and to do so there has to be financially competitive for them to work in the care sector. There must be a professional career structure open to them, otherwise we're not going to make any inroads into the 13,500 beds that are occupied at the moment by people who must not be in hospital, who need to be in homely settings in the community, and ambulances will continue to queue round the block, and frail elderly people will not get the care that they are entitled to.
Well, my right honourable friend is right to consider this in a broader scale, but of course with the local NHS we will be focusing on that. There are certainly different parts around the country where there isn't the same provision of where discharges are not happening to that capacity. Meanwhile, we have some parts of the country where they are extraordinary amounts, and that's what we need to focus on locally.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the County Council's network produced a statement which simply said there is a crisis in social care. It echoed the findings of the Levelling Up Select Committee. So the £500 million announcement by Secretary of State is welcome, but all it does is replace the funding stream that was cut in April to do exactly the same job. So when is the Secretary of State going to recognise the enormous financial gap that councils are facing and the poverty pay that is not attracting care workers into the sector and actually come forward with a real policy? If she wants the money, why not go ahead with the cut in corporation tax and use that funding for real benefits for people in social care?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will work dependently on local areas, and I'm conscious that he, as the chair of the Select Committee, to take a broad brush, but I think it's important that we have a local NHS to achieve that.
Ruth Edwards.
You welcome my right honourable friend's statement, and it's been great to see how elective surgery hubs around the country are helping to tackle the backlog. However, we are yet to have one in Nottinghamshire. So could I ask my right honourable friend to look kindly on Nottinghamshire's bid for a new elective surgery hub, and would she meet with me to hear the many merits of its case?
Well, my honourable friend is right to appreciate that. I think it's fair to say we haven't responded that, but I know that my honourable ministers will be taking advantage of that very nearly soon.
Judith Cummins.
1 out of 10 dental practices in England not accepting new NHS patients, and with over 2,000 dentists leaving the NHS in the last year alone, NHS dentistry is in crisis. So whilst today's small changes alongside the minor tweaks announced back in July are welcome, they are underwhelming given the scale of the crisis. So when will the Secretary of State complete the full contract reform with prevention at its heart so my constituents can access an NHS dentist when they need to?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I completely agree with her. It is a real problem. We've started doing some changes already, and we need to do that in more detail right across the country. But my honourable friend, the Minister, will be looking into that more intensively.
Mark Harper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in Gloucestershire, the lack of ability to discharge people from hospital because of inadequate social care is the primary reason why we have ambulances queuing. So I welcome the Adult Social Care Discharge Fund that the Secretary of State has announced. Can she set out how the £500 million is going to be allocated so Gloucestershire's local NHS will know how much it can expect so that it can work with Gloucestershire County Council to improve matters for my constituents?
Well, my right honourable friend is correct to raise this. I think it's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we will still be working in detail on where that will be allocated right across the country.
Tim Farron.
Deputy Speaker, 41% of my constituents with a cancer diagnosis are now waiting for more than 2 months for their first treatment for that cancer. We know that every 4 weeks that people wait with a diagnosis for treatment, they have a 10% reduction in their chance of surviving it. So this is killing my constituents every single day. There are quick fixes that are sustainable that could make a difference, and one of them is radiotherapy, an investment in radiotherapy up front now. Would she agree to meet with me and the all-party parliamentary group on radiotherapy and key clinicians so we can help her to get to grips with this problem and save my constituents' lives?
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman. The Minister for Primary Care, my honourable friend, will be meeting you.
James Cartledge.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome my constituency neighbour to her new dual role. I'm very grateful for her statement, and particularly her commitment to work closely with the independent sector. She'll be aware figures show that as many as 1 in 10 adults in England have used the private sector in the past 12 months, does she agree without them, waiting lists would be even higher? And will she therefore consider the reintroduction of tax relief on private medical insurance, first introduced by Ken Clarke in 1989 and scrapped by the party opposite?
Well, my honourable friend, it is great to see him, and of course we are across each other across the river, River Deben, and I will look into that for him and respond to him.
Kate Green. Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State spoke both about the importance of prevention and also about the impact of the cost of living crisis on health and well-being. So will she therefore work with colleagues across government, including DWP and local authorities, to maximise take-up of Healthy Start, a scheme that can address both maternal and child health and well-being and help families with living costs?
Of course we will, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Helen Waitley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement, particularly her focus on access to GPs, on tackling ambulance waits, and her recognition of the importance of social care, including the £500 million discharge fund. Could she also assure me that she will be taking forward our reforms to social care, not only the cap on social care costs, but also increasing the scrutiny on care at a local level to drive up quality and make sure care workers are paid fairly?
Well, I appreciate the request from my honourable friend. It is important that we get through this. It will be done on a local level. I cannot specifically say when that will be confirmed, but I know that in Kent in particular, there's a lot of work still to be done.
Imran Hussain.
2 weeks to see your GP. Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that a target or a joke? And I know how many of my constituents will see it. Surely the Health Secretary will understand we must first address the underlying rampant health inequalities that exist in many of our cities. And in that regard, I ask her to therefore lend her support to Bradford's levelling up bid for £20 million for a grassroots, transformational, community-led health centres that will make sure that we make a real difference to health inequalities in our district. Hear, hear.
Well, I'm not aware specifically about Bradford itself. We're still at a very early stage of going through that data and analysis. But of course, I expect the local NHS to work carefully with local GPs in order to make sure that we do get people who need care to receive it.
Andrew Salute.
Madam Speaker. Will the Secretary of State meet with me and other members, no doubt including the member for South Derbyshire, who face particular difficulties over access to general practice as a result of tens of thousands of new houses which have been built, with more coming, without a commensurate increase in general practice capacity?
Well, I know that my honourable friend has been concerned for this for some time. As I've set out, there is a situation where GPs, in effect, are independent independent, and we cannot force people to be in a particular part of the country. However, I know that the NHS has been working to try and target and bring doctors into places where there aren't that many other doctors, and I know that my honourable friend, the Minister for Primary Care, would be happy to meet you.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think anyone marking the Secretary of State's ABCD homework would give her an F. An F for failing, as nothing we have heard today actually addresses the biggest threat to our NHS, which is the workforce crisis. The shortage of doctors, nurses and care workers is compromising patient safety and driving morale through the floor. So can the Secretary of State explain why the government is yet again failing to address this, and why she has said today she's talked about volunteers and medics coming out of retirement? Surely the government should be investing in a proper workforce strategy and also increasing the amount of people going through training.
Yeah. You already are.
Rob Halford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the statement and congratulate the Secretary of State. She will be aware that Princess Alexandra Hospital has amongst the highest A&E per head in England, and that we are in the first wave of the new hospital programme. Will she set out the timing of the new hospital programme? Will she meet with me and my neighbouring MPs, one of them who is in the Deputy Speaker's chair at the moment, to discuss the hospital programme and just set out the timetable so she can assure residents of Harlow?
Well, I'm sure that my right honourable friend would be happy to meet on this particular occasion and to investigate this, but it's important that ministers get on with the different creation of new both diagnostic centres and hospitals, and I intend to work, frankly, at project speed in order to make sure we get these hospitals right across the country underway.
Munira Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past year, I've witnessed a 7-year-old having to be locked in a classroom because they were a danger to other pupils, and heard from the mother of a 9-year-old who hospitalised their sister. They, along with thousands of other children across the country struggling with their mental health, are languishing on waiting lists for months, if not years. So frankly, when Secretary of State says this government will be on your side when you need care the most, those words are meaningless to the parents that come to my constituency surgery week in, week out. Will she give them hope and make children and young people's mental health a priority for this government?
Brilliant question.
The Prime Minister set out during the summer that she intends to make sure that there are mental health practitioners available both in local GP practices covering that, but also in schools as well.
Bob Seeley.
I welcome the Minister's priorities on GP appointments, pharmacies and dentistry. They're important for islanders. May I please make her aware of the specific needs of what her department calls unavoidably small hospitals, 12 in England and Wales, covering 20 constituencies, mainly on this side of the House, of which St Mary's is the most isolated. We've done good work on improving funding, but there is more to be done to ensure fairness and equality, so will she or her ministers meet with me and other honourable and right honourable members to discuss what more can be done to ensure support for these small hospitals, which are so important for our communities? Thank you.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's in the Isle of Wight where there is a particularly difficult challenge, where there are many patients still in hospital who don't need to be. I know that I've asked the local NHS to start working with the council on how we can get that discharge going, and I know how important it is to make sure that the hospital itself can function readily.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much. This year, I myself and 2 members of my family have been in acute care in local 4 great Yorkshire acute hospitals, in many encounters with staff, who I thank deeply for the work they've done. It was clear that they are universally wonderful, but that the system is under stress. And they were emphasising to me 2 basic principles of the NHS. First, that nobody should make a profit from another person's illness. And secondly, that the speed of treatment should be directly related to the gravity of your illness and not the size of your wallet. Will she confirm that she stands by those 2 principles? And finally, when will they get a rise?
Well, GPs, dentists, pharmacists, they're all independent contractors, and it's up to them on how they best manage and help patients. I'm setting clear expectations on that. Furthermore, when it comes to pay uplift for people in the NHS, we have accepted as a government the independent pay review body, and that's what we will be doing.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for her excellent statement and her focus on the ABCD. But none of that will be delivered without E, which is effort, and the effort that our vital nurses put in to keeping the NHS rolling, and will be vital in delivering on her plan. Will she join me in thanking them and encourage them to get behind this plan as soon as possible?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I agree. And it's we will, as part of this national endeavour, recognising that after the pandemic, there's still significant issues to address. We accept that, and that's why, as I say, the national endeavour is really important. Why we want people to help, and also that's why we've extended some of the measures that we had during COVID. We've extended them for a further 2 years, so that we can make sure people can come back more readily to help the NHS. And it's important that we strain every sinew in order to make it happen.
Just before we proceed, it will be obvious to everyone present that the Secretary of State has now been at the dispatch box for an hour. Normally, statements run for an hour. I'm going to let this run a little more than an hour, but I give notice now that not everybody who wishes to speak is going to have an opportunity to take part in this statement. It simply isn't practical. So I say two things. If you're not very enthusiastic, then go now, and then you'll be able to save up your brownie points for tomorrow and the next day. And secondly, the briefer the questions are, then the more people will get in. And I have noticed that the Secretary of State has played the game by giving some very brief answers. Thank you. Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I note the Secretary of State's comments about hospital discharge. Now, through the Health and Care Act 2022, the government legislated for a process known as discharge to assess, as she'll know, whereby people's social care needs assessments can take place after they've been discharged from hospital rather than before. It's a model that's been going on since under the Coronavirus Act, but when I asked the government in May of last year what assessment they had made of the number of those patients who were readmitted within 30 days, I was told that the government didn't hold the data centrally. It's vital the government understands the clinical outcome of this policy, so will she please commit to gathering and publishing that data?
I hear what the lady says, but I'm not going to be going into specifically more data. I've set out an approach that we will undertake, particularly looking at the local NHS with local councils to make sure we get discharges more effectively.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the announcement today from my right honourable friend. Healthcare providers in Runnymede and Weybridge tell me the biggest challenge they face is recruitment and attention, and driving that is staff being poached by London. London can offer London waiting, yet we face equal, if not sometimes higher living costs. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the NHS needs more flexibility when setting staff remuneration, and will this form part of the measures she will announce in the upcoming expanding workforce plan?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I'm conscious that there is London waiting, but I think it is up to the local NHS to make decisions and NHS trusts on how they reward and encourage people to be participating in their hospitals.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the last Labour government, patients were guaranteed a GP appointment within 48 hours, but the Conservatives came into power and scrapped that standard. I think it's all part of the managed decline of our NHS, because after 12 years, GP numbers are down. More than 300 GP practices have closed since 2019 alone, and many of my Slough constituents cannot get a GP appointment when they want one. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the 2019 Tory manifesto promise of delivering an extra 15 million GP appointments and over 6,000 more GPs isn't worth the paper that it's written on?
Yeah. We're actually on track with getting the extra 15 million appointments already.
Where am I? Oh, Laura Trott.
Speaker, and I welcome the statement today. The majority of GPs, 75%, now work part-time. Now, that's an understandable choice for them, but we need to be honest about the impact that this is having on availability of appointments and also on costs of training. Will my right honourable friend look at what she can do to address the barriers to more GPs working full-time?
Well, one of the ways is about, it's a choice for GPs on whether they work part-time or full-time. But I'm conscious that some of the different things that we're doing on changing and pension flexibilities should help, as well as diverting people, requiring them not to have to go to GP appointments, but could do things whether through pharmacy and other approaches as well.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I met with the Warrington and Halton NHS Trust regarding their bid for a new hospital in Warrington, which is desperately overdue. Our bid is through to the final stages of the government's tendering process, but there is concern that timetables are increasingly slipping, putting the bid at risk and driving delays in treatment due to facilities that aren't fit for the need we have locally, despite the best efforts of our NHS staff. Can the Secretary of State please therefore confirm that the government still intends to honour the previous government's plans for new hospitals and that these decisions will be made without further delay?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, we're still considering all the proposals coming through, the different business cases, and we will respond in due course.
Steve Double.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Secretary of State's statement. The NHS in Cornwall faces a unique set of circumstances through being a rural peninsula, an ageing population, but also the impact of tourism means that in terms of pressure on the NHS, it is always winter in Cornwall. Can I ask the Secretary of State, does she recognise the unique challenges that we face in Cornwall, and would she or one of her ministers meet with me and other Cornish MPs at the earliest opportunity to discuss what support we can give to the NHS, not just to get through this winter, but ahead of the summer season next year?
Well, my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the Minister for Secondary Care, will be visiting Cornwall to meet the Ambulance Trust and indeed the Trust more broadly.
Barry Gardner.
Last month, my constituent Alan Souther phoned 999 at 7 in the evening. His wife had suffered a stroke. He knew the signs: face, arm, speech, time, the urgency of medical care. That care arrived 5 hours later at 1 o'clock in the morning. The Health Secretary can make all the ambitions and expectations and targets that she likes, but does she agree that she will not have the human resource to achieve them unless she addresses the workforce strategy and the 132,000 vacancies that currently exist in the NHS?
Yeah. I am sad and concerned to hear about the cases just mentioned. It is unacceptable, but I've already set out to the House today aspects of how to improve ambulance responses, and it's my intention that will be delivered right across the country.
Dr. James Davis.
I welcome this plan for patients, which recognises the importance of data within the NHS in England. My right honourable friend will be aware of extreme concern over the state of the NHS in North Wales. So will she affirm her commitment to UK-wide comparable and interoperable data within the NHS, and a potential for the Data Protection and Digital Information Bill to bring this about?
Yeah. Well, I thank my honourable friend, who is a practising GP and very committed to his constituents, as the MP as well. I think it's fair to say he will recognise that the NHS in Wales is run by the Labour government. It's important that we work across the United Kingdom by sharing information, by putting patients first, and we will continue to work to try and make sure that happens.
I was about to draw matters to a close, it being 17 minutes past 2, but I appreciate that the opposition front bench might point out that the people for the next debate are not yet present. So, therefore, I will extend the statement for a very short while, but I should note that it's not very good practice not to be here. Barbara Keeley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as one exasperated constituent put it to me on not being able to get a GP appointment, it seems there are too many patients and not enough doctors, and this has gotten worse over the last few years. Now, my constituents can grasp the workforce issues, but not Secretary of State, it seems. And I agree with my honourable friend from Wirral South. It is deeply worrying that the new Secretary of State did not mention pay of care staff, when that is the crucial issue to tackle the 160,000 vacancies in the care sector. So can't you tell me why is the government choosing not to tackle the shortage of doctors, nurses and care staff, which is leading to such long wait times for my constituents?
Well, we are getting more clinicians, doctors and nurses into the NHS, and I already shared with the House the approach on care.
Justin Tomlinson.
Speaker, I welcome the greater use of pharmacists to ease pressure on GPs. However, for patient safety with ongoing treatment, it is essential GPs can see what has been prescribed through the pharmacy module on the GP system, which at present community pharmacists do not have access. Will the Secretary of State unlock this?
I thank my honourable friend, and yes, I will ask one of my ministers to look into that particular issue.
Lisa Cameron.
Thank
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Health Secretary to her place. As Chair of the Health All-Party Parliamentary Group, I've been hearing from people right across the United Kingdom that it's face-to-face appointments with GPs that are really required. Being on the telephone, Zoom appointments, particularly for very clinically sensitive issues, mental health issues, for people with autism who find it very difficult to speak through those modes of communication. Can she reassure the House that face-to-face appointments will be a priority going forward?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, but I trust doctors to have that relationship with their patients directly, rather than me prescribing or mandating a particular approach. What I think will happen with the transparency, the publication of a lot of this data, is that gradually more and more we can see that, but it's important that I don't directly say that X, Y, Z has to be seen by a doctor. It really matters for the clinical need.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is welcome that D is for dentists, and as a constituency neighbour, my right honourable friend is very much aware that there is a crisis in NHS dentistry in Suffolk. There have been some improvements, and it is welcome, as she has mentioned, that work has started on a new NHS dental contract. But can my right honourable friend confirm that she is committed to root and branch reform that also includes fair funding, a strategic long-term approach to recruitment and retention, a proper prevention policy, and transparent and full local accountability?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he's right, and I think in Lowestoft in particular there has been increasing provision in his constituency. Meanwhile, in Leiston, at the moment, there's not a single dental practice that will take up the opportunity to provide NHS dental care at the moment. So this does need sorting, I accept that entirely, and that's why with the local NHS we'll be putting the priority on them to make sure that we avoid these dental deserts, but in terms of other aspects of the contract, this will continue to evolve.
And now I will draw matters to a close with one last question from Dan Jarvis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When someone has cancer, every day is an emergency. In Weston Park Cancer Centre in Sheffield do outstanding work treating patients not just from my region but from right around the country. I've been grateful for the engagement of previous Secretary of States and other ministers with regard to securing the investment needed for the urgent refurbishment of Weston Park. Will the Secretary of State give me an undertaking that she'll continue, along with her ministers, to work with me to do everything that we can to continue to support Weston Park in their important work?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. I don't have specific details about that, but I know that my right honourable friend would be happy to follow up with him. I am very conscious about the impact of cancer. This is one of the reasons why, instead of just having a 48-hour target, which would predominantly be predicted by emergency diagnosis by GPs, I want that showing symptoms, want to go and see their doctor but are concerned about it, do actually have the opportunity that they can have that assurance that they'll be seeing their GP so that diagnosis can start as quickly as possible, particularly on issues like cancer.
Thank you. That concludes the statement. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the order paper today specifically stated that the Privileges Committee report relating to the opinion of Lord Panic QC in relation to my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, would be published this morning at 11 a.m. Mysteriously, it is no longer there. It appears that the report will now not be available until after the House has risen tomorrow. This would mean that no opportunity for members to raise questions in the House on these serious matters, including the resolution of the House of the 19th of March 1997, could be raised until the 11th of October. Given that there are precedents for chairs of select committees to answer questions on the publication of reports, would it not be in order and necessary for the chair of the Privileges Committee to tell the House what is in the report and that it will be available tomorrow in good time before the House rises for the recess?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and I'm sure the whole House understands and may well share his concern As far as the order paper is concerned, I am reliably informed that there is in fact an error in the order paper, and that there was not in fact an expectation of the report being published at 11 a.m. today. I am also reliably informed that the report will be published in due course. I appreciate that the honourable gentleman has made further points and stated his opinion on the matter, but he will understand that that aspect of the matter that he has raised is not one for the chair. I'm sure that the report will be published in due course. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Suella Braverman.
Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Formally. Health and Social Care Levy Repeal Bill. Formally. Retained EU Law Revocation and Reform Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Thank you. Business of the House today motion. Minister to move.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the business of the House today. This motion provides for 3 hours to debate the situation in Ukraine. It then groups a series of procedural motions to provide time for a debate of up to 1 hour. I beg to move.
The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper. As is that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we proceed to the general debate. Oh no, the minister would like to, would like to do something else. No, sorry. Take two. The motion which is being referred to, sotto voce on my right here, will be taken later at the appropriate time. And so we do now come to the general debate on the situation in Ukraine. I call Minister James Heappey to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is a timely debate. Since my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, last updated the House on the 5th of September, the Ukrainian army's counter-offensive has made rapid progress along 3 axes, west, north and east of Kherson. Enlightening advances through the eastern region of Kharkiv, the cities of Izium and Balaklia have been liberated. In the east of the Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine has now secured bridgeheads on the east bank of the Oskil River, where Russia is attempting to consolidate its defences. That a village close to the eastern city of Lysychansk has been recaptured, a significant achievement since it means Russia no longer has full control of the Luhansk region, the self-proclaimed People's Republic. So far, Kyiv says as much as 6,000 square kilometres of territory has been recaptured. Russia's forces withdrew from the region in the face of the Ukrainian advance, while a significant number of troops deserted or surrendered. The withdrawal was anything but orderly, with large quantities of munitions and ammunition and equipment abandoned. Russian airborne forces have also suffered substantial losses and fear being cut off from the main Russian force. As the Russian army attempts to consolidate on a new defensive line, poor logistics mean that their troops are without food and supplies, morale continues to plummet, and the Kremlin is worried about how to stop widespread desertions. Madam Deputy Speaker, on day 211 of a 5-day operation, none of Russia's initial objectives have been achieved. Their attempt to take Kyiv was thwarted. Their efforts to weaken NATO have backfired. Indeed, with Finland and Sweden joining as a direct result of Russia's aggression against its neighbours, the alliance has never been stronger. Not only do Russian casualties continue to climb, with an estimated 25,000 Russian dead, but tens of thousands have been injured and tens of thousands more have already deserted. Russia's war machine is now severely depleted, with more than 3,000 armoured and protected vehicles destroyed, more than 400 artillery pieces decimated, and scores of fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters and UAVs downed. 7 months into this conflict, Russia lacks sufficient manpower in the field to achieve any of its objectives, and the mood of Moscow is changing quickly. Voices from across Russian society are speaking out against the military command and making barely veiled criticism of Putin himself. The reality is Ukraine is winning. This is the context in which we should understand Putin's latest escalation of yesterday. I give way.
Over here. I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and he spoke about the mood in Moscow. We saw President Putin's ludicrous recent announcements in which he was saying any areas that he considered to be Russia now, he will consider any attacks on those to be an attack that could be met with a nuclear response. Will the Minister reaffirm the conviction of this House that we won't be bullied by President Putin, that the Ukrainians have our complete support, and that whilst if Putin wants to bring an end to this violence, he can do so at any moment?
I think the Minister's got it. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, but the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Nuclear sabre-rattling, and that is what it is the act of a desperate man who knows that this is not going his way, and we will not be deterred from doing what we've done so successfully for the last 9 months. I give way.
Sabre-rattling, and clearly there's a great deal of bluff and threat, and he's trying to break the alliance between Kiev and the West. Is the government saying that it is its belief that this is purely bluff?
The honourable gentleman, more than anybody in the House perhaps, will know that the government's exact intelligence assessment is not something to be shared in the House. But as I've just said to the previous intervention, we believe that it is sabre-rattling. We believe it is designed to try to put a wedge amongst the cohesion of the Western alliance and to deter us from supporting Ukraine at the exact moment when Ukrainian troops seem to have the upper hand. I give way.
Honourable friend giving way. Can I just pursue that a little bit further with him? We've always known that Russia has seen what we used to call tactical nuclear weapons as war-fighting weapons rather than strategic. Although NATO has said they won't be bullied, but in truth NATO isn't directly involved in this conflict. So what does he think might happen if they were to use one of those weapons as a way of deterring it? What does that do to the alliance's position?
I hope the right honourable gentleman will allow, but I'm not going to discuss nuclear doctrine at the dispatch box. Give way.
I'm most grateful. In response to the intervention from the opposition benches about not being bullied, what discussions is the United Kingdom government having with our American counterparts who are saying they want a negotiation but without specifying what the baseline of the negotiation is? Will we be making it clear that the baseline is that Russia has to get out of all occupied Ukraine as the basis for the negotiation?
Well, the right honourable gentleman, I suspect, knows that we're speaking to our American counterparts and Ukrainian counterparts daily at every level, from the military operational level all the way through to heads of government. I think that the UK and the US are entirely aligned in their view that this ends on President Zelensky's terms. It is for him to define what the end state is, and I have heard nothing from Washington to suggest that that's not their view too. We'll give away one last time on this point.
To the Minister. Nevertheless, would he accept, unless we're going to defeat Russia in classical terms, which is unlikely, undesirable, there has to be an off-ramp to allow Putin to construct a narrative that will, and through the media, which of course he controls, it's just not acceptable. Offer Putin something out of this which will enable him to save face and therefore get whatever it is through with his population.
I'm not sure I agree with the right honourable gentleman entirely. I mean, I think that if Putin were looking for an off-ramp, he's had plenty of opportunities to de-escalate and claim victory at some point along the route. and in the 48 hours immediately following a mobilisation of Russian society, which is a clear escalation, I'm certainly not representing His Majesty's government going to stand here and say that he deserves any further opportunities for an off-ramp when he has made his decision on what should come next. One last time.
And recent shocking reports of war crimes and mass graves discovered in newly liberated areas of Ukraine are further evidence of the appalling conduct of Russian forces and the need to hold them to account. So can the Minister confirm what support is our government providing to Ukrainian prosecutors and international effort through the International Criminal Court to document, investigate and prosecute these crimes?
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, from memory, it's the Canadians who have taken the lead internationally on this, but the Ministry of Justice are engaged in supporting their efforts. And very obviously, as we work with the Ukrainians and we see evidence of these outrages, through the closeness of our relationship and the way in which we are sharing information so freely, when we're finding the information, these outrages, we're passing them to the appropriate international bodies to make sure that they are prosecuted. Madam Deputy Speaker, Vladimir Putin has been forced. I would like to make some progress if I may, but I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman later on. Madam Deputy Speaker, President Putin has been forced to announce a pastoral mobilisation, breaking his own promises not to mobilise parts of his population. He has brought in amendments to the criminal code, increasing penalties for desertion, surrender and refusal to fight. And he has agreed to imminent sham referendums in Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson and Zaporizhia, effectively annexing those territories. Russia is unlikely to be able to muster the 300,000 mobilised reservists quickly, let alone deploy them as an effective fighting force. Indeed, Putin's remarks sparked mass panic in Russia yesterday, with one-way flights out of Moscow immediately selling out. Putin is rattled and his tactics transparent. He is implicitly acknowledging his heavy losses and his armed forces' inability to achieve any of their objectives. His false narratives, escalatory rhetoric, nuclear sabre rattling are all bluntly admissions of failure. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that Putin and his defence minister have backed themselves into a corner. They have sent tens of thousands of their own citizens to their deaths, ill-equipped and badly led. They're now to send hundreds of thousands more with little training and no winter uniform into the teeth of the Ukrainian winter against an opponent that is well-motivated, well-equipped and succeeding. Neither Putin nor Shoigu's lies, threats and propaganda can disguise the truth. Russian conscripts are going to suffer horribly for the Kremlin's hubris. I give way, and then I'll come to you.
I thank the Minister for giving way. A key consideration as Russia mobilises will be atrocity prevention. It will be essential. Will he ask the Prime Minister to make atrocity prevention a matter for the National Security Secretariat and ensure that it is at the very heart of the UK strategy?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the straight answer to the Honourable Lady's question is that atrocity prevention has always been at the centre of our strategy by trying to deny the Russians the ability to take Ukrainian territory in order to be able to commit those atrocities. And our priority since Ukrainian territory has been taken is to give them the means to retake that territory as quickly as possible so that they can then get in there and investigate what's been done. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Minister, for giving way and reinforce what the Minister has said. I just want to outline the issue for human rights as well and all the atrocities that have taken part in the occupied territory. For instance, 400 Baptist churches have been destroyed. Pastors of Baptist churches have missing, they've disappeared, they don't know where they are. Families have been displaced. Believers have had to move. It's an example of the barbarity and the violence of the Russian against churches and against the right to have your freedom of religious belief as well.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and I know he speaks with real conviction on matters of freedom of religion. It is extraordinary to me every day that we read of a recaptured town or village to hear what has been happening on our continent in 2022. It is all the motivation we need, I think, to keep course and speed and keep doing what we're doing to support Ukraine so that it can retake its territory as quickly as possible. I'll give way one last time.
To the Minister, as the Kremlin grows more desperate, the disinformation grows more dishonest. What more can we do to ensure that this false narrative which the Kremlin is seeking to peddle, namely that there are somehow NATO troops in Ukraine, that complete dishonesty, that fallacy, how can we make sure that that is entirely exposed for the sham that it is?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we've been clear throughout that NATO is not an active participant in this conflict. Putin tries to claim that it is daily on Russian television, but the reality is that all that NATO has done as an organisation since February is reinforce its eastern flank in order to guard against contagion in the conflict. It is purely a false narrative peddled by President Putin to say anything otherwise. You've waited on gentlemen, then the Honourable Lady first. Ladies first.
Will my honourable friend join me in welcoming the safe return of the Ukrainian prisoners of war, including the 5 British nationals?
Madam Speaker, I absolutely will, and I will place on record our enormous gratitude to the Ukrainian government, for it is they that negotiated that release. We are hugely grateful for them to them for doing so. The honourable gentleman wants to come in as well. No. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the face... I was nearly there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I give way one last time.
For that point on hostages. However, Paul Urey's family will have found yesterday incredibly difficult because he did not come home alive. So will he please reassure me that the government is doing all they can to hold Russian proxies to account for his murder, because it was exactly that by a state?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we certainly are doing all that we can, and if the Honourable Lady has any particular concerns, I'd be very happy to meet with her to discuss them.
I'm most grateful, just before he winds up, the Prime Minister earlier this week reconfirmed the leadership of the United Kingdom across the Western Alliance in undertaking that the British government would maintain its commitment to supporting the Ukrainian government with both munitions and finance. Is there anything he could add to her statement to this House before he finishes, to elaborate on what that means?
Madam Speaker, oh, that I was approaching the wind-up of my speech, though I will attempt to accelerate. But the detail he was hoping for is a few pages away. We'll get to it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the face of such irresponsible language, we must show our resolve. Ukraine and the international community will never accept the outcomes of these referendums. The UK, alongside the international community, stands united behind Ukraine and will continue to do all we can to support them. Russia must be held to account for its illegal invasion and continued crimes against humanity. As we've already discussed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence of these crimes continues to mount. Within the past week, we've seen the Kremlin firing long-range missiles at Kharkiv and using missiles to strike Ukraine's second-largest nuclear power plant at Pivden-Ukrainensk. We have seen a dam on the Inulets River at Kryvyi attacked on for no ostensible military value, and a psychiatric hospital has been fired on, killing patients and medics. In the pine forests of Izium, we've once more seen the appalling evidence of war crimes, as we do seemingly every time Russian troops are driven out of an area. So far, the UN has verified that at least 5,916 civilians have died, including, sadly, 379 children. The complete toll is almost certainly higher, and millions more have been displaced because of Putin's actions. Meanwhile, Russia's reckless behaviour around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, the biggest of its kind in Europe, has continued. Currently, all 6 of the plant's nuclear reactors offline, and the situation remains precarious despite repair to one of the power plant's power lines, which provides vital electricity to cool the reactors. Devastating effect inside Ukraine. Russia's weaponization of Ukrainian grain supply has had global ramifications, undermining food security and causing rising food prices. The brokering of the Black Sea Grain Initiative between the UN and Turkey, assisted by the UK's diplomatic efforts, is now having an impact. To date, some 165 ships bound for Europe, the Middle East, Africa and Asia have left Ukrainian ports carrying around 3.7 million tonnes of food. If you'll forgive, I'm going to make progress just so I don't test Madam Deputy Speaker's patience. This, in turn, has precipitated a drop in global food prices, but it is essential that the current deal is extended beyond its initial 120 days, and it is vital that Russia does not renege on that agreement. Unsurprisingly, food security is high on the agenda as world leaders meet at the United Nations General Assembly in New York this week. Russian aggression is causing hundreds of millions of people in the global south to go hungry or even starve. Putin must answer for this. The destructive effects of Putin's war underline why it is essential that this war ends on President Zelensky's terms and why the UK must maintain its unstinting support. The UK is proud to have been the first European country to provide weapons to Ukraine and proud of our efforts to help it defend itself from land, sea and air. To enable our Ukrainian friends to better protect themselves against Putin's brutal use of long-range artillery, we have sent them the multiple launch rocket system with hundreds of missiles which can strike targets up to 80 kilometres away with pinpoint accuracy. These continue to have a major impact on the battlefield. And I'd like to place on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK's thanks to Norway, who donated 3 platforms to the United Kingdom, which enabled us to send more of our own platforms to Ukraine. To date, we have also gifted more than 10,000 anti-tank missiles, 200 armoured vehicles, 2,600 anti-structure munitions, almost 100,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, nearly 3 million rounds of small arms, 28 M109 155mm self-propelled artillery guns, 36 L119 105mm light artillery guns and ammunition, 4.5 tonnes of plastic explosives, maritime brimstone missiles, 6 Stormer air defence armoured fighting vehicles fitted with Starstreak anti-air missiles and hundreds of the missiles for them, and thousands of integrated air defence systems, uncrewed systems and innovative new electronic warfare equipment. We have also deployed a British Army squadron of Challenger 2 tanks to Poland to backfill for the T-72 tanks that Poland has donated to Ukraine. The funding, I'll make just a little more progress. The funding package we announced on the 30th of June is being used to deliver further material, including more than 100 logistics support vehicles, more armoured fighting vehicles, a further 600 short-range air defence missiles, an additional 30,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, more integrated air defence systems, uncrewed systems and innovative new electronic warfare equipment, and over 20,000 sets of winter clothing. In all, the UK has spent £2.3 billion, the second largest donor in the world. I give way.
There's strong cross-party support for the assistance which the British government has given. Asking now about what the Ukrainians themselves are demanding. They're saying they want longer-range missiles, and they're saying they want more tanks, particularly from Germany. What is the government's position on that? What's the government doing to encourage other countries to respond positively to these requests?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak to my Ukrainian counterpart each week, after numerous times a week, and so too does the Secretary of State. And at the military level, they're speaking all the time. We've got a really good understanding. Keeps them in the fight tomorrow and the day after, and the force that's capable of retaking territory, and we're working on delivering it all, not just ourselves, but with our partners around Europe. And Ukraine will continue to get all of the support that they need as they seek to mount their counter-offensive this autumn and beyond. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Minister. It's important to the war effort in Ukraine that Ukrainian culture is seen and appreciated in the UK. It's very, very important for them. Earlier this year, I raised the issue with the former Home Secretary of the support needed to allow musicians from the Ukraine, such as the Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra, to perform at the BBC Proms. That performance by the musicians that had fled the war in Ukraine was made possible by a visa fee waiver and support with visa processing. As there is now uncertainty, can the Minister discuss this issue with the Home Secretary so that she can confirm that this essential support will be extended to other Ukrainians looking to enter and perform in the UK?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful that the question was for me to speak to the Home Secretary, because whilst I've some expertise in where 152mm ammunition is manufactured around the world, that is something I hadn't heard of. But I will speak to the Home Secretary and come back to her as quickly as I can. One last...
I thank the Minister very much indeed. We all warmly support the effective military support that's being given by this country to Ukraine. But is the Minister addressing the obviously depleting of our own reserves in terms of missiles that we have available?
Madam Speaker, we absolutely are. Under the previous Prime Minister and under the current one, the Treasury were given very clear instructions, which they've been delighted to follow, which is to replace everything that we give on a new-for-old deal, and we're very grateful to the Chancellors of the Exchequer for agreeing to that.
Providing the cash is very welcome and necessary.
But isn't there a fundamental problem with equipment manufacture and particularly supply chain vulnerabilities, which doesn't just apply to the UK? And what steps is the department taking to mobilise the defence industry and its supply chain to ensure that those obstacles are overcome and rapidly for our to resupply as well as Ukraine?
So the honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and he's expert in these matters. There is certainly the case that people have depleted their own stockpiles to support Ukraine, and as a result of a profoundly changed global security situation, everybody has committed more money to defence, and that, whilst great news for the defence industry in the medium term, brings with it more demand than current manufacturing capacity can supply. But the former Minister for Defence Procurement, who has sadly left the Ministry of Defence in the latest reshuffle, but is brilliantly replaced by the new one, is working hard to make sure that that new manufacturing capacity is brought online as quickly as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, training is as important as military hardware. Here too, the UK has also been in the vanguard, busily establishing a network of camps to train 10,000 Ukrainians. This has been accompanied by specialist armed training across a number of countries in Europe. To date, we have trained over 4,700 troops from the armed forces of Ukraine in the UK, and our units are being joined by forces from Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Lithuania, Canada, the Netherlands, Norway and New Zealand. Our training offer is already making a difference to the combat effectiveness of Ukraine and will continue for as long as Ukraine wishes. Ukraine has proven its capability to not just halt the invasion, but to roll the Russians back. Those who contended that the support provided by the UK and our international partners were futile have been proven wrong. The winter to push home its position of advantage and helping Ukraine to replenish its stockpiles of equipment and ammunition, as well as servicing its existing kit. It means helping Ukraine plug its capabilities gap and refurbish the equipment captured in recent offensives. It also means making sure that as temperatures plummet to -20 and below, Ukrainian soldiers remain warm, well-fed and motivated, whilst Russian soldiers freeze without any concern from their leaders in the Kremlin. At the beginning of August, at the invitation of the Danish government, the Secretary of State co-chaired a conference to discuss further support for Ukraine on training, equipment and funding. At this conference, the Defence Secretary announced that the UK would establish an international fund for Ukraine to ensure the continued supply of essential military support throughout 2023. Last week, partner nations met again to reaffirm our commitment to supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes and to maintain momentum on planning and coordinating our continued support to Ukraine throughout the next year. In addition, the Prime Minister, speaking at the UN General Assembly, has pledged that this government will match or exceed the £2.3 billion support that the UK has given to Ukraine since February. This further cements our leadership internationally and our resolve to stand behind Ukraine as they retake their sovereign territory currently occupied by the Russians. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's vital that we maintain our momentum in support of Ukraine. There will inevitably be those who, given the rising impacts of Putin's weaponisation of energy, will argue that we should seek to normalise relations with the Kremlin on Putin's terms and return everything to the way that it was. But we must be honest with the public. We cannot succumb to Putin's scaremongering and the threats of blackmail. This government is doing everything it can to address the energy crisis, and on Wednesday, my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, brought forward an unprecedented package of measures to address those issues. What we can't do, however... I'll give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful. On that, will my right honourable friend make very, very clear that however this war ends, that Putin and his henchmen responsible for this war can never escape from the sanctions imposed on them personally, and that those responsible for war crimes, however the war ends, will be held responsible for their actions?
I can certainly, on the last point, confirm to the right honourable gentleman that there is every intention to make sure that people are held fully to account for the outrages that they committed or that were committed in their name. And on his former point around the ongoing imposition of sanctions against those who are involved in this happening, I know that colleagues from the Foreign Office and the Treasury will be keen to make sure that that is absolutely the case. What we can't do, Madam Deputy Speaker, however, is turn back the clock. The consequences of appeasing Putin would be catastrophic, not just for Ukraine, but for security in the Euro-Atlantic as a whole. Russia would continue to threaten the prosperity of the UK and its allies, and indeed the entire rules-based international system. Nor should we assume that Putin's ambitions would stop at Ukraine. If we were to fail to maintain Western resolve, Putin could seek to expand his ambitions beyond Ukraine and into NATO territory in the Baltics or our other partners. And embolden Russia would also mean an emboldened President Xi in China. In other words, relaxing our resolve would make the next 20 years on our planet far more uncomfortable, far more dangerous and far more expensive. It is therefore to the enormous credit, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the British public that in the face of significant personal financial challenge, they continue overwhelmingly to support the Ukrainian war effort. Their support sends a more powerful message to Putin than anything I or any other minister can say from the dispatch box. So make no mistake, His Majesty's government will not falter. Putin's latest pronouncements will not change our course. We will continue to stand up for and with Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will continue to provide the Ukrainian people with all the support they need to rid their land of the Russian occupiers.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in Ukraine. Luke Pollard.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by welcoming the wonderful news of the release of British prisoners of war overnight. It is welcome that they're returning home, but we recognise the pain and hurt of all families involved because not everyone is returning safely. But can I also welcome the Minister's new job in the Cabinet as well. Before the last reshuffle, the front bench on our side said to his that we were hoping that the Defence Secretary and he would stay in his positions, and they have done. And can I also welcome the new Minister to her place as well. 7 months on from Russia's criminal invasion of Ukraine, we've now reached a new and critical phase of the ongoing conflict. We should all be inspired by the remarkable resilience of the people of Ukraine who have refused to bow to Russia's oppression. And I want to recognise the extraordinary Ukrainian counter-offensives that have taken. Madam Deputy Speaker, our argument has never been with the Russian people, but with the dictator in the Kremlin. Overnight, we have also seen brave Russian civilians stand up to the authoritarian state that curbs their freedom, restricts their voice, and keeps the people in poverty while the oligarchs count their yachts and villas. Today, there are possibly thousands of Russian civilians in jail, arrested simply for exercising their human right to protest. Just as we have stood with the Ukrainian people against aggression, can I make a special mention of the courage of these protesters in this House today? Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrors of war that we have seen in the newly liberated areas remind us of the atrocities and the pain of which so many Ukrainians have suffered over the past weeks. I join the Minister in setting out a very clear determination from this side of the House that those responsible must be prosecuted and must be brought to justice for those hideous war crimes that we're seeing unfolding. Happy to.
It's welcome news that a load of generals and colonels have been sanctioned and placed in the Hague's waiting room, as it were. But does he agree with me we need to go much, much further down the food chain than that? And each and every one of those individuals involved in these atrocities need to have their cards marked. They have dishonoured the profession of arms and need to be dealt with sooner or later.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I agree with him. I agree with him. Anyone who perpetrates war crimes against civilians must know that in the 21st century they will be prosecuted, they'll be followed, they will be continued in the pursuit of justice from the day they committed that atrocity to the day they die, because we must not leave any space, any justification or excuse for war crimes at all, anywhere, ever. And that is a message that I believe will be felt on both sides of this House for those people, regardless of rank, who have persecuted and prosecuted war crimes against civilians. Happy there, and I'll come.
Thank you for giving way on that point. One of my grave concerns is the prosecution of sexual violences in conflict. And the issue is that so often you cannot get the evidence because by the time the prosecutions come, once the shame has been allowed to be passed over and there to be discussion, it is too late to collect the evidence. I'd welcome his thoughts on a special tribunal formed to collect evidence and prosecute sexual crimes in order to ensure that at all conflicts, evidence is collected at the start to ensure prosecutions at a later stage.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention. Myself and the Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister were in Kosovo only a few months ago and witnessed ourselves the effects of the horrible sexual violence that was used as a weapon of war, and the determination of the international community then that would never be repeated. It has been in conflicts ever since. And so we not only need to make sure that the evidence is collected, but that those victims are given the support which they will need for the rest of their lives in many cases, and that we make clear, just as we did make clear for those people who kill civilians, that using rape and sexual assault as a weapon of war will not be countenanced, and we will come after those people as well.
Giving way, in the Syrian war, the Russians and the Syrian allies targeted hospitals as primary targets. Does he now agree that it is regrettable that at the time we did not say and do more, and that the international community did not say and do more to hold responsible those senior army officers who were responsible for the deliberate targeting of hospitals, which is one of the most basic breaches of the Geneva Conventions?
For his intervention, and I do tend to agree with him. I think we as a country need to take stock of the freedom that Putin has been given over many years, not just in Syria, not just in other parts of the countries bordering his country, but in Crimea, because the tactics that they are using in Ukraine now have been perfected over many years, and the space that the international community has given him to do that has encouraged many of those tactics to be used. So we need to look carefully at how we stand up for those civilians in the future, but we do that by standing firmly with the people of Ukraine at this time. I'll make some progress before I give way again, Madam Speaker. I think it is clear that Vladimir Putin is a bully. His partial mobilisation announcement, along with his sham referendums to illegally annex large swathes of Ukraine, are shameless. They're a cynical attempt to justify a war that has gone badly wrong for Russia. We should view partial mobilisation as weakness, an attempt to hide the fact that so far Russian strategy has failed, Russian weapons have failed, command and control has failed, and none of Russia's war objectives have been met. Putin's latest miscalculation will lead to more Russian families losing their sons, more Ukrainians being killed, and more suffering. The mobilised forces sent to Ukraine will be on the receiving end of high-end Western weaponry and a determined and morally just Ukrainian military defending every inch of their country. In these circumstances, the poorly equipped Russian conscripts facing cold weather, it's perhaps not surprising that we are seeing so many reports of desertion and troops being unwilling to fight. And that means Putin will, I regret, resort to more and more fear to try and achieve his objectives. Happy to.
Cross-party support that we're hearing today for Ukraine, for the victims of murder and sexual violence, sends a very powerful message. Does he also agree that the next challenge, even though it feels early yet to be thinking of this, is to be preparing to win the peace? Because quite often in the past, when we've left military successes, Iraq would be the outstanding example, we haven't laid strong foundations to win the peace. Does he agree that we could use our soft power, places like Wilton Park, to hold conferences with the Ukrainians about what sort of democracy and peace, after this is all over, will we be able to help them create?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I agree with him that our commitment has to be long-term to the people of Ukraine, not only in ensuring that they win and Putin fails, but making sure that they can rebuild a nation that is proudly sovereign, proudly independent, safe and secure, and able to stand tall on the international stage, precisely what Vladimir Putin would fear the most. And that is what our commitment must be, and I think I share his view that that is a commitment and a determination that is cross-party from every single party in this place. The actions that we are seeing and the rhetoric we are seeing, Madam Deputy Speaker, from Vladimir Putin are not new, sadly. I agree with the Minister when he said that Putin's words on use of nuclear weapons is sabre-rattling, and it is a weakness of his argument that he is resorting to it. These are the actions of a desperate man clinging to power at the helm of a pariah state. His threats should not only be condemned by every party in our Parliament as they are, but by every country and every peace-loving country on this planet. His actions show how desperate he is, he shows how weak he is, and he shows how much he has miscalculated. And those actions show that he must fail as well. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must not downplay the seriousness of the situation. People at home and abroad, having heard those words, are understandably worried about the gravity of the threats that have been made by Russia. But in this House, we must be careful not to fan the flames of Putin's information war of fake news. I think I speak for everyone in this place when I say that now is not the time for the UK to weaken or dilute our resolve for Ukraine, but to remember that at the heart, Putin is a bully, and the only way of standing up to a bully is making sure that we do so firmly, determinedly, and that commitment is long-lasting. I'm happy giving away that.
I'm very grateful to him. Of course, I completely agree with what he's saying about Ukraine now, but of course we could have been saying this back in 2014. And one of the problems is that we didn't take this seriously enough in 2014. That emboldened Putin, and now we see what we see. But I do worry that sometimes we focus exclusively on things that Putin says about nuclear weapons, and we don't focus enough on the warfare that he is already engaged in with this country through cyber, targeting many members of this House and the political establishment in this country. Don't we need to do far more to make sure that we're protecting ourselves?
I agree with my honourable friend and his intervention, and I think he has been a siren voice that has been warning this House and warning the public of Putin's actions for a great many years. And what we need to ensure is that those lessons are learned, because Putin has been telling the international community what he wants to do for many years. And he has been engaging in economic warfare, in cyber warfare, in disinformation, in political interference for many years. And we need to strengthen all our fronts if we are to deter that type of behaviour, not only from Russia, but from other states that wish to do us harm in the future.
Follow on from the point that my friend from the Rhondda made, that my friend was with me in Kosovo just a couple of months ago, where we heard about a Russian disinformation, misinformation, hacking centre employing thousands of personnel in Serbia. Do we not need to also take this fight to third countries for facilitating Russian misinformation, disinformation hacking, including in the Ukraine, the Balkans, the Baltics, and actually around the world?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and he is right. The cyber campaigns against the West, against freedom, against democracy, are not only contained to bot factories in St. Petersburg. They are deliberately being deployed right around the world through, in many cases, attempts of deniable cyber warfare. But we know that is coming, and we need to make sure that we are strengthening our own defences, political, military, economic, and cyber, to make sure that we are doing that, because at this very moment there are probably enormous numbers of posts in social media feeds right across Britain seeking to spread misinformation, and we must be very alive to the reasons why they are there, why Russia is investing in that capability, and what effect they are seeking to create in our society, and we must counter it. And I think that is not only a job for ourselves, but that is also a job for supporting our allies in doing so as well. We need a long-term joined-up strategy, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we know that despite Putin's strategic miscalculation, Russian aggression will continue. Now, the government has had Labour's full backing to provide military support to Ukrainian troops, and it will continue to have that. We welcome the new Prime Minister's confirmation that this year's military funding for Ukraine will, as a minimum, be matched over the next year as well. But if I may, we now need to set out a clear strategy on what the military, economic and diplomatic support for Ukraine will be. In the summer, the government said that he would set out a roadmap for do so. I'd be grateful if the Minister, in concluding, can set out when he expects that to be published.
I appreciate the honourable member giving way. I wondered if he felt, as I do, or you would agree with me, that one of the important aspects of doing that is that there are a great many other Eastern European countries, former Soviet states, along the Russian border, who have been watching very carefully what happens in Ukraine with some trepidation. And it's as important to have a long-term strategy for Ukraine as it is for them to reassure them of NATO's commitment to their future.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree with the point that she has made. Our commitment that we give to our allies in Eastern Europe must be concrete, must be long-term, and we must also look at the tactics and the strategies used by Russia in Ukraine to update how we ourselves plan to defend and deter any aggression. Because we have seen with the development of pinpoint accuracy of artillery fire, of loitering munitions, that some of the tactics that we once thought we would deploy may need to be updated to make sure that we can deter any threat, and if any threat pertains into actual military conflict, that we can win in those circumstances. So grateful for her intervention there. The strategy that I hope the Minister will outline should set up are what I hope will be a long-term, politically broad support for Ukraine in the future, because only a long-term strategy will reassure our Ukrainians and also the British people that we will stand unwaveringly with their country, but it will also send that clear message, unmistakable message to the Kremlin, that Britain will continue to stand with Ukraine and our NATO allies for as long as it takes to see off Russian aggression, not just in Ukraine, but in the Baltic states, in Bosnia and Kosovo, in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, in the North Atlantic and the High North, and in social media as well. And that does mean that we need to look, I think, at the announcement that has been made by the Prime Minister in updating the integrated review. The Prime Minister's commitment to match the funding for military assistance to Ukraine next year is welcome, but we're yet to see that action plan that will give us the detail. But we need to see it in the context of the UK's wider defence arrangements. A few weeks ago, the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Defence Secretary visited the British Army's outstanding training programme for Ukrainian forces, meeting the brave Ukrainian troops who are, by now, on the front line fighting in the Donbass, having been armed with British skill on that training programme. This is a vital training programme for the Ukrainians, which should be expanded and extended throughout next year and beyond if the Ukrainians need it, including cold weather training as well. This week, the Prime Minister also confirmed the government will update the integrated review of foreign and defence policy in response to the ongoing situation in Ukraine. I welcome this U-turn. This is good news. While Labour has been arguing for months of the need to update our defence plans, 20 of our NATO allies have already rebooted their defence plans and spending since the invasion of Ukraine started in February. The decision that has now been taken should have been taken based on national security, not based on the Conservative leadership contest, but it is a U-turn that is welcome. Labour is ready to contribute, and we are happy supporting the government in making sure that the next integrated review corrects the mistakes of the current one. But if we want to pursue the persistent global engagement that was so present in the last integrated review, we must not be cutting 10,000 troops from our army. We must not, and need to look again at scrapping Hercules military transport planes, the plans to cut 10% of the reserves, and a failure to have a warfighting division able to be contributed to NATO until 2030. An updated integrated review must also make British industry and our peacetime defence procurement systems a major priority. We cannot support Ukraine in the long term or ensure our own UK security when the MOD is on 211 of this conflict, but has still not yet proved capable of signing the contract to produce replacement stocks for the highly valued NLAW anti-tank missiles the Ukrainians are using to defend against the Russians. So in summing up, I'll be grateful if the Minister set out when would they expect that contract to be signed and when will those missiles be delivered? Because depleting our stockpile is not a good strategic answer.
I very much agree with what he said, but would he also agree with me? But it is absolutely essential, but at this crucial time especially, the government does not make snide remarks about our European partners, because it's very, very important to have the maximum amount of unity in opposing what is happening with regard to Russia and Ukraine.
Well said.
Rebuilding our European relations is a key part of making any integrated foreign policy review work. And on this side of the House, we can say very clearly that our friends across the Channel are our friends. They're not our foes. There's not a question mark about it. And we stand with them in the face of Russian aggression. This is not a political game to be played. When the Kremlin can find division between the allies of the West, they will exploit it. And we must stand firmly with our allies against this. Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not mention the Armed Forces' incredible contribution on display during the late Queen's state funeral last week. And as a Plymouth MP, especially, I'm proud of the contribution of forces based across the southwest of England. I'd like to put on record our thanks on this side of the House to the Armed Forces' steadfast dedication to our country. They really have shown the best of Britain, and we're incredibly grateful for the part that they played and continue to play in supporting Ukraine against Russian oppression. And it was an honour today, on a cross-party basis, to meet some of the pallbearers who carried the Queen's coffin. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we are taught as part of the trade union movement that unity is strength, that we stand together and we're not divided. But I would say to the Minister on that side that this is a sentiment that is now a cross-party one in this place, because it is the strength of Westminster when this party that I represent, the government party, and every other party stands together in the face of such aggression, and we will continue to do so until Ukraine is free. Thank you.
Boris Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's now 7 months since Vladimir Putin launched his vile, illegal and unprovoked war against an innocent European country. And in those 7 months, his actions have cost almost as many Russian casualties as were sustained in the whole 10-year Russian invasion and occupation of Afghanistan. And if he continues at this rate, it won't be long, or that long, before Russian losses in Ukraine exceed American losses in the 20-year Vietnam conflict. And that is before we've counted the Ukrainian losses in the last 7 months, the catastrophic suffering that Putin has inflicted on that people, the torture, systematic rape, mass murder, deliberate targeting time after time of apartment blocks, schools, kindergartens and hospitals, and in all those 7 months of horror that this modern Moloch has personally unleashed, he has not attained a single one of his objectives in a war that, do not forget, was meant to be over in days. He has not overturned the Ukrainian government or captured the capital city. He hasn't even secured the Donbass, far from it. And instead of coming to terms with the reality of his mistake, I mean his complete misunderstanding of what Ukraine is and what really motivates Ukrainians, which is a simple love of their country, he's decided to double down on disaster, announced a mobilization of 300,000 more young Russians, a move that has caused such panic among people about to be fed into the meat grinder of Putin's war zone, that yesterday, in a single day, the price of a one-way air ticket from Moscow to South Africa went up to $50,000 because those potential conscripts can see that what began as a war to rebuild the Soviet empire has collapsed into a shameful war to save Putin's face. And they have no desire to be sacrificed on the altar of his ego. And at the same time, as members from both front benches have pointed out, he's threatening to hold sham referendums in those territories that he has occupied, and then to defend those territories with every weapon, as he says, in his arsenal, in words that he hopes will make our flesh creep and weaken our resolve. And he will fail in that pitiful bluster because he can see, and we can see, that he is escalating his rhetoric, not because he is strong, as has been said, but because he is weak. He is transparently a problem gambler who takes more risk, not because he is winning, but because he is now terrified of losing. I'll give way.
He did exactly the same, of course, in 2014. He held a fake referendum in Crimea, and unfortunately, the will of the West weakened. How do we make sure that people like Orban in Hungary and some of the people who are preaching disinformation in Italy do not win the day, and we maintain the united strength of the West in the face of this?
The right honourable gentleman very much for his point, and I will come directly to what happened in 2014 in just a minute. But I think he should not underestimate the continued unity of the West, and I think that is one of the signal achievements of Vladimir Putin in the last 7 months, that he has seen a more coherent and unified Western alliance and a stronger NATO, perhaps than at any time in the last 20 years. And if I may just make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you wanted me to be within 10 minutes, I'll do my best. Thanks to the heroism of the Ukrainian armed forces, thanks in part to the weapons that we are proud to be offering. I congratulate my right honourable friend on his description of the work of the UK armed forces, the weapons that we are sending, and the huge list. Thanks also, of course, to the inspirational leadership of Vladimir Putin, the inspirational leadership of Volodymyr Zelensky. Forgive me. The Russian forces have, in recent days, been expelled from large parts of the northeast of the country around Kharkiv, and they are under increasing pressure in Kherson in the south. And I have no doubt that whatever that the Ukrainians will win, because in the end they have the inestimable moral and psychological advantage of fighting for their country, in their country, against an enemy that is increasingly demoralized and confused about what they are meant to be doing in that country and what they can hope to achieve. And at this turning point in the war, it is more vital than ever that we have the strategic patience to hold our nerve and ensure that Ukrainians succeed in recapturing their territory right to the borders of February the 24th, and if possible to the pre-2014 boundaries, because that is what international law demands, and the right honourable gentleman is correct. It was our collective failure to insist on upholding international law 8 years ago that emboldened Putin to launch his disastrous invasion this year. If Putin is going to double down on his aggression, then we must double down in our defence of the Ukrainians, and we must be prepared to give more military assistance and more economic support. And I welcome warmly the announcements from this government this week. We must work with our friends and partners, as well as the Ukrainians, to ensure that we provide that country with the long-term assurance that they need on their security and defence that we have failed so far to provide in the 31 years since independence. Because if anyone has proved the absolute necessity of those guarantees, it is Vladimir Putin and his war. And we must close our ears in the months ahead to the absolute rubbish he talks. This is not some nuclear standoff between NATO and Russia, as he seemed to pretend yesterday. This is a war of aggression by Russia against an innocent neighbour, and we are helping with equipment and with training, as you might help a neighbour to fight a fire when their house has been attacked by an arsonist. And NATO is not engaged with a war against Russia. We're not engaged in a war against Russia, let alone against the Russian people. And we're not concerned here, by the way, with regime change in Moscow, as Vladimir Putin egocentrically likes to claim. Whatever politics may hold for Putin, and may be the subject of an interesting debate, but it is not the issue at stake. There is only one objective, and that is the sovereignty and independence and freedom of the people of Ukraine. That is our objective, and we must acknowledge that the months ahead will be tough for Ukraine, for Britain, and for the world. For all the latest Ukrainian successes, Putin is still the possessor of almost 20% of Ukrainian territory. And it may well be time-consuming and costly to winkle him out. I have no doubt that in the hard winter months ahead, with the price of energy continuing to inflict hardship on people in this country and around the world, there will continue to be some who draw the false conclusion that the Ukrainians must be encouraged to do a deal, to trade land for peace, to allow Russian gas to flow to Europe. Even if it were politically possible for Volodymyr Zelensky or any Ukrainian government to do such a deal, which I very much doubt, there is absolutely no sign that Putin either wants such a compromise or can be trusted to deliver it. And as I've told that, because he would continue to remain in position when he could invade that country in the future. And as I've told the House many times before, any such deal or compromise would send a signal around the world that violence does pay off, that might is right, and that when the going gets tough, the great democracies will not have the stomach to stick up for freedom. And that is why we have absolutely no choice but to stay the course, to stay resolute. And we should be confident because with every week that goes by, our position gets stronger and Putin's position gets weaker. And though times are tough for families now, we should be in no doubt that this country has the economic muscle, not just to help people with the costs of energy caused by Putin's war, but to put in the long-term resilience, the secure and independent UK supply, including more nuclear, much more wind in the transitional period, to use more of our own hydrocarbons, put in more supply to ensure that we are never vulnerable to Putin's energy blackmail again. And it's a measure of Vladimir Putin's gigantic strategic failure that he's not only united the West against it, and the strength of that unity is very, very remarkable. He, by the way, encouraged two hitherto neutral countries, Sweden and Finland, actually to join the NATO alliance, which would have been unthinkable a year ago. From his most important Russian exports, oil and gas, with incalculable consequences for his people's economic future. And if you... I'll give way.
Giving way on this point about economic resilience. Does he think that enough was done during his time as Mayor of London, and indeed in this place, to deal with the issue that London has become a laundromat for dirty Russian money? And would he think that there are lessons that can be learned from that period that he could share with the House?
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the House will agree that since the invasion on February the 24th, the UK has led the world in imposing sanctions on Russia, led the world in mobilising diplomatic, political and military support for the Ukrainians, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think that, and I have to say, I think that most impartial observers, and I meet a lot of them around the world, I believe that had it not been for the actions of the UK government, things might have been different. And I think that I'm delighted to see the way the administration is continuing with the commitments that we began. And I think that the financial commitments in particular are extremely important. That if it were not, just to conclude, if it were not for Putin's inability to see what is really happening, if he wasn't, as it were, locked in a windowless dungeon, surrounded by bodyguards and by spies and sycophants in a sort of Lubyanka of the mind, he would see the tragedy that he has unleashed, and he would withdraw from Ukraine before he is pushed out. And he is going to be pushed out, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the last 7 months, the sufferings of Ukraine have moved the world. And I know that they've moved everybody in this House and in this country. And we grieve for them, and we open our hearts to them as few other countries have done. We know that thanks to their bravery and sacrifice, their day of freedom is coming. And when that day comes, we will rejoice with Ukraine, and that rejoicing will echo around the world. And until that day comes, this House and this country, I am sure, will stand in unshakable support for the people of Ukraine.
Before I call the spokesman for the SNP, then it will be obvious to the House that a great many people wish to speak, and we have only 2 hours left. Therefore, there will be an immediate time limit of 5 minutes on backbench speeches, but not, of course, for the spokesman for the SNP, Mr. Stuart MacDonald.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I nodded along in agreement with much of what the former Prime Minister had to say in his speech, and I think it's fair to say that when that February invasion took place, undoubtedly he and his government, in particular the Ministry of Defence team on the front bench today did get the calls on Ukraine right, and I think it's important to acknowledge that. I have to say, in his new role as my warm-up act here in the Chamber, I think he'll do well based on some of those remarks. And I do also want to pay tribute, although I see she's not in her place right now, to the new Minister at the Ministry of Defence, and congratulate colleagues who have managed to stay in position amongst all of the many changes. The Minister, various auditions for his replacement as this debate goes on this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should also, before I get into the crux of my remarks, draw the attention of the House to my register of interests. It was a pleasure just 2 weeks ago to be back in Ukraine, to be back in Kyiv with some colleagues whom I hope we will hear from in the debate this afternoon, a country and a city I've come to know and love over a few years now. There, this time for the annual YES conference, Yalta European Strategy Conference, which brings together civil society, political leaders, military leaders, academics, people from around Europe to discuss Ukrainian and European security. And there were many facets to that fascinating set of discussions that we had over the 2 days that our delegation spent there. It was also a real pleasure to be there and meet with members of Ukraine's armed forces who have so heroically not just fought for their country, but fought for what we all stand for and have cherished since 1945 also. And, of course, the man himself, President Volodymyr Zelensky, who I think, as the former Prime Minister says, embodies everything that is noble in Europe right now. But here we are 7 months on from this wave of the war, which started in 2014, where we have witnessed a level of barbarism and butchery that I think few of us could have imagined, where hospitals, schools, people's homes have been the targets. We've seen in Bucha and most recently also some of the most heinous evidence of some of the most heinous war crimes imaginable.
Will you give way?
Sure.
I didn't have the opportunity to ask the former Prime Minister about his commitment to treat sexual crimes as war crimes as any others. Will he, at least, will we across the House come together to look at sexual violence as a war crime like any other?
Yes, we can come together and agree on that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know that other colleagues will want to touch on it, I'm sure, in great detail. But here we are 7 months on from this invasion, and as was mentioned by the former Prime Minister, much in the world has changed. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. Unity amongst Western countries is something like never before, and unity in this House is something like never before. In fact, we can have only partially joked with our Ukrainian counterparts on our recent visit that supporting Ukraine might well be the only issue that unites this House, and given the noises coming from the new government, I suspect that will be even more so the case. But it's important that that unity is maintained and developed in support of Ukraine. But back in February, the German Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz told us that not just his country, but all of Europe was at a turning point, the Zeitenwende, as they say in German. And I have to say that 7 months on, it feels to me less like a turning point and more like Gramsci's interregnum, where the old is dying but the new cannot yet be born. We're in a messy flux at the moment. And whilst I think the unity of purpose that we have is serving us well to get through the tumult that we're going through and that Ukraine is going through, I think that there is much of our own record, all of us in this House and across the West, that we need to assess, going back to, yes, 2014, but also 2008. And I have to say to the former Prime Minister, also the issue of how Russian money has been treated in this country. And I think it takes a lot to admit where one gets things wrong, and I think it's only fair that we as staunch partisans at times give our opponents the space to admit that. That's easier said than done, But if the new world that is kind of incubating in this messy time that we're living in now is going to be born, then that's the way in which I think we have to approach it, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that there's another important point to make. As the winter bites, as energy prices go through the roof, as what has been called in some quarters Ukraine fatigue perhaps starts to settle in, there is a particular group of people in society who I think we need to be mindful of. What the Germans call the Putin-Verstiger, the Putin whisperers, those who would seek to apologise or contextualise or somehow make excuse for Russian legitimate interests in Ukraine. They should be thoroughly ignored. They have been, from the February invasion, temporarily and rather embarrassedly silenced, but undoubtedly, they are starting to rear their heads again. Certainly.
Many of those people are being fed by Putin's cyber warfare, and that we need real investment from this country and our allies in counter-offensive material.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely spot on. But one of the most insidious messages, I think, that comes from that particular group, and they can be found on the extreme left, on the extreme right, they can be found in every country, they can be found in parliaments and national assemblies, they can be found in the media, think tanks and elsewhere. But one of the most insidious things that they argue is that we should stop arming Ukraine. And I'm sure I speak for everyone who I was in Ukraine with recently when I say that we could see and hear up close what a difference arming Ukraine is actually making. And I think that support has to continue for three main reasons, and I'll outline them and be as brief as possible, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I don't believe it's possible to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. I think you can not just look at his record in Ukraine right now, but look at his record in Georgia, look at his record in Syria, a government that does such a thing as the double tap strike, the famous double tap strike where somewhere is hit, and the Russian armed forces wait until the first responders have arrived and then they hit it again. I don't think you can negotiate with a regime that carries itself in that way. I think also, Madam Deputy Speaker, another important point. The former Prime Minister says that anything that we do going forward has to be on President Zelensky's terms, and he's absolutely right. Ukrainians don't want to negotiate with the regime in the Kremlin. You only have to look at the sheer joy on their faces when Ukrainian armed forces turn up in their towns and in their villages to liberate them and save them from what has been experienced in Bucha or in Mariupol or in Kherson. The emotional scenes that we have seen, and I'm sure we will continue to see, I think tells us that we've got our support for Ukraine right. And it should put paid to the idea that we should take these extremists, I think that's the only way to describe them, who would seek to divvy up Ukraine on a map, and I would love to hear them tell me which towns it is that they would like to see handed over to the Kremlin. But when we were in Ukraine, we also met with a young guy, 15 years old, and his father. And some of you, I'm sure, will have, some members rather, I'm sure, will have read about Andrei Poksara and his father, who, when Russians were surrounding his village, had the bravery and ingenuity to launch his own drone into the air to take photographs of Russian positions and send them into the Ukrainian armed forces. You can imagine what happened to those Russian positions soon after. He's now back at school studying. It was an honour to meet him, but I'd love to see one of these armchair extremists tell him that he should instead have gone out and negotiated with the Russians at the end of the street. Imagine what would have happened had he been caught. They knew the danger, but still they did everything they could to defend not just their own hometown, but their country as well. And lastly, the war isn't just about a war on territory. This is a war on values, on liberalism, on democracy and on sovereignty, and on everything that we have cherished since 1945. I don't think that's the kind of thing you can negotiate away lightly. So the Putin whisperers must be ignored. They must feel the complete contempt of those of us who want to see Ukraine win. Yeah. The war could stop tomorrow if Russia stopped fighting, but if Ukraine stops fighting, their country will cease to exist. A Russian victory would be a disaster for everyone in Europe, and it's something that we shouldn't even consider. Russian soldiers, and now this latest group of conscripts, will be fighting solely for their wages, whilst Ukrainian soldiers fight for their future and for ours. So we do all remain united in this House. Ukraine must win. We must continue to support them. And it's in that vein I offer that support to the government this afternoon. Yeah.
We have an immediate time limit of 5 minutes. Tobias Elwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also pay tribute to our armed forces and their contribution to those incredible events that we saw on television play out over the last few days. This is no easy feat, and I think we can salute all our armed forces, but also particularly those pallbearers that did such a magnificent job. I do believe a worthy way to immortalise Queen Elizabeth, what she did for our country, our longest serving monarch, would be to rename one of our bank holidays the Elizabeth Day. But that is for another debate, another day. But I hope we can return to that. Can I say it's an honour to follow my right honourable friend from Uxbridge. He and I did not see eye to eye on everything, but on the case of Ukraine, I hope he would recognise that I've always supported what he has done, and indeed I think the nation can be proud on all my visits to Ukraine, the work of what Britain has done in stepping forward more so than many other NATO nations is absolutely recognised, and it's very much thanks to my right honourable friend in leading that charge. I want to step back a second from what's actually happening in Ukraine and just look at the bigger picture, because we must ask ourselves a fundamental question I pose on a regular basis, which is our world likely to become more dangerous or less over the next few years? And I think the answer is very, very clear. It's the former. This is not just about Ukraine, but a worrying growth in authoritarianism versus democracy across the globe, and the emergence of a new alliance. It's not so obvious yet, but between Russia and China, and their mutual disdain, not only indeed for our international rules-based order, but for the West and the United States in particular. They are challenging the status quo that we've enjoyed since the end of the Cold War. We've enjoyed that relative peace, if you like, for 3 decades, but we've become complacent in nurturing our democratic values. And indeed, authoritarian states themselves are becoming bolder in promoting their own agenda, more assertive. Consequently, our world is becoming more siloed, more protectionist, and indeed we've become more risk-averse. Our actions now, and what we do and how we handle Ukraine, given the conflict is now moving into a darker chapter, will determine how the next decade plays out. China is watching our response very carefully, given it's got its sights on Taiwan. And 7 months on from Putin's unprovoked invasion, the West, I think, is starting to wake up to this reality. State-on-state aggression is back, but our institutions, built to constrain rogue actors, are vulnerable, and new technology has given autocrats new forms of leverage. The art of conflict itself is consequently changing, not just with cyber attacks, as we mentioned already, but also economic attacks, unprecedented use of international sanctions, but all having global consequences on the way we do business. I will.
Do we therefore need to relook at what constitutes going to war, not least because we can now destroy other societies without a single bullet being fired through the use of cyber, for instance?
Well, this is moving into the area of clout threats of what exactly is war, whether it's simply military on the battlefield or it's the politics and the economics. And we haven't really woken up to that, because Putin is using politics and economics to harm the rest of Europe with oil and gas, and indeed grain. And there's an irony that we have a debate here tomorrow about supporting those, absolutely, because of the cost of the energy crisis that we're facing here, when actually much of the problems that we have are actually in Europe. Sort those out, and it's a huge step in helping us deal with some of the problems local that we're facing here. But I have to say we need to work more collectively, less risk-averse. We get spooked by some of the rhetoric that comes out from Putin, and he's done it again with wanting to go down this avenue of using nuclear weapons. Now, we need to make it very clear, and it's been touched on before, Russian doctrine includes the use of tactical nuclear weapons. We need to understand that doctrine. The minister refused to answer the question, and others are saying quite right. We need clarity on what our doctrine is, because our doctrine needs to be confirmed with our allies as well. We could cross a threshold here and we wouldn't necessarily know what to do. And I'm afraid Putin has taken advantage of our risk averseness, taken advantage of the fact that we put red lines in, such as chemical weapons in Syria, and we have then not responded. Now, people can shake their heads as much as they like. This is an awkward conversation that needs to be had as to what Britain, what NATO, what the United States will do if a low-yield tactical nuclear weapon was used in the Donbass region. I pose that as a question, and we can take it behind the scenes and not discuss it, and then it'll actually happen, and then we're going to look at each other and say, what do we actually do? Russia needs to know that we are willing to stand up to what Putin is actually doing. Otherwise, he will continue, as will other adversaries, taking advantage of our collective weakness itself. We have done well to provide the weapon systems to Ukraine, to advance in what they're doing. We now need to leverage that ability to push forward, as my right honourable friend said, to make sure that we can conclude what goes on in Ukraine. If we don't put out this fire in Ukraine, it would spread elsewhere. Thank you.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the unparalleled courage and steely determination of the Ukrainian armed forces, to condemn the barbaric imperialism of Vladimir Putin, and to call on the UK government to go further and faster in its work to isolate the Kremlin. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Ukrainian armed forces have done what nobody thought was possible. Their audacious and expertly executed counter-offensive on the northeastern front has seen them take back in 6 days what it took Russia 6 months to conquer, and the Putin occupation has become a humiliating retreat. His forces are demoralised and shambolic, weaknesses that will certainly not be addressed by calling up a few 100,000 extra amateurs. But let's be clear, we should never have allowed things to get to this point. For more than 20 years, the West was naive and complacent in its response to the authoritarianism and imperialism that was becoming the dominant worldview in Moscow. But the weakness of the reaction to Putin's annexation of Crimea in 2014 was particularly unforgivable. Indeed, it's striking that 7 of the Russians who are now subject to British sanctions were awarded so-called golden visas after the invasion of Crimea. This negligence was based on the deeply mistaken view that trade should take precedence over geopolitics, and the utter failure to recognise that if you give a bully an inch, he will always take a mile. Well, with a brutal war now taking place in a country that's just a few hours from London, with our energy bills going through the roof, and with Russian state-sponsored assassinations on the streets of Britain, we have truly learned our lesson the hard way. As director of the British Council in St. Petersburg, at the time of the Alexander Litvinenko poisoning, I witnessed firsthand the iron fist of the Russian Federation under Putin. The relationship between the UK and Russia had utterly broken down. The Russian state had already attempted to close my office once, and my staff were soon being subjected to terrifying harassment and intimidation. It was utterly chilling. But none of that compares to what our Ukrainian allies are facing now. So whilst it's been heartening to see the West coming together since the 24th of February to take a more robust and resolute position, we must go further and faster. More must be done to isolate Russia, as this is the only way in which we'll see the Russian people beginning to turn against the Kremlin in meaningful numbers. We must do all that we can to support those brave anti-war protesters that we saw on the streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg last night. First, let's look at the army of lawyers, bankers, accountants and estate agents in London who are doing the Kremlin's dirty work. They set up the shell companies that enable dirty Russian money to flow through our country, enriching the corrupt Russian elites who've profited handsomely from the reign of Putin and who are bankrolling his war machine. The government must ensure that the economic crime bill closes these loopholes and closes down the facilitators who have turned London into the money laundering capital of the world. But as the Foreign Affairs Select Committee report of this June pointed out, for sanctions to work, enforcement bodies need teeth. Currently, Britain spends just 0.042% of GDP on funding economic crime enforcement bodies. So it's unsurprising that money laundering prosecutions have dropped by 35% over the past 5 years. And the British overseas territories are awash with dirty Russian money. Under the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act 2018, public registers of beneficial ownership were meant to be in place by the end of 2020. But the new date given is the end of 2023. This is too slow, and it is a gift to Putin's cronies. Second, we were all deeply touched and inspired by the fact that well over 200,000 households volunteered to host Ukrainians fleeing the horrors of war. But somehow the government managed to turn this uplifting story of British generosity into a bureaucratic nightmare. And now, as the cost of food and energy spiral, there are real fears that many Ukrainians will be made homeless. The Home Office and the Department for Levelling Up must therefore grip this issue with urgency. Madam Deputy Speaker, President Zelensky is the leader of the free world. He is on the front line in the global battle between democracy and autocracy. His people and armed forces have stood firm and resolute in this battle, and thousands of them have tragically made the ultimate sacrifice. We owe them a debt of honour and gratitude that simply must be settled. Of course there's an economic cost, as Putin will continue to weaponize Russia's energy supplies to Europe. But you cannot put a price on freedom. We on these benches therefore urge the government to strengthen and intensify its support for the heroes of Ukraine, both on and off the battlefield. Thank you.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I begin by congratulating the three front bench spokesmen so far on the level of eloquence and unanimity that has been displayed. Now, in studying the depravity of dictators, one quickly understands that cynicism has no limits and hypocrisy no boundaries. Putin likes to draw parallels with the Second World War, and there are indeed parallels to be drawn. For example, the false flag operations go back to the very outbreak of that war. On the 31st of August 1939, Hitler would have had it that the war began because Poles attacked a radio station at Gleiwitz on the East German border. They were, in fact, Nazis dressed up in Polish uniform, and they even left dead bodies of concentration camp victims as props to that scheme. And it is a sign that these comparisons are insufficiently accurate or insufficiently free of hypocrisy, that Putin doesn't recognize that what started that war was Stalin's pact with the Nazis to divide up Poland between them. Now, this is necessarily a short debate, and it's just as well, because I side with those who do not think it's a very good idea for us to be discussing military strategy in an ongoing campaign on the floor of this House. What we can observe is that a complicating factor is that in a dictatorship like Putin's Russia, there are no mechanisms whereby a leader who is unethical, irresponsible, incompetent, and indeed murderous can constitutionally be removed, and that has to be a factor in our considerations. If it weren't too flippant, I'd be tempted to remark that it's truly a sign of desperation and indeed substandard propaganda that a cheerleader for Putin yesterday threatened a nuclear strike on London if we continue to help Ukraine defend territory that's being illegally annexed. Given the extent of the property portfolios of so many of Putin's oligarchs in the center of this great city, one has to realize that they, I think, would have a word or two of objection to a strategy by Russia of that sort. Now, the beginning of the invasion left a few people thinking that resistance was likely to be very successful.
And indeed, resistance probably would not have been successful but for the supply of complex weapon systems which had been done since the earlier invasion of Crimea. As a result, we've seen the air arm of the Russians neutralized. We've seen the major surface unit of the Russian fleet in the area sunk. We've seen tanks and other vehicles destroyed and ground troops decimated. The only tactic that has been left to the Russian dictator has been the physical destruction, usually by long-range artillery, of that territory which they cannot take and hold. And yes, I will, of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend. I totally agree with your comment, but I'm quite sure this is happening, but we actually need combat supplies, spare parts to help to reinforce, because complex weapon systems they go wrong, and they need to be repaired. And while we're at it, as we're coming into winter, it would be very good to provide Ukrainian armed forces with simple little things like face masks so that they can go through the winter, because they probably don't have them.
For the first time, my right honourable and gallant friend anticipates my next but one point. So I'll make the next point first, and that is that because the only tactic left is destruction, the area of doubt is how far Putin will go. Will he simply think that by escalating destruction, suddenly the Ukrainians are going to say, we can't take any more of this, we're going to surrender? Surely the events of the past months have shown that any such approach would be completely counterproductive. The more he behaves atrociously, the stronger the resistance will be, and rightly so. Now, my right honourable and gallant friend referred to the supplies that we give. And of course, it is greatly to the credit of the previous government, and indeed the previous Prime Minister, who spoke earlier in this debate, that we have given such substantial supplies. But in giving those supplies, we have seriously depleted our own stocks. And what I need to hear from the Minister is that a full-scale effort is being made and will be increased to ensure that the more we give, the higher our rate of replacement will be, because an effort cannot be sustained if the people who are resisting run out of supplies. Finally, it would be remiss of me to conclude any debate about defence without making a reference to the need to reach 3% of GDP. We have made progress. We now have a pledge to reach 3% of GDP by 2030. But the situation in 2030 is a long way away, and it's longer than the Second World War, with which I began. We need to reach it sooner than that.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Ukrainian, Leon Trotsky, said, "You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you." Leon Trotsky was previously a resident of Mykolaiv and Odessa. This phrase, uttered by Trotsky, the communist revolutionary, has proven quite accurate for many people living in these parts of Ukraine in 2022. The Liberal Democrats must add to the chorus of condemnation in relation to Putin's nuclear threats. President Joe Biden said on the eve of the February invasion, "We have no intention of fighting Russia." As Ukrainian courage and willingness to resist Russia's occupation has grown, so has NATO's willingness to supply materiel to Ukraine. And so have Ukrainian ambitions grown in terms of how much of their country can be de-occupied. Putin claimed yesterday that at the Istanbul talks in March this year, Ukraine's representatives gave positive responses to Russia's proposals. Putin claimed that a peaceful settlement obviously did not suit the West, which is why, after certain compromises were coordinated, Kyiv was actually ordered to wreck all these agreements. Well, we in the UK should state plainly that Kyiv's war aims are for Kyiv to formulate, independent of its friends and allies in the West. Some have said that without NATO, Ukraine would not prosper militarily in the way that Ukraine appears to be doing. That we in the West need to determine our own end state, our own strategy, and then influence the Ukrainians. I would counter that we must make plain to Putin and the wider world that it is the Ukrainian government that is making all the decisions. We need to be straightforward about the fallacy of Putin's narrative that Kyiv is receiving orders from Western advisors, as he puts it. Putin said yesterday, some irresponsible Western politicians are doing more than just speaking about their plans to organise the delivery of long-range offensive weapons to Ukraine. He said that Washington, London and Brussels are openly encouraging Kyiv to move the hostilities to our territory. I suggest that it will be simple for the Minister to correct this misinformation and to state that London has offered our allies in Kyiv no encouragement to strike Russia within its own borders. Rather, we should expose Putin's rhetoric by stating categorically that the UK's multiple-launch rocket system is supplied on condition that it is not used to strike anything within Russia's internationally recognised borders. It was mentioned earlier on that some of us on the Ukraine All-Party Parliamentary Group were hosted in Kyiv last week by the Yalta European Strategy, and I joined that APPG visit. And like the Honourable Member for Cardiff South and Penarth and the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight, I was interviewed on Ukrainian television. I offered viewers of Priamy TV reassurance that the change in the UK of both the head of state and the Prime Minister in just a few days would not disrupt the support that the UK gives to Ukraine. Political parties across this House have united in opposition to Putin's brutal and illegal war of conquest, and the Liberal Democrats will back those steps necessary to ensure that the light of freedom and democracy continues to burn in Kyiv. It was striking last week to look into the eyes of counterpart MPs from the Ukrainian Parliament, the Rada. Like others on the Ukraine APPG, I was struck by how those parliamentarians who we met are fiercely independent and would be unwilling to take orders from anyone, whether that be from Russia, Europe or anywhere else. Some members of this House may not be interested in war. Given that war risks being, as Trotsky said, interested in us, I would urge those colleagues who do have some bearing on this situation to stand firm in the face of aggression and threats, and then we should hope that Ukraine shows magnanimity in its dealings with Russia so that it may bring this sorry episode to a close.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Deputy Speaker, a number of colleagues on both sides have talked about the 7 months of this conflict. In truth, it's part of a much longer strategic conflict between Putin and Ukraine. In fact, from 2007, when Putin set out his worldview at the Munich Security Conference, we've known roughly where he's likely to go. From his interference in Ukraine in 2004 through the 2008 invasion of Georgia, through the illegal annexation of Crimea, this is part of a continuum. I'm afraid a continuum of behaviour that we have for too long overlooked because it didn't suit us to actually take a realistic view. But this time, as the former Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, so rightly said, Putin's aims have completely, clearly, explicitly failed. And those aims, let's remember, were to remove President Zelensky, install a puppet government, defeat the Ukrainian armed forces, and effectively destroy Ukraine as a functioning state. As a consequence, Putin is facing mounting criticism at home and abroad. Yesterday alone we saw 1,300 arrests in Moscow, and we should be giving our support to those who are willing to make that protest for their moral courage in doing so. We've even seen in Moscowy Komsomolets, the normally placid news outlet in Russia, criticising what they called the underestimation of the enemy, that they had suffered a defeat and that they were minimising losses by withdrawing, not the sort of comments we expect to see from that particular organ of the state. And the criticism from outside has not been confined to the free world. Prime Minister Modi made very clear last week to Putin that this, quote, is not an era for war. Even the Russians themselves had to admit that the Chinese had disquiet about what was happening in Ukraine. And little wonder, because what has happened in Ukraine has brought a much more united West, a new focus on areas such as Taiwan, which the Chinese have certainly not welcomed. And the net result of all of this for Putin is that he is cornered. But this is by no means necessarily a cause for celebration in the West. As my honourable friend, the member for Isle of Wight, wrote in a very good article in The Spectator this week, which I would commend to all members, Putin makes threats to frighten us, but to minimise the use of a tactical or strategic nuclear weapon, we need to assume that that threat is in fact real. Yep. It may be sabre-rattling, but it may be not. We have miscalculated with Putin before. We can't afford to miscalculate again. He is a tyrant with a tyrant's behaviour. Paranoid, petulant, and progressively more extreme. He will throw more and more Russian lives into the fire without hesitation, as so many of his predecessors have done. I'll give which one.
On the question of calling up of the reserves, does my right honourable friend think that Putin may now be overextending his support with the Russian people?
Well, Madam Deputy, he may be, but we would be foolish to assume that. And yes, public opinion, even in places like Russia, under a regime like Putin, can turn. Yes, internal forces can produce a change in both the personnel and the nature of the government, but it can take a very long time, if ever, and we should not be calculating on that coming through. Many lives may be lost in the interim, so, as many members have already said, we must continue to support Ukraine and its government and its people with moral and political support, as the Prime Minister set out in New York, provide weapons to the Ukraine as long as they are required and at whatever cost needs to be paid. And we must maintain a united front with other allied nations in the free world, especially in our efforts to stop Russia's war machine being funded through the sale of fossil fuels. And while, Madam Deputy Speaker, we deal with the Ukraine war, we must continue to focus on other threats that are being posed around the region. We don't have the luxury in security and foreign policy to choose to focus on one conflict alone. And I would very briefly point to two. The first is in the Balkans, where Russia and China have been heavily arming Serbia and where the threat of renewed conflict, with all the horrors that we saw before in the area. And the second is the involvement of Iran. Iran's supply of weapons, of drones, of political support to Russia at a time when few other countries have been willing to do so, a country that's trying to develop its own nuclear weapon. And we have seen, and we've been discussing in this debate today, what nuclear blackmail can look like. Does anyone seriously believe that the world would be a safer place were Iran to become a nuclear weapon state, or that it would be able to disrupt global fossil fuel supplies any less than Russia would? Madam Deputy Speaker, the common thread running through much of this is that we have collectively allowed wishful thinking to replace critical analysis on far too many occasions. The safety of our world requires us to do much better in the future.
Mike Quigley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will begin by joining previous speakers in applauding the heroism and sacrifice of Ukrainian forces who in just a few short weeks have liberated vast swathes of territory previously occupied by Russia. We cannot yet comprehend the scale of the suffering that has taken place in Russian-occupied Ukraine, but the widespread reports of war crimes and crimes against humanity that are emerging from the liberated territory serve as a potent reminder of why Putin must not be allowed to succeed in this criminal endeavour. I also want to pay tribute to the immense bravery of the thousands of Russian citizens who took to the streets yesterday in protest of the partial mobilisation of the army reserves. They did so in full knowledge that they were defying the decrees of a regime that tolerates no dissent, and I'm sure that the thoughts of the whole House are with those who have been taken into custody. As a new and far more dangerous phase of the war begins, the UK must remain steadfast in its support for the struggle of the Ukrainian people. But with Putin once again forcing the world to reckon with the spectre of nuclear war, we must also remain ever vigilant to the dangers of this conflict escalating. As President Biden told the UN General Assembly yesterday, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. And whilst I welcome the government's continued commitment to provide military aid to Ukraine, I must tell ministers that their responsibilities to the Ukrainian people extend far beyond the battlefield. In the early months and weeks of the war, the government refused to follow the lead of our European friends and neighbours and waive visa requirements for refugees fleeing the onslaught. Now, Ukrainians who were promised safety and security in Britain are facing an uncertain future. Across the country, as many as 50,000 Ukrainians could be homeless in the new year as a result of ministers' woeful failure to bring forward additional support or even the most basic clarify ahead of the initial 6-month sponsorship coming to an end. I've had a very great privilege of meeting with Ukrainian refugees now living in my constituency and the families who have opened up their homes and hearts to them. But with the cost of living crisis hitting hard, I'm afraid that many of these sponsorships will simply not be sustainable without additional support. Indeed, some local authorities, fewer than a quarter of the hosts, are now in position to extend their guest stay beyond the first 6 months. Councils across the country are now warning that the situation is reaching breaking point. This was an entirely foreseeable crisis, and it's frankly unforgivable that ministers have yet to come forward with a credible plan for what happens when a refugee's initial 6-month stay comes to an end. But it's not too late to act, and so I urge the government to take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that in situations where the relationship between hosts and guests remain viable, that those sponsorships can continue. That must mean greatly increasing financial support for hosts, as the former Refugees Minister Lord Harrington recommended last month. The government also needs to acknowledge that the community sponsorship was only ever intended as a short-term solution to an immediate crisis. To give Ukrainian refugees the longer-term support they need, we need to ensure that financial and logistical support is in place for the entirety of the 3 years for which they receive permission to stay. We also need to do more to support Ukrainian refugees in finding homes of their own. Far too many Ukrainian refugees have been left to fend for themselves in the cruel and uncaring world of the private rented sector. Too many landlords have been allowed to refuse Ukrainian tenancies simply because of where they have come from. And like many millions of UK residents before them, refugees who have found work are finding that they simply cannot afford rip-off rents in the areas that they hope to call home. It's time for the government to equip local authorities with the financial resources and power that they need to act as guarantors for refugees searching for accommodation. Madam Deputy Speaker, members on the government's benches speak regularly on the pride they've taken the support that the UK has offered Ukraine, as so adequately demonstrated here across this House. But I warn that their moral obligations will never be truly fulfilled unless they can guarantee that not a single refugee is left without a home this winter. Thank you very much.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise others want to come to speak, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. Can I say that, first of all, that this debate today is a very simple debate in a way, because it is ultimately about the sovereignty, independence and self-determination of the Ukrainian people. All else is but a support to that simple position that we must take. And everything else we do is about that. And the reality is, I think, as we face it now, back in the 19th century, ironically, Gladstone made a very simple statement which should underwrite all that we do in this. When he was speaking about the attack of then the Turkish Empire on Moldavia and Wallachia, he said that there is no greater bulwark for freedom than the breasts of free men and women. And that is the truth of where we are today. And what we see with Ukraine is that is happening. Free men and women fighting in their homeland for the defense of their families and of that freedom that we take for granted. And that freedom is not free, Madam Deputy Speaker. It comes at a huge price. It comes at a huge price in terms of the violence and the desperate depredations that come from war brought about by the despot Putin. But it also comes at a huge price to us. It comes at a price in terms of our ability to readjust our thinking about defence spending so that we have the right equipment in future to be able to support people doing the same thing. It comes at a big price for us as we face it now as we go into the winter months. And this has been said previously. Right now, President Putin is facing a disaster. Yet in his head and in his actions, it's true that he still believes that he has one card up his sleeve, and that is to be able to split the alliance as we get towards winter. And it's interesting, even though as India moves away from him and China is indifferent in a way to where he is, that we have a condemnation at the UN General Assembly the other day, he still thinks that if he puts the pressure on, the West will begin to break. Now, there is some indication of politicians around the West feeding this. I noticed the other day senior politicians in Italy talking about why we should reduce the sanctions because they were hurting us more than they were hurting him. And there's been talk, has been mentioned in some Eastern European countries as well. He thinks this is working and he wants to double down. Now, I will make one small criticism here. I noticed that the ambassador to the UN, the US ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas, still in her remarks talked about getting to a process where there can be negotiation and negotiated settlement. I think that is quite wrong. I think any talk about negotiation feeds Putin's view that he will split the alliance. And I would like to hear from the government that we categorically believe that the only person that is capable of ever talking about that is, in fact, Volodymyr Zelensky, and not any of us in any country in the alliance, because all we do is we help Putin. And that is the key to all that we do at the moment. And to get us through and to make sure that we're stronger, surely all of us in the West, united, should talk to our own public about the difficulties that they are going to face as a result of this war in the Ukraine, and our need to support them despite those difficulties. The cost of living, which we're trying to intervene on at the moment, the problems over energy costs and spikes, and the difficulties they may see with higher food prices as well. We need to be honest with them. And the second bit of honesty I would say to my right honourable friend, earlier on I intervened on the basis of recognising, and my right honourable friend mentioned this point too in his intervention, Russia sees nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, as war-fighting weapons. It's always been part of their principal view. So instead of dancing around it sometimes and saying, well, we're not going to be scared by rhetoric, it's not rhetoric, because they do believe that to be the case. The question is, will they decide to do it, and will the military do it? What we have to recognise, our answer to that, is that united we must say, if he ever does that, we will continue, regardless, to bear down on him and use the Ukraine and give the Ukraine the equipment and tools that they deserve. If we are clear about that and clear about the possibilities, I think the public will be with us. It's when we surprise them by trying to say there's no threat, when there is a major threat, that is critical. And I think being honest in this. And finally, China is watching. China invaded the South China Seas and not a single thing was done about it. They've militarized it and very little has been done about it. And they're brutal at home to their own people, and we have done very little about it. I simply say the rules and the lessons that we learn from Ukraine, we should have learnt in the 1930s. If you appease dictators who are hell-bent on invasion and destruction, then you lose the freedoms that we actually fought for, and that is what this is all about.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to discuss in this debate, and I've been struck by the thoughtfulness and decency of a number of comments from across the House on this point. And I'm proud of the SNP's role in these discussions. I'm proud of the fact that despite our domestic priorities, despite our political differences, we have been able to work with the government. And I would commend the Minister when his opening speech, and I commend the Ministers on their openness and the way they've worked across the House. That's genuine from our part, and damn sure the SNP is part of the international coalition in defence of Ukraine. We believe in freedom, we believe in democracy, we believe in human rights, and we believe that we should be good neighbours who shouldn't live in fear of bigger powers. So, of course, we are part of that. And where we've agreed with the UK government, we have agreed, as my good friend from Glasgow South said in his contribution, On military support and on sanctions, we have been vocal in our support of the UK government's position, often urging greater efforts than we've seen, but we have supported. The only big difference between our position and that of the UK government is on refugees. We would have liked to have seen the UK emulate the EU's approach of waiving visas for 3 years. We think that would have been proportionate and fair. Instead, we saw a system which we have made work in Scotland. The Scottish Government has made the Home Office system work, and I would pay tribute to the many big-hearted people across Stirling, Scotland and the UK who've opened not just their hearts but their homes to the people of Ukraine who really needed that support at that time. I was in Cullen just a few weeks back, and I was really struck by the care and the affection that locals had for the people who are guests in our community, and I do commend them on their efforts. So it's right today that we take due stock of events in Ukraine, because as we've heard, the conflict is at a pivotal moment. Ukraine is winning and the Kremlin is losing. We take no pleasure in that fact, but there is a justice to that. Aggression is not successful, has not been the results that the Kremlin was hoping for. President Putin's statement overnight came from a position of weakness, as we've heard. His nuclear blackmail, his activation of the reservists, breaking a promise that he made, comes from a position of weakness, not strength. And we must be vigilant to the true risks that are presented by the Kremlin's aggression, not just against Ukraine, but against the liberal international order. But we must be steadfast in our support of the Ukrainians themselves. We need to redouble our efforts. They're winning, but they have not won yet. And I fear there's an awful lot of heartache ahead of the Ukrainians before we see a resolution to this. So I'm glad to hear, as we heard from the Minister, that military training and the supply of materiel and intelligence support will continue. That does so with SNP support wholeheartedly. We may have points of difference, and we'll seek greater information on points, but we do support that very strongly. I'm glad also to hear that the eventual negotiated outcome, because there will be an eventual negotiated outcome, there always is to every conflict, but I'm glad it's going to be on Ukrainian terms. And as a prerequisite for any talks, which, as we've heard, must be set from Kyiv, not from anywhere else, the prerequisite must be withdrawal of all Russian occupying forces from all sovereign Ukrainian territory, including, of course, Crimea. So where I say the conflict is far from over, there are a few points which I would suggest to the government that we do need to continue and take forward, because we can't take our foot off the pedal. We've heard mentioned already Ukraine fatigue amongst the general population, amongst the media as well. We must make sure that we're not succumbing to it as well. Ukraine continues to need our support. So we need to keep sanctions under review. Now, I'll be taking part for the SNP in the next coming session, where we'll revisit sanctions, but we do need to keep them under review. We do need to make sure that loopholes are closed, because loopholes are being exploited, and we do need to make sure that any opportunity to raise pressure on the kleptocrats is taken. So that's an evolving situation. We also need to be honest, and we need to guard against the influence of dirty money at home here now. The UK is vulnerable to this, and we've seen a belated start on this from the UK government with our support, but we need to see much more of it. Our financial and property systems are nowhere near as transparent as they need to be. They are vulnerable to dirty money. The overseas territories are playing a role that needs greater scrutiny than they have had, and we need to continue those efforts. So we've seen a belated start to that, but we need to see more. And on looking after refugees here, I mentioned earlier the people who've opened not just their hearts but their homes. They need more support. We've seen a paper chase of a system that I don't believe was fit for purpose, but largely people have now negotiated through that. But what we now see is where we've seen too much paper chase, we're now seeing too little money. And we do strongly support and really would urge the government to take forward doubling the payment monthly to £700 a month, because energy costs and the increased cost of having guests is hurting people and does need to be taken care of. Very happily.
Just to pick up on the comments from my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green, there is a cost to this, to the UK people, and he was right that we have to be honest about that, and I think the honourable member is also making that point. But I think we also need to reinforce the point that there is a cost, there is also a bigger cost to our constituents if we do nothing. And would he agree with me on that point, that we really need to ensure that people see that we're doing this for a much greater reason? All these points he's making about refugees are absolutely right, but we're trying to prevent something much wider and much more destructive.
Intervention. We are on time limits, so it does prevent other people from having their allocation. And if interventions are taken, it would be good if people could still stick to the 5 minutes. Alan Smith.
I thought it was an excellent intervention personally, and I agree with it strongly, so very grateful for it. We do need to make the case on an ongoing basis of the support that we're having for Ukraine, because it's not just their freedom, it's ours. And I think that is an important point the gentleman makes. But to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, on accountability, we do need to see more, and I pay tribute to the support that the UK has given to the International Court and the Canadian coordination of these efforts, but we do need to make war criminals and potential war criminals aware that there will be no amnesty, there will be no hiding place. And the UK can do more with that. The UK has a developed legal system, a number of practitioners who are very active in this field, so we do need to put more resources into that. So the SNP is part of this coalition. I'm proud that we've been able to work together on this point, because this transcends boundaries, this transcends politics, and that support will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The world has just witnessed Ukraine pull off a stunning counter-offensive around Kharkiv. They liberated thousands of miles of territory in what was an incredible feat of military planning. Months of distraction around Kherson were put in place, absolute radio silence around what they were doing around Kharkiv, and it was something that brought the world with them and showed that, yes, they will be victorious if we stand by them. This victory was not just thousands of miles of territory, but it hit Russian logistics. It liberated major administrative and rail hubs that the Russians have been using, and it will castrate their ability to do what they need and rely on those rail logistics throughout. As a result, we've seen a panicked response from the Kremlin, sham referendum and a partial mobilisation of 300,000 men. Now, much has been made of this mobilisation. The point I would make, though, is that you cannot magically muster kit, strategy or skilled soldiers. And we have to be careful that we challenge these arguments when we hear these big announcements from Putin that do not actually tantamount change the situation on the ground. Now, these performative referendums should be called hostage referendums, because that is what they are, and it is vital that the world rejects them, and I'm confident we will. But it is years ago, when we did not reject them, that we saw Putin emboldened to do what he's doing today. Now, Ukrainian gains are also showing the scale of atrocities being committed by Russian troops, and it's really vital that we look at how we can support those. So, as ever, I would like to focus, Madam Deputy Speaker, on recommendations for what the government should be doing. The first is that our international justice infrastructure is not sufficient. The ICC cannot prosecute in this situation, and we need to be convening, as one of the foremost powers when it comes to security and justice, a plan for how we will hold people to account who have committed atrocities at all levels. Secondly, the point I made earlier about creating a specific court or tribunal for sexual violence and rape that gets stood up at the start of conflicts rather than just at the end when it is too late to collect evidence. One of the things we must also do is learn how we share intelligence. Back in September last year, this time last year, Britain and America went around and told our allies that Putin was going to invade. We had the intelligence, we were sure of it, and our allies didn't believe us. The French said it just wouldn't happen. Macron had too good of a relationship with Putin. The Germans said that wasn't what their intelligence showed. When I ask European ambassadors why they didn't believe us, they say it's because of Iraq. Now, that is greatly concerning to me, that they are making intelligence decisions based on what happened so many decades ago when I was only a child. But it shows also that we have manifestly failed to make what was the most important intelligence analysis and argument that we needed to of the last decade. Now, Putin is no master strategist, he's a gambler. He gambled in 2014 that we turned a blind eye to the invasion of Crimea. He gambled in Syria, where we turned our backs. And he gambled in February that we would be too divided. Now, he was wrong on that. But Putin bases these decisions on a critical assumption that we have not adapted for 21st century hybrid warfare. Because we've spent the last 2 decades focused on terrorists that behave like states. But between now and 2050, it will be states that behave like terrorists that we must adapt to. And to do that, we need whole-of-state resilience, which is not easy, it's not sexy, and it will take decades to put in place. But that is how we protect ourselves and our allies in the long term. And that covers everything from investment and supply chains to defending our multilaterals and the rule of law, upholding human rights, the independence of our education institutions, our culture and our digital security. We must recalibrate. Technology and the democratisation of information have fundamentally changed geopolitics. We are at war at all times. The best enemies are the ones that we do not know that they are there. We do not know we're at war with them. Bullets, as earlier were being made the point. Conversations could be taking place, people radicalised and recruited without a single word being spoken aloud. We are not ready, whether it is energy and food sources, whether it is business, culture, finance, military. And we have to tackle this. And we as Britain can convene our allies, because that is one of our greatest strengths, our ability to convene partners. We can convene and work together towards a more resilient society. Because if we don't double down, if we don't defend and stop neglecting our international institutions, we will further embolden Russia. And this is our responsibility if we want fair play, if we want respect for the rules-based order. The lessons from Ukraine so far, very happily.
I'm grateful for the intervention. She's making a powerful speech. Would she agree with me that on cyber resilience especially, there is a lot of good work to build on, but it needs more resource?
Without question, my friend is absolutely right. And within the military, we are building these capabilities, but they need to be cross-force. But they also need to bring in the civilians, whether based in the Foreign Office. Back in 2016, I was in Ukraine training the Ukrainians how to do counter-disinformation operations, how to integrate it with cyber. And we've seen that pay off, that work. Look at what they did over the last few weeks. But the lessons, Madam Deputy Speaker, are clear. The decisions and defences and resilience that we implement now is what will defend us over the next 20 years. And we need to make ourselves and our alliances in the international order more resilient, because only in that way will we protect ourselves. Will we return to moral leadership on the world stage? Will we stop atrocities? And we will be able to take a stand and protect ourselves from those hostile states who will spend the next 20 years using their whole state effort to undermine us and to hurt us.
Order. I would just urge those who have already spoken to perhaps think twice about intervening again. Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I visited Kyiv 2 weeks ago as a member of the first cross-party delegation of MPs since the war began, which has been mentioned by other members, and many of us are here today. We were a group of 7 MPs from 4 parties. It was a long journey there and back, as there are no flights, but we were absolutely determined to go together to show solidarity and support for the Ukrainian government, for the armed forces, and for the sovereignty of Ukraine and for the people of Ukraine. I congratulate the Ukrainian armed forces on their victories of the past 10 days. It was an exciting weekend to be there as they were announced. And I'm proud of the welcome given by people in Putney, Southfields and Roehampton and across this country by so many families to welcome people from Ukraine, many of whom I have met. But I would echo the concerns raised by other members about what will happen at that 6 months cliff edge of support for those families who are saying, we would like to be able to support you, but we just can't. And those Ukrainians who want to stay can't go back yet, and yet don't have a guarantor, don't have the credit history necessary to have private accommodation. What will happen there? It will really undermine everything providing for Ukrainians if we don't provide that. As we've reflected on Her Majesty's reign in the past week, there is a striking contrast between the transition away from the British Empire during her reign with Putin's aggressive, dominating, barbaric empire building that has Ukraine in its sights right now, but could extend much further, including to the Balkans, where there is an election in Bosnia in just 10 days' time. It is vital to stand up to the aggression of Putin and his regime, and that we join with our allies in supporting Ukraine and look to building a peaceful future together at the same time as supporting the deoccupation. As the delegation of MPs, we met with President Zelensky and his head of office, with the Minister for Defence and Deputy Presidents, with MPs, human rights activists, soldiers, and with the staff of the DePaul Aid Agency, who are providing psychological counselling and aid. The reports coming from Bucha, from Mariupol and from the deoccupied regions are shocking. Shocking torture, mass graves, rape used as a weapon of war, war crimes by the Russian army. And as co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group on the prevention of genocide and crimes against humanity, I know that we mean never again when we say it in this House every year. We mean never again when we remember past atrocities. But now is the time to put flesh on those words and to act against atrocities that we know are happening now. And that's why we are proud as the British people to be supporting the people of Ukraine. Maybe it is the only issue that unites us across the House, but we have been unequivocal supporters of Ukraine from the outset. The increase of energy prices may be a factor in what people are calling potential Ukrainian fatigue, but I know that the British people understand that the link between the increase in energy prices is another reason why we must support Ukraine and stop Putin blackmailing us over energy. We need to end that war decisively and as soon as possible so that it doesn't cost even more. And the needs are clear: for air defences, for military equipment support, for heating system support as backups during the winter, the return of prisoners, the return of the forcibly adopted Ukrainian children, a scandal that I don't have time to say more about but is really shocking, support for the rebuilding and reparations, and support for justice, and especially a special international tribunal to try Putin for the crime of aggression. The International Criminal Court is a parallel process, but it's one that will not deliver enough justice and fast enough, and therefore I think as Britain we can lead in calling for that international special tribunal. And finally, support for civil society humanitarian aid and peace building, for long-term peace building to be built into the process. It's not enough just to have military and diplomatic and then legal support. We must have that fourth essential element of civil society. This is how a whole government support for Ukraine can be delivered. Because Kyiv is a beautiful city, Ukraine is a beautiful country, and I want to return to a free and victorious Ukraine which will not fear future aggression. We can see that when we stand together. Thank you.
Speaker, and I was also very pleased to join the all-party trip to Kiev a week ago, and this will soon be represented in my register of interests. If a deal involving peace for land was ever possible, now Ukrainians will not start to negotiate until all of their land is free from Russia, and that includes Donbass and Crimea. This was the firm view of every politician, soldier and citizen that I had the opportunity to meet in Ukraine. And one can see why, as the vile outcome of Russian occupation is revealed in territory retaken by the heroic actions of the Ukrainian military. Sadly, the horrors of Bucha are not an horrific isolated incident. Indeed, it's becoming clear that looting, torture, murder, rape and intimidation is the standard practice for the Russian occupiers. Horribly, Russia has deported tens of thousands of Ukrainian children, including 2,300 orphans to Russia. These crimes must never be forgotten or overlooked. And I was very pleased to hear of how UK prosecutors have been helping local agencies with evidence collection and advice. This war is more than just about helping a freedom-loving people fight against a bullying aggressor. As others have said, Russian aggression has been used time and time again under Putin, right from the invasion of Georgia in 2008. There is nothing to show that Russia would, unless stopped, stop at Ukraine. To that extent, Ukrainians are also fighting the war on behalf of all of us, who refuse to accept a Europe where barbarity and violence are going to call the shots. And with that in mind, I think we should now consider Russia to constitute a state sponsor of terrorism, and that as such, it would be equitable for frozen Russian state and state-linked assets, including frozen sanctioned individual assets, to be seized for payment to Ukraine for its reconstruction. This would require legislation, but similar to that passed by Canada only in June. I will.
I thank you for giving way. Is he aware that we have just heard news that a young woman was killed in Moscow by the Russian police for participating in the anti-war demonstrations? And will he also condemn that?
And the many other deaths that we're hearing about all the time coming out of Russia. The question recently came up as to whether individual oligarchs should be able to buy their way out of sanctions. I'm personally doubtful that this could work without the international sanction system being held under the waterline. However, if any deal is considered, it has to be coordinated and approved by Ukraine. Not just the sanctioning country, and the restitution money involved should go to Ukraine. In that way, any decisions on release of assets would be properly coordinated. Over recent months, there have been many pictures of Russian tourists swanning around Europe as though nothing is happening in Ukraine. This should stop, and we should now ban Russian visas to the UK other than for exceptional circumstances. Certainly, at the very least, we should not allow into the UK any member of Putin's United Party of Russia. Sanctions are a slow-burn approach, but increasingly effective. But there are the so-called holes in the bucket
Turkey comes to mind. And there are others. Could the Minister please advise what efforts are being made to isolate such countries? But battlefield victories are accentuating the size of the challenges yet to be faced. Firstly, military speaking, Russia still maintains a powerful and vicious threat. Putin is an unpredictable enemy, and wounded and concerned to protect his Crimea legacy to Russia. He may yet become even less principled over civilian rights. Indeed, only yesterday he upped the ante by calling out Russia's reserves. Secondly, retaking occupied territory is one thing, but holding it is another. Police, courts, schools, and civil society all have to be re-established. War crimes and collaborators have to be prosecuted. Infrastructure has to be rebuilt. The cost and administrative challenges involved are enormous and urgent. Thirdly, the military requirements are changing. In the early days of the war, basic equipment for soldiers and defensive weapons such as anti-tank missiles were a priority. Then longer offences was and but then, following our occupation, the priorities changed again, and the need for anti-missile defence systems are now coming to the fore and were very much highlighted during our visit. If Ukraine is going to encourage its over 10 million internally displaced citizens and millions of foreign-based refugees to return to their homes in Ukraine, then security from air attack becomes key to restoring defence. Confidence. This point was very much reinforced by Russian retaliation against the lost ground, taking the cowardly form of missile attacks against civilian targets. Electricity and water infrastructure has already been bombed and a cold winter is approaching. So the challenges here are immense. But one thing is for sure, and came across very strongly during my time in Kiev, namely Ukrainian recognition of British support and the gratitude that was shown by everyone we met. Ukrainians feel that the UK is in this battle with them for the long term and that we were the first to speak up for them in the international community. Also, that we then back that up with money, arms and valuable advice. The government and virtually all members of all parties of this House are to be commended for their support. History is on our side. I was left with the strong impression that out of this war, out of this horror and barbarity, will develop an immensely strong and lasting relationship between our two countries. In the meantime, we must redouble our efforts to ensure a speedy victory for Ukraine as soon as possible and enable its restoration towards the modern, democratic country that I know it has the potential to be.
I'm sorry, but many of the speakers recently have been 6 minutes, so I'm going to have to reduce the time limit immediately to 4 minutes, and it may have to go down beyond that. Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wholeheartedly join into the cross-party support for Ukraine, but want to touch on an issue that has been touched upon but less debated this afternoon. Women are casualty of war and conflict, but they are very often overlooked. Women, including those who fight alongside men, suffer in a uniquely gendered way. Ukrainian women have displayed incredible strength in defending their country and their families, both on and off the battlefield. As more Ukrainian territories are liberated, more terrible stories emerge of atrocities committed against women. By June, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Team had received reports of 124 alleged incidents of sexual violence. The Secretary-General, Special Representatives, has warned that reports are rising fast. Wartime sexual violence is one of the oldest crimes known to people. It has long-time implications on individuals and communities, long after the war has ended. The government recognises the problem of wartime sexual violence, but it must be fully matched with support for women on the ground. Too often, wartime sexual violence is viewed as inevitable, as part of war. This is totally unacceptable. The sexualized threats faced by women and girls must be confronted head-on and must be prosecuted like any other war crime. And I'm grateful for the recommendation of the Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton. The government, along with the international community, needs to aid Ukraine to ensure a robust response to gender-based violence that must include post-rape care, access to abortion and mental health support. Our human response demands that we make sexual, reproductive and maternal health care a priority. Perpetrators must be vigorously investigated and adequately punished, and the UK must help by providing Ukraine to do this, providing support for Ukraine to do this. The majority of those fleeing Ukraine are women and children. The response from communities in bordering countries and the UK has been incredibly powerful, but we shouldn't be blind to the ongoing risks to women and girls. We know that female refugees have always faced disproportionate risks, especially if they're travelling alone. Many of my constituents have contacted me on behalf of Ukrainians stuck in dangerous places waiting for visas. While they wait, their funds run low and they're placed at greater risk of trafficking and abuse. Refugees are safest when they have options. They need full legal protection, the right papers, and have to be totally aware of their rights. The government must equal the outpouring of compassion shown by the British public and allow Ukrainian refugees to come to the UK without the unacceptable bureaucratic delays. Otherwise, we are driving vulnerable women and girls into the arms of opportunistic abusers. It is a matter of basic safety. As the war continues and shows no signs to be resolved, the British government must do better when it comes to protecting women and girls. I am sure many of my colleagues across the House share my admiration for the courage of the women of Ukraine. We must match it with action. While we hope the war might be over soon, it probably won't. Just as important as speeding up the process now is making sure that the support for our Ukrainian refugees will be sustained. What are the government's plans in 6 months' time and beyond? How are we going to help families find long-term accommodation, jobs and financial support? We shouldn't underestimate the substantial trauma that women and children will have suffered, especially if they have experienced sexual violence. Support services will need funding beyond this year to rebuild lives in the long term. This government will have to show that it has a long breath, not just in providing military help, but humanitarian help to deal with the human tragedy beyond the here and now.
I'm going to have to be really strict with people. Sorry, but I can't get everybody in unless I reduce the time limit even more. So after the next speaker, it will be 3 minutes. Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Adhere to your 3-minute rule. The message from this debate should go out to Vladimir Zelensky and the Ukrainian people that we salute their bravery. They have suffered grievously. This has become, in just 7 months, one of the biggest refugee catastrophes that the world has seen since the Second World War. Over 7 million people displaced within Ukraine and 7 million people to the rest of Europe. Over 14,000 people dead or wounded. Hundreds of people grievously suffered from war crimes, of torture, of sexual crimes, as the Honourable Lady has just made clear, and as my honourable friend said, the kidnapping of hundreds of innocent children. Quite simply, we have to help the Ukrainian people win this conflict, because if they don't succeed in driving the Russians out of Ukraine, no country in Europe will be safe. And therefore I congratulate my government on the support and help that they are giving to Ukraine, as outlined in the very comprehensive statement made by the Armed Forces Minister today. And I am delighted that the new Prime Minister has made it very clear that we will stick by Ukraine for as long as it takes. And contrary to what some speakers have said today, I do not think necessarily that this is going to be a quick end to this conflict. No. I think there's all sorts of twists and turns that could happen. And as others have said, although we hope Vladimir Putin's threat of a tactical nuclear weapon is just that, we cannot be sure. So we are absolutely right to give that help. And I understand the British people are suffering through their cost of living grievously from the cost of energy and also the cost of food. But we must point out to them, as their politicians, that if we don't continue to support Ukraine throughout this conflict, they will suffer even more. Finally, the really issue that I want to talk about is grain. We haven't heard anything about grain in this debate. At long last, the United Nations Food Programme has, with our help, with the United Kingdom's diplomatic help, has negotiated some grain shipments to cross the Black Sea, out through the Dardanelles, and into some of the most vulnerable and poorest people in Africa. We must make sure that that programme continues. It is absolutely vital for some of the poorest people in the world. And we must do all we can to prevent the Russians stopping that programme. So I just say to all my constituents who have so generously hosted the Ukrainian people, and then I've met some of them, I've had a meeting with them, please continue to do that. I know it's difficult in some cases, but please continue your generosity, and for the British people, please bear with the privations you've got caused by this war. It's going to be difficult this winter. Our government will do what it can, but eventually I'm sure right will come through and the Russians will be driven out of Ukraine.
Mari Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Vladimir Putin has called upon an additional 300,000 reservists. On the face of it, it seems a huge, large number of reinforcements. Yet the reality is that most of these men have completed a fraction of the training that a NATO member would require. When this war first began, Russia was sending in conscripts that had only had a few days' basic training. It appears that Putin has not learnt his lesson, or perhaps he has and simply does not care. To Putin, his own people are cannon fodder. They are being sent to the front lines due to his personal delusions of grandeur. The reality is that the latest reinforcements will likely suffer a worse fate than the original battle groups due to the failure of the Russian army and, more importantly, the success of the Ukrainians. There is much less equipment for these reinforcements. In Russia's recent disorganised retreat from Kharkiv region, substantial amounts of Russian equipment was destroyed or captured. This is a testimony to the bravery, skill and tactical prowess of the Ukrainians. What is interesting is how the people of Russia have reacted to Putin's mobilisation announcement. Almost as soon as Putin finished, how to leave Russia topped the Google trends in Russia. Flights leaving Russia either sold out or skyrocketed. More than 1,000 people were arrested on the streets who were protesting against reinforcements. Putin is pushing his own people to the edge, yet Putin has a huge security apparatus protecting him and his cronies in Russia. His grip on power is strong, yet expecting Putin to no longer be in control or to suddenly do the right thing will not happen. That is why support for Ukraine must not waver. Ukrainians have shown Russia and the world that they are fully capable of fighting the force. Government must do all it can to continue our support. That includes looking at steps that can take taken here against Putin's supporters. There is still far too much dirty money Russian around our country, particularly in London. There is much more we can do on that. The pressure on Putin's supporters needs to be tightened. There is only one acceptable way this war can end, and that is why democratic Ukraine having control over all of its own territory. Now is the time for us to double down. As I said months ago, this conflict started. This war is our war. Ukraine and Ukrainians are fighting it on behalf of all of us. We must give Ukrainians what they need, and the government must do our bit at home. In particular, I would emphasise the comments made by my honourable friends from Birkenhead and the member from Putney about the refugees. We must do much more. We cannot let these people down. Please, please listen to them. And I also thank the member from Putney for bringing her news here to us, and thank you so much for going across.
Bob Seeley.
It was a pleasure to lead the delegation last week. For anyone who's interested, I will be hopefully taking another one and organising another one for later in the year. It will be lovely to see colleagues on that. When we were there, it was quite clear that actually that weekend that we were there heralded a new phase in the war. Whilst there is still far to go, there is now a sense in Ukraine of a pathway to Ukrainian victory and Russian military defeat, probably within the next 3 to 18 months. Secondly, the partial collapse of Russian forces will commit reserves that it would have wanted to build up until spring for the chance of a spring offensive. So therefore, from now on, Russia's war will almost certainly become a defensive war of digging in and holding on. It is clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Russia's weakness is on the battlefield. However, Ukraine's are economic and political. They have a near total dependency economically on the West, and they have a dependency on our arms supply. It is quite clear that Putin will try to break this alliance and gain a political victory where he cannot seize a military one. In military terms, the umbilical cord between us and Kiev becomes the centre of gravity for the Russians to attack. This explains in part Putin's decision to threaten the use of nuclear weapons, to annex territory in Russia, and the mobilization. Is nuclear weapon use likely? Not by any means. But I think that we should speak with a sense of care and proportion, and on this, in the 1 minute I have, I'll try to explain a slight difference with the government. To minimise the chances of nuclear use, tactical or strategic, we have to assume that that threat is real, and that at some point, probably as Russian troops face collapse in the south, Putin will have, again military term, a decision point to either use or not tactical weapons. We have to assume that he may well use them so that we can plan. That is the purpose of assuming use, so we can plan. To say he is bluffing means that we don't have a plan, and we will again, as we've been doing since 2007, be playing catch-up with a disastrous situation with a fascistic Russian state. Hope is not a strategy. Keeping your fingers crossed is not a policy. At every point, Putin has chosen to escalate and increase risk. There is no sign that he will do anything different now. In short, we need to maximise the chance of avoiding tactical use that will kill thousands by planning for it now. I will write further, I've run out of time, I will write further on this and what the Ukrainians told us in due course.
Well, for years, countries in Eastern Europe, such as Poland and the Baltic states, have been warning about Russia under Putin. We absolutely must recognise the gravity, scale and multifaceted nature of the threat and the lengths that Putin may go to. Now, whilst we have some encouraging bits of news, terrain retaken in eastern Ukraine, we must not underestimate the scale of the challenge still left. Extensive terrain still to reconquer, the toll of war efforts taking on both military and civilians, the efforts of Putin to sow alienation and to give false legitimacy to his invasion through the so-called referenda, and the huge efforts required to rebuild ruined towns and devastated communities. Putin's clear aim is to divide and conquer, so whilst the world is looking at the physical, the ground war, the threat of nuclear weapons, all the time there is the huge propaganda war, sometimes more subtle, sometimes less subtle, trying to undermine the West's unity and resolve, the bombarding of internet users with very clever false messages masquerading as the truth. So I'd like to stress again to the Minister how important it is for the UK and allies to invest in combating this internet warfare and mounting counter-offensives. We need renewed efforts at diplomacy and at fostering unity. It's very important that we are putting money where our mouth is in supporting our efforts in Ukraine, and absolutely vital we stand firm on sanctions, but we must foster the most positive and unified response from other countries. And that includes, of course, investing in Foreign Office expertise. But it's not just about Europe and NATO. In the wider world, how do we maintain world peace and deal with the bullies? First of all, we need to be strong and show strength. Appeasement does not work. In 2014, after the invasion of Crimea, the lack of action by the West was a monumental failure. We need to stand strong in the face of aggression. And for all their imperfections, we need to rebuild our respect for international organisations such as the United Nations, repair the damage caused by Trump when he belittled international organisations, tore up treaties and cut funding to important international programmes. An important part of that international work is also tackling the gap between the rich and the poorer nations. Nations across the globe need reason to buy into international organisations and feel that they're being listened to. Coronavirus has taught us how interconnected we are, but it's also true in respect of security. We need to build up resilience and prosperity in developing nations to stop them being used and manipulated by the world's tyrants. So whilst continuing our direct support for Ukraine, we must also focus on fostering unity amongst our allies and taking a lead in world organisations to stand firm against Putin.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by putting on record my appreciation for the British troops based in my constituency of Devizes for the work that they have done in training our allies in Ukraine on Salisbury Plain. But most of all, my appreciation for Ukraine, for her leadership, her army and her people. They have resisted Putin, they have fought back, and they are winning. So the question now is what next? And members might be familiar with the famous story in his memoir of Vladimir Putin as a young boy chasing a rat with a stick, which then he got into a corner and it turned on him and attacked. And Putin himself is now that rat, driven into a corner by the heroic Ukrainians. And the risk is that the rat now turns, that he does what he said he'd do, and launches a nuclear strike on Ukraine, on a NATO country, or even including the UK. And the lesson from the story of Putin and the rat is not that we don't corner him. There is no escape route for him that we can offer except his defeat and humiliation. The lesson we must learn is that we must be ready for the rat to turn. And I don't doubt Ukraine's determination to stand whatever happens, and I don't doubt the commitment of the British government, or indeed the wider alliance, to stand with the Ukrainians. My concern is with our own preparedness in the event of a nuclear strike, either in Europe or here. And I know ministers didn't like it when the chairman of the Defence Select Committee raised this point earlier, and I don't expect them to say anything other than that our defences and our doctrine and ready. My concern is with our wider resilience, not just in the event of a nuclear strike, but the wider economic and military pressures that we might be under. So I'm concerned to see that our conventional defences are as strong as possible. We have learnt the critical importance of men and armour in this war, and I'd like to see our army grow. We need to be concerned with our economic security and also our social resilience. And I echo the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Melton earlier, when she talked about the need for a whole-of-state approach. There's talk of a new integrated review, and I would echo the calls for that, and I hope that it would include not just whole-of-state resilience, but the whole of society as well. Thank you.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Only as a member of Western Bar.